Hello, welcome and good morning. Welcome to Spec, the Super50 field at the Spec. You can see by the shadows behind me that the sun is hot. It's a wonderful day for cricket. This is match 6 and I have match official Mr. Michael Raghunath with me and the honor of the 2 white ball captains for the West Indies. But today they are wearing and donning the colours of their respective nations. Friendly rivalry at its best. Match number 6, defending champions Jamaica Scorpions versus the Barbados Pride. Mr. Michael Raghunath has the coin. He's going to hand it over. Shea is going to give it a toss.
Heads was the call. Heads it is. Rockman.
Heads was the call. Rovman has won the toss. Rovman, before you walk off, you've won the toss and you chose to bowl first. What's the decision behind that?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good wicket. You know, it looks a good wicket, so let us see how best our new ball bowlers can get some inroads into the Barbados batting.
Okay, you're coming off a loss, and it's always a challenging thing coming off a loss and going into another game. What type of conversations you've had with your team?
Yeah, we just had some honest conversations. You know, year after year, we can't keep starting like this. You know, it has become a trend, and hopefully we can get a better result today. Smith misses out, in comes young Shalon Parnell, and also Dennis Bulai misses out, in comes Java Royal.
Go well, Rovman. Now Shea Hope, the captain of the Barbados Pride, will join me. Shea, you lost the toss. Does it make that much of a difference to you? What would you have done?
I probably would have done the same, but regardless of what you do first, you have to do it well, so it doesn't really matter too much. Just important for us to start the tournament well, and we got to bat first, so get a decent score on board and then defend it.
You've come into Trinidad over the weekend. This is your first game in the tournament. Barbados hasn't played yet. The only team to not play yet. What type of conversations have you had with your team going into your first match?
Just to get yourself mentally ready. We know there's a lot of rain around, so we didn't get the physical run out that we would have wanted. But the aim is to play cricket on the day. Regardless of how much prep you do, we have to really play the cricket on the day. And the guys are really upbeat, ready for the challenge, and looking forward to see what the guys can put up here.
Makeup of the team. What's the makeup of your team?
Just the 3 guys out: Rashawn Primer, Zachary McCaskey, and Kemar Smith. Pretty balanced. I think we got pretty strong batting lineup, so we get in the back first, so we get to set the tone this time.
And I can't let you go without asking you about your own form. You are one of the premier batters in the world in the ODI format. Of course, this is 50 over cricket. How do you feel, and how is your confidence going into this tournament?
Like I said, the prep now is mainly mental. Mentally, you got to make sure that I'm doing the right things all the time, whether it's on and off the field. The aim for me is just to continue to set the example as a leader, and hopefully you guys can follow suit and we can get some big scores. So not just about my form, it's about getting everyone in tune to score big runs and be consistent with it as well.
Shea, go well.
Thank you.
So the news from the toss, the Jamaica Scorpions have won the toss and decided to take a bowl first.
A very good morning to one and all. As we welcome you here to the Super50 Park and the University of the West Indies compound. You expect to be more precise as we get ready for a very important game here in the CG United Super50 Cup for 2023. Barbados Pride against the Jamaica Scorpions. And these are 2 teams that know each other very well and no doubt will be hoping to get things going here. This is a very important game for Barbados as they like to kick off their campaign. Jamaica, meanwhile, will be hoping to rebound from an early tournament loss. So they have quite a bit to do. As I say, good morning to Coach once again. And it is an important day, but it's a good day. It looks to be a fine day so far, Coach Lakan.
Yeah, absolutely fine day indeed at the start of this 6-round encounter. 2 teams, as you would have alluded to, knows each other very well. You know, and Barbados playing in their opening fixture, they will want to get off to a winning start.
Well, let's see how they do in this one, because that's a pitch of a delivery just touching down. Sheldon Cottrell, no doubt one of the key bowlers for the Jamaicans, and they will be hoping really to put that game behind, because whenever you lose like that, which was a bit of a surprise to them, you want to just try to forget it and just look ahead, because there's still a lot of cricket to be played.
Of course, indeed, Jamaica will want to put that defeat behind them and, you know, start a new page where this game is concerned.
Cottrell again bowling to Kyle Myers and Craig Brathwaite, the 2 openers for the Barbados outfit. the left-handed Myers, who we've seen really blossom into a splendid white ball cricketer. And but it has to be said, a lot of our top cricketers really had their sort of their roots in the longer version, and then they kind of transitioned to the shorter version. Here he is getting a delivery that he couldn't cash in on, a little too wide. Because we tend to think that the kings of the limited overs games just came up as limited overs cricketers, but a lot of them actually started and excelled at the 4-day game or even test cricket before they kind of found their niche in the white ball versions. Cottrell again short, but this time some contact, not the best contact, but good enough to get the first run off the bat.
Yeah, Sheldon Cottrell going into the pitch there. Kyle Myers just stylishly lifts that right leg up and plays that ball down to a fine leg there. Fine leg, and the Barbados pride, they are up and running. They are one without loss. Kyle Myers getting off the strike. But just coming back to the conversation, Ruskin, very interesting enough that you mentioned that all the players who would have graduated from the longer format and who are very successful at the 50 over and T20 format, they had very good technique in terms of how they construct innings, and they were able to take that into the white ball format.
Prophet reaches for one but can't get it through. A wide delivery, another wide delivery. Cottrell asking him to come outside and fetch it, and he did. Just couldn't cash in.
Correct, Brathwaite, the present West Indies Test captain, looking to add some value to this Barbados Pride unit.
Well, we have all the West Indies captains on show here today.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. We've got Rovman Powell, the T20 captain. We've got Shai Hope, who is the 50 over captain, and of course Craig Brathwaite, the Test captain as well. So a lot of leaders encompasses in this in both teams.
Not a bad over so far. Can he finish it now? Driven sweetly. That is a good shot. He didn't hit it too hard. He just sort of caressed it, as his custom. He's not a slugger by any means, and picks up 2 runs to end the over. So he's off the mark. He is on to 2. Myers is 1. It's 4 without loss.
Yeah, pitched up delivery there from Sheldon Cottrell. Just looking for that swing or seam that may be on offer this early in the morning. 9 o'clock start here at UE. And we do expect that the faster bowlers will enjoy some seam and swing during the early exchanges here this morning. But Craig Brathwaite just lent on that delivery, caressed it through extra cover, and helping himself to 2 runs. So at the end of over number 1, the score 4 without loss.
And the wicket just seemed to be playing. There's like a nice give and a nice carry so far.
Well, having had a look at the pitch just before the start of the game, Ruskin, it does seem a very good batting strip indeed. There's absolutely little or no grass on that pitch.
So hopefully they'll be able to do it in Parnell. And they're coming into the pads, just not able to bring it. A stifled appeal, but again, with somebody like Myers, you want to stay away from his pads as much as possible.
Yeah, that ball, panel just arcing into the pads of Kyle Myers, but it's not the place you want to be bowling to Kyle Myers. He's extremely prolific during on the onside. Bit of an inside edge there. That ball just coming back slightly with the angle from Panel. Kyle Myers trying to get forward there, getting the inside edge, and it scoots out to that short backward square position. There's no run, no addition to the score. 4 loss. Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss and immediately inserting the Barbados Pride.
Here he is
And
driving
there's a
out
noise.
off them, yep. And a simple catch for Walton, as there again was Myers trying to get on with things, getting one that was well up to him. And you have to admit it was there for the shot. He just was a little bit late getting his legs out there. And he tended to fetch the ball rather than drive at it. And
Inserting the Barbados Pride.
here he is
And
driving
there's a
out
noise. And a very big breakthrough indeed, getting rid of the dangerous Calmeers. Driving loosely outside the line of your stump and just feathering a catch to Walcott, the wicketkeeper. So wicket number 1 goes down for the Barbados Pride. It's 4 for 1 in over number 2. Shalom Panel making an early breakthrough here for the Jamaican Scorpions. And this is like the ideal tonic, Ruskin. After you'd suffered a defeat in your last game, you really want to come back and start very strongly indeed. And one could really not ask more at this stage, Ruskin.
It is. It's the ideal tonic. In fact, that's what you plan up for. That's what you talk about in your meetings. And to get a start like this is perfect for them. Now they're thinking, how do we continue? How do we carry on with this? And how do we try to get into the middle and lower order of the Barbados Pride batting? Shamar Brooks is the new batsman.
So Shamar Brooks, very competent batsman indeed, right-handed. Shamar Brooks. So he has to come out to the middle in over number 2, having lost that early wicket of Kyle Mears. So Panel running away from the Sports and Education Center end. He's stylishly into line. This ball is played down to third man. A bit of hesitation, but they're able to get through in the end.
Allen had some work to do to his left to try to cover that one. And even though he is left-handed, he couldn't do much with it.
Yeah, it was played with soft hands by Shamar Brooks. But it brings into strike the West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, to face Panel for the first time this morning. Running away from the highway end.
That's a good length, and I suppose so often in a tournament like this or in a game like this, where one team is trying to set a target or post a score, a good score, bowlers have to be mindful of that and not give them too many scoring options. We just saw Australia feast on some bad length, some inconsistent length and line bowling, a lot of short stuff and a lot of over pitch stuff, and they just feasted on that.
Well, if we were to revisit what transpired yesterday afternoon as well, Ruskin, the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers, they were guilty of bowling, 2 lengths, and
So it's 5-1 at the end of that over. Yep.
And they
Completed.
suffered at the hands of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Yeah, and again, it's all the planning as well. It's how you plan and set up your innings. But even as a bowler, you're always, you have one plan in your mind, and I suppose that's something you discuss with your bowling coach, because all teams have bowling coaches now, batting coaches, what have you, in addition to a head coach. And so if the 3 of you all come together and formulate a plan for each batsman, it shouldn't be that difficult to work them out. In fact, what you see happening now is that a lot of captains, they have like a list. They have the opponent's team, and they probably have their own notes next to each name, what their strengths are or what the plan is against them. So quite often it's just about executing the plan as it comes to. Cottrell, though, will continue. again, just short of a good length, and which is excellent to start the innings, because it means you're limiting the scoring as much as possible.
Sheldon Cottrell pitching that ball up. It's just shaping a tad back into the right-hander. Sharma Brooks just leans onto it and plays it out to that short mid-wicket position. There's no run. There's no addition to the score. It's 5 for 1.
And on the short side this time, you could just see Cottrell, who's normally noted for the ability to swing the ball early, but here he isn't giving the ball that much time to swing. Maybe that swing and delivery, especially the one that comes back in, that curls into the to the right-hander, might be the surprise ball that he wants to produce here today.
Well, indeed, at the moment he's just trying to push the likes of Sharma Brooks onto the back foot and then really slipping that quick in swinger back into the right-hander. This one is just outside the line of the awesome, just about that 5th stump line, and Sharma Brooks just shoulders this one and allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Walcott. So an excellent start indeed from the Jamaica Scorpions. Both these opening bowlers at this stage, Ruskin, they seem to be right up with what's required.
And they have to be, because they don't want the Barbados Pride to get away too early and give them confidence. This is their first game of the tournament. You want to keep pressure on them as much as possible.
What was noticeable when I got here this morning, as early as 6 a.m. this morning, the covers were pulled off. So it would have given the pitch a considerable amount of time for the sun to beat down on it. And maybe just hence the reason why we're not seeing a lot of movement off the pitch.
And that is going to be signaled out wide. The hands went up, thinking that there might have been a deflection, but Sir Frank Worrell Park here, this Frank Worrell Field out here at UE Spec.
Yeah, the Frank Worrell Field is in immaculate condition as we speak, Ruskin. Everything here is really tailor-made for some exciting cricket in this CG 50 over contest between Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions.
That's a good delivery again. Well played in the end, as Sharma Brooks just kind of leaning on it.
Sheldon Cottrell looking for that in swinging delivery to the right-hander. This one was stealing back in, but Sharma Brooks just allowed the ball to do its work, and at the last moment used his subtle wrist and was able to get it into that square leg position, and the score moves up by 1. So it's 7 for 1. It brings the West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite.
That's another good delivery again. Brathwaite just kind of coming down the original line, but with the movement, the ball is coming into the pads, and he having to kind of flick it to make contact. He did in the end, but not with some discomfort. That ends the over 3 in the books. It's 7 for 1.
And just looking at what has transpired thus far this morning, Ruskin, Rothman Powell, I wouldn't be surprised sooner or later he does get a forward short leg in position, or a backward short leg with the ball tailing as much as it has been during these early exchanges. We might just see a backward short leg be put in place for that ball that's arcing back into the right-hander sharply.
He does have the 2 slips, so he's giving his bowlers support here early, which is an aggressive move on his part. A suggestion that he's looking for wickets. The more the merrier, as they say. If you could get early wickets here.
So Shalom Panel just pitching that ball on about that 5-meter length. Excellent areas. And this one is played neatly down to third man. Sharma Brooks just allowed that delivery to come to him, and at the last moment opened the face and ran it down to third man in that vacant gully position. So Panel bowling with 2 slip, a third man, a backward point, a cover, mid off, mid on, a short square leg. a square leg, sorry, and a fine leg on the boundary. So the two men outside the 30-meter circle would be the third man and the fine leg on the boundary. This one is worked neatly through forward square. There's only going to be a single. So that takes the score on to 9 for 1. It brings Shama Brooks back on strike. Shama Brooks. He just shoulders his arm and allows that ball to go into the mid of wicketkeeper Walcott. So there is some good carry on this pitch here, Ruskin.
It is, and it's good to see also, because we have, intensifies, fast bowling in the Caribbean in some tournaments. We're trying to get bowlers to take wickets, trying to get captains to be aggressive and try their best to get fast bowlers.
One very interesting note, I must admit, excellent running there between Brathwaite and Shama Brooks. The fielders inside the circle was very late to react to that soft hands from Craig Brathwaite. So it's interesting enough to make mention of that in terms of CWI trying to encourage young fast bowlers to come out and play this lovely game.
It's a little too wide, and he'll have to do that over.
Yeah, just trying to tempt the likes of Shama Brooks into that drive outside the line of the off stump. Brooks having none of it, and Walcott did struggle a bit to get that one in the mid. So we do have at the venue here today Mr. Crafton, the curator from St. Kitts. He's responsible for moving around the different venues here in Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of CWI to try and, if he can, over a period of time, give some advice, make some recommendations as the case may be, so that the surfaces that we play on, could be consistent, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but across the region.
Which is a good initiative, because whenever you look at international sport, or any major sport for that matter, the parent body or the main organizer of the thing, it's their responsibility to ensure that the standard it's at a certain standard across the board. And if pitches is part of your purview, then you have to look at that as well.
And good aggression there from Sheldon Cottrell. And, looking at Sheldon Cottrell running in there, there's a new initiative from CWI as well to encourage young fast bowlers by allowing every team in the competition 3 bumpers per over. How do you feel about that, Ruskin?
Came too late. Well, but then again, back when I played, you would get 3 bumpers and nobody would even complain about that. There's a one slashing away and doesn't carry, so another comfortable single in the end. But I mean, you would be facing Colin Croft and you'd get 3 bumpers, cool as ever. Nobody would even think that was out of place. But the game has been sort of restricted so much that when you see something like that, or they introduce that, in other words, they now have to legislate it. They now have to put it in the rules. Because like I said, we had it. I remember playing on a Paragon team that had Bernard Julian, Colin Croft, Prince Bartholomew, Eric Ordain. We had Kelvin Williams as well. We had myself. All of us bowling fast and bowling above a certain speed. And I mean, here's a nice little tickle. He's going to get a couple here. I don't think he's going to get a boundary, and but too comfortably. But I'm just saying, batsmen hardly got half volleys. So you had to manufacture runs somewhere else, and you had to figure out how to play short pitch bowling. Not necessarily bumpers all the time, but you had to learn how to play above your waist.
And I honestly believe in the last 2 decades, Ruskin, West Indies batters, we have suffered as a result of that, being incapable of managing that short ball.
It's another good delivery, trying to bring him onto the front foot every so often. He's using the short ball to try to push him back, and then trying to introduce the
LBW or ball down.
Bring the ball higher up to, or even to hit the edge, because if he's late in coming forward, chances are he might be late getting the middle of the bat, finding the middle of the bat as well.
Yeah, he's just trying to get to go through the gate of Craig Brathwaite. This is short. Brathwaite just rocks onto the back foot, taps it out to a cover point. There's no run. So at the end of 5, the Jamaica Scorpions winning the toss here at UWI Spec and inviting the Barbados Pride to have first strike.
14 for 1, which is very good for the Barbados Pride. When you consider also, we are looking at the prospects of getting 60 runs in the power play overs as a benchmark for a bonus point as well. So if you could have your opponents here now after 5 overs, just 14 on the board, plus you have a wicket in the power play, it means the Jamaicans have executed very well so far.
Lovely shot through forward the square, and it goes into the boundary. It didn't seem like it had the connection.
Executed very well so far.
Lovely shot through forward the square, and it goes into the boundary.
We options to score, and that was just pure elegance. He just sort of dismissed it off his legs and picked up a well-deserved boundary.
And just when we were commending the bowlers, panel goes off length. A lovely flowing drive to cover point. There's no run from Shamar Brooks.
And this is the whole idea. When you play 50 over cricket as opposed to T20 cricket or T10 cricket, it's 300 balls, at a minimum. So you want to be able to bat there. So even though you're off to a sluggish start here, you can make up those runs. You just have to be out there. That's the thing. You have to be at the crease.
Panel goes into the pitch there, just short of a length, rising. But Shamar Brooks just got onto his back foot, played it out to that short mid-wicket position. There's no run. And just coming back to the 3 bumpers for over Rusking, I really must admit that I do like the concept introduced by CWI. It's going to encourage a lot of young youngsters to get into fast bowling, and more so if we start seeing some grass on those surfaces as well.
That is really, that's an outlet shot, because it's always on, even when you're just playing a defensive pro. Instead of playing it like he did previously with a nice flow of the bat, but he picks up the man at cover. Fabian Allen would be happy if he does that whole day, but on this occasion he just opened the face on contact and ran it down to third man for a comfortable single.
So we've seen a bit of adjustment from the skipper himself. He's gone into more a gully position now, just possibly trying to get into the head of the batters there. This one is worked down to a fine leg. There's only a single on offer. Panel goes into the body of Craig Brathwaite. He just rides it down to fine leg, and there's a single offer. That run takes the score to 20 for 1. And it's very refreshing indeed, Rusking, I must admit. I mean, we've got to move away from the disappointment of West Indies not playing in the present 50-over World Cup. But I think this is the ideal opportunity for these youngsters to reignite, a team that could represent West Indies and, possibly go on to bigger and better things.
Well, it's the end of another over here, 20 for 1 after 6 now. But the whole idea, I would imagine, is to, based on what I've been reading and I'm hearing from the officials, is that they're trying to start a new, almost like a new attitude towards the game. They're setting certain benchmarks, and they want players to, of course it's not going to happen overnight, but they want players to play the game in a certain way. All right, let me use this analogy for you. When you play Brazil plays football a particular way. Doesn't matter at what level. They play the game a particular way. And I want to believe that is what the West Indies is trying to achieve. When you play a West Indies team, you must prepare for this. Good fast bowling, good aggressive batting.
So it's basically what you're saying, Ruskin, is creating a template that that you can be identified
at any level.
Yeah, so you could be identified. But while the conversation is going on, there's going to be a bowling change from the UE Spec end.
So Dwyer is the Javon Royal is the new man who's coming on.
And immediately there, Craig Brathwaite trying to play that ball on the onside. Very lucky indeed that he didn't spoon a catch to that cover point.
This time he's more watchful, and I suppose and this is good because even in the power play overs, batsmen still have to be watchful because you want to see what bowlers are doing. So when you make a bowling change like that, what you're hoping is that they don't just go berserk, right away and try to kind of smash them all over the place. Or if they do and they get out, then you'll be happy as a captain.
Indeed. So Jovan Royal, left arm orthodox spinner. Not a big spin of the ball by any stretch of the imagination, but some very good feeling indeed to his own bowling.
Bowling from around the wicket, and and that is something that we see so much of now. Bowlers don't even wait anymore. They just assume a side of the wicket and they go before you might start over the wicket and then you go around the wicket, but they start around the wicket immediately on seeing a right-hander there. It's the end of an over, a good over by him. It's a maiden over to start things off. It remains 20 for 1.
Yeah, Javan Royal, as we have grown to accustomed to, he's very economical indeed. He's just thereabout, but what he does really well, he's got a dangerous arm ball, and once he pitches it, he's more often than not, it does bring rewards to him. So a very good start here from the Jamaica Scorpions. After 7 overs, they basically restricted the Barbados Pride to 20 for 1. So that to me is a example that they are doing what is required in terms of their planning, their execution. More importantly, Ruskin.
Well, the general idea is to limit scoring as much as possible. That's the key to limited overs cricket. Even if you don't get wickets, you don't want to concede runs. So you try to limit the batsmen, all the batsmen. Doesn't matter who it is, whoever is bowling, that has to be the aim and the plan. You want wickets, yes, but you don't want to concede runs. That's another lovely flowing drive. Once again, a bad miss in the field. They're going to come back for a couple, maybe even get a third one, and they eventually complete that. A little bit of he seemed to have it covered, and then at the very last moment, he just made a meal of it, and the ball eluded his grasp there.
Yeah, just taking his eyes off that ball at the very last moment, Ruskin. And unfortunately for him, it dribbled almost close to the boundary there. But during that time, Shamar Brooks and Craig Brathwaite, they helped themselves to 3 runs. So the score goes up by 3. It's now 23 for 1. But a nice flowing extra cover drive there from Craig Brathwaite. Very pleasing on the eyes.
So immediately we see the player who we're having a substitute fieldsman coming on. So Jamaica down a man. I think he might have bruised his knee when he fell in his attempt to haul in that last ball there. That's Gordon, Nicholson Gordon. That's a beauty, but it's dropped. It hit the edge. It just didn't carry. A nice stop as well in the slip cordon there, but a good delivery, just touching down and not going all the way to hand.
And excellent batting indeed from Shamar Brooks, taking the bottom hand of the bat, and to me that saved him there. With the release of the bottom hand, the ball just died on its way to full slip.
Certain German Blackwood would love to have gotten under that one.
Another lovely square cut there from Shamar Brooks.
It is Brathwaite.
Oh, my apology.
But it's, again, he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just sort of covered it and redirected it past point.
Yeah, just using the piece of panel there and getting through that backward point region. But excellent feeling indeed.
He's again very, very elegantly just finding the gaps and rotating strike, and that is good, sensible cricket. And now they know that they have to start to build a partnership, and but you have to start somewhere, and so now this is how they're going about trying to push this scoring along here.
Yeah, well, having lost Kyle Mears in the very second over of the innings, both Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks have that responsibility of rebuilding.
It's another fine shot, but that's excellent fielding once again, and great effort in the field there from Royal. We saw him just now bowling his left arm spin, and that big left paw of his just came down and blocked the ball from going past him.
Yeah, had that ball gone through that point region there, it possibly would have gone into the boundary, but take nothing away from Jevon Royal. Some fantastic feeling indeed, throwing his frame to his left and affecting the stop. A bit of a slower delivery there from Parnell. This one is just tickled down to fine leg, and they're going to get a simple single.
So I think he got good support in the field there on a couple of occasions, but at the end of it all, 28 now. For the loss of 1 wicket after 8 overs.
And just coming back to the power play in terms of teams looking to get to that 60-run mark, Ruskin, I guess with the dismissal of Kyle Mears, he would have been one of the he possibly would have been the enforcer for this Barbados Pride at the top of the order to try and get them to that 60-run mark.
Yeah, it's you have certain people that's kind of like their nature, it's to try to get on with the scoring. But even then, sometimes if the bowling is of a certain quality, you can't just force the issue because you're going to get out eventually. You have to respect good bowling, no matter what form of the game you're playing. And if the bowlers are on top of you, then you have to kind of ride that period, ride it out, and then try to get on top of the bowling, or maybe see if you wait to see if you get a bowler that you could probably have better success against.
And I tell you, having looked at Jevon Royal, during his holistic career, he's been very economical indeed, and Rothman Power does seem to have a lot of confidence in this young man.
We did give him a early opportunity to get into his work here, plus he has a slip.
This one is short, Shamar Brooks rocks onto the back foot and punches it down to a long off. And they get an easy single. So that takes the score to 29. Again, bang on target. Nothing the batters could do at this stage here other than to just try and keep it out. This tournament also gives the opportunity for all the West Indian players.
Just over the bowler's head, almost a caught and bowl opportunity there. Brooks going through the shot too early and almost spooning a simple catch back to the bowler.
Yeah, just playing a bit too early as well, trying to go against the tide of the ball and almost succeeded in giving a return catch.
There's a shout appeal, but not out, says the umpire. Probably drifting down the leg because he doesn't spin the ball that much that he has to be wicket to wicket. And that's a good shot because he made good contact, one bounce into the deep mid wicket boundary. So a good opportunity here to free his arms a little bit, and he took full advantage of it, Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen Craig Brathwaite add to his batting in recent times. He loves now when the ball is just outside the line of the off stump. He's taking the opportunity to loft it over mid-wicket in that area and vacant space. And that slug sweep brings him a boundary. And it takes the Jamaica Scorpions on to 34 for 1 after over number 9. So a good addition in terms of his area stroke play, Ruskin, you know, to see someone like Craig Brathwaite, you know, still trying to add something to what he already has in terms of his batting, in terms of giving himself, you know, more array of strokes that he could execute.
Well, the thing is, once you have a good foundation, you could build, you know. So it's just a question of him now trying to add certain things to his repertoire, and but his basics are sound, you know, and so I'm of the view that he could always say, sometimes all you have to do is just increase your scoring tempo. Gordon just giving him a little bit of room there, and Shamar Brooks punches it powerfully, gracefully yet powerfully into the cover region. Not fielded very well by Royal.
Well, I do feel a little bit for Trevor Royal. Just as the ball was about to get to him, there was that awkward bounce that defeated him, and hence the ball dribbled away, and they were able to get a single. So the Jamaica at this stage, large and in charge here at UE Spec. I would like to say a special good morning to the South Young Warriors Cricket Academy, the entire family. Looking forward to seeing you guys at practice this evening.
Gordon just a little bit on the short side and allowing the batsmen the opportunity to just kind of free their arms a little bit, especially through that offside region.
Yeah, a bit too short and a bit too wide outside the line of the off stump, really asking, you know, to be hit away through that ring of fielders on the offside.
He doesn't have a cover down there. He has a third man and a fine leg. So he has to be very, very careful.
And on a pitch of this nature, Ruskin, as well, there's very little margin for error as well. You could see that the batters, they're easing onto the front foot and hitting through the line of the ball. And to me, that's a good example how good a pitch this is at the UE Spec.
It's used as one of the practice venues for the World Cup. He is again just flirting outside the off stump there, Craig Brathwaite. No foot movement at all. It was just his hands trying to reach the ball, and almost suffered a similar fate to what Myers had earlier.
Guilty on this occasion was Craig Brathwaite of playing away from his body, not getting that back foot back and across, picking up that line and getting closer to the delivery. It almost brought his demise here at UE.
Here he is again. This is good bowling on the part here of Gordon. He's sort of tightened up his line a little bit more, and the length is even better.
Well, one of the things that we've been asking for consistently is for the bowlers to be able to execute, and we're seeing Gordon, producing 3 excellent deliveries one after the other, and with that consistency, it has asked a couple of questions of Craig Brathwaite outside the line of the off stump.
Let's see if we could finish it off here. Once again, he's getting him to play at the delivery outside the off stump, but to Brathwaite's credit, he does well, stays on top of it this time, and earns himself a comfortable single. But a good over in the end, just the 2 runs coming from it, and it's 36 for 1 after 10.
So after the first power play, the Jamaica Scorpions restricting the Barbados Pride to under that 60-run mark. So the Jamaica Scorpions has done a tremendous job indeed by ticking the first box, which is to restrict the Barbados Pride from getting to that 60-run mark and giving themselves that batting point that they possibly would have been looking at, in their planning.
But it's so far so good for the Jamaican bowlers. And for Rovman Powell, I think he'd be happy with what he's getting from his team so far. And if you could just keep them trying to keep it tight, don't try to do too much.
So nicely flighted delivery there from Jovan Royal. This is stroked handsomely down to long off. Just leaning on that delivery and punching it down to long off for a single. Sham Brooks.
Again, very elegantly, just allowing the ball to come on to him and then just stroking it comfortably for another easy single. And it's so pleasing to see Shamar Brooks batting. He makes batting look so easy.
And Craig Brathwaite here just trying to play against the tide, getting the leading edge, but it just fell just right in front of him. And it's a repeat of the previous delivery. This one is played out to that short mid-wicket. So Jovan Royal rusking at this stage, doing a tremendous job for his captain, Rovman Powell.
Yeah, that's what they're asking of him, and he's delivering right now. And that's even better when you can feel to your own bowling.
And my word, this guy, Jovan Royal, he's a big unit, and to see him moving that with that level of agility is really refreshing indeed.
So now they'll put the mid on down to long on. Maybe trying to see if Craig Brathwaite will go across the line, but that was an even better delivery, probably the best he's bowled so far. That one spun and it bounced past the glove and went through to be taken by Chadwick Walton to end the over. A pretty good one indeed there for the Jamaicans and for Royal, as the Barbados Pride continue to find it hard to get into stride here with the bat.
Yeah, a peach of a delivery there from Jovan Royal. It had everything in it. It had bounce, it had turn. The only thing that defeated him, he wasn't able to get the edge of the bat or glove. But encouraging signs indeed from the Jamaican Scorpions. It just seems to be, on the money here today, having lost their first game. But they've come back very strong indeed in this encounter against the Barbados Pride at this stage of the contest.
Well, let's see what Gordon has to offer now as he waits, as he approaches Shamar Brooks this time. And a little bit of a false shot here. Brooks seemed to lose the handle, the grip on the bat, and he ended up finishing that shot with one hand as it came back at him.
Yeah, that inward movement from Gordon, and we've seen Ruskin that Gordon does have the ability to seam the ball both ways off the seam. And traditionally, we saw him go past the outside edge of correct Brathwaite with the outswinger, but on that occasion was the in-swinger tailing back sharply into him.
Again, bonks this time, but played well in the end by Brathwaite.
That was more glove than anything else. He was just basically playing it, riding it down to fine leg. So Gordon just needs to possibly be a bit wider outside the line of the off stump and make it a bit unpredictable as to which way the ball is going to shape.
Brilliant. Again, there is cover out there, but what a sweet shot. Just a nice flow. Just his whole makeup is of pure elegance. The timing, the way he uses his wrist is something so pleasing to the eyes.
Yeah, Shamar Brooks, when you talk about Shamar Brooks, you talk about elegance at its best, and that was just testimony with him playing that back foot cover drive.
Craig Brathwaite being asked to come on to the front foot driving, but again not able to really get on top of the ball.
So with the power play, the batting power play out of the way, now the fielding team has the luxury of having 4 fielders outside the 30-meter circle. So Robman Powell taking that opportunity to send out the point 3/4 way to the boundary.
Again, there's good, excellent running. Not much the fielders can do about that, and have to settle for that. Blackwood was on his heels there, not able to even attempt a run out.
So excellent judgment there in terms of the running. From the moment he made contact, he was off and running. A very good example of how to judge when running between the wickets.
They're going to do it again, and the result is the same. So good aggressive running here. They recognize that the fielders are a little bit deep, and they're challenging them all the time. So that completes 12 overs, and it's 43 for 1.
So the Barbados Pride, having lost Kyle Mayers in the second over of the innings, they've really gone about this rebuilding process in a very impressive style indeed. It may to some people be a bit slow by the context of the game, but nevertheless they're now building block by block and trying to set a platform for the other batters to be able to benefit from this effort. As for the Barbados Pride, they will want one of these batters to possibly bat the entire innings if they can, and really set them up for a huge task, a huge total for the Jamaica Scorpions to chase later on in the day.
So he continues, Royal, from the top end, doing a decent job. In fact, he's doing a very good job for his team. And he does have that slip there, and that I think is acting as a deterrent for the batsman to really try to get onto the front foot and get after him. So principally most of them are trying to play him on the back foot if at all possible.
Yeah, so I'm sure he's going to mix his lengths up, possibly try to bring them onto the front foot as well to Ruskin.
Again, just quickly rocking back onto that back foot and stroking it down to long off. An easy single. It's a single every time.
Yeah, pure elegance from Shamar Brooks. And Brathwaite is long forward. Royal bring him onto the front for trying to defeat that forward defense spread.
In 2 minds, but he does well because he got onto the back foot this time and he's placing it close to the boundary and will in fact get a couple Very well done in the end. So
A nice looking back foot cover drive there from Craig Brathwaite. It's a quicker arm ball from Javon Royal to finish the over. So at the end of 13 overs, the Barbados Pride being inserted here at UWI they are 46 for 1 after 13 overs.
certainly a good opportunity for them to assess now and make sure that they know where they are in terms of what the conditions are like. They have a better understanding of the conditions. They've seen the bowlers as well, so they should be in a much better frame of mind here. However, they cannot just throw caution to the wind. And I welcome the man Brasso this morning, and good morning to you again. Again, trying to force the issue here. Shamar Brooks, when he goes off script in terms of his approach, you could see the difference. His timing is off. Everything seems to be off. But when he plays his elegant self, you could tell from the moment that it is Shamar Brooks you're looking at.
Good morning to you, Ruskin. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you may be.
There's Gordon again doing very well, but once more Brooks is able to pierce the inner ring, and what a return from out in the deep there, as that man Royal certainly giving good effort.
I think you're reading my mind this morning, Ruskin. I was taking a walk around the field and looking at Shamar Brooks, and that's one of the thoughts that crossed my mind. He is one of those elegant players and gets himself into trouble when he goes away from the basics.
That's another good shot. Again, coming on to the front foot and then using the wrist, but not able to get it through.
He is one of those elegant players that, it's always easy on the eyes. Conversely, you have Craig Brathwaite, who is the West Indies test captain. And as you mentioned earlier in the morning, someone who we know his defense is as solid as they get.
And he too is opting to go the long route. Parnell has some work to do out there, but he does well in the end.
And speaking about Craig Brathwaite, I heard when you mentioned that once you're solid in defense, you can always turn up the tempo, as they say. Increase your scoring rate. And I recall seeing Craig Brathwaite in a test match. He scored 50 from just about 62 deliveries just last year, I believe it was, against England. Yeah, and I sat looking at it and I'm like, where did this Craig Brathwaite come from?
It's like Chanderpaul. Here again is Gordon just almost getting him to commit an error there. Brooks was driving, shaping more towards cover, the ball ending up back to the bowler.
But of course, two elegant players at the crease. They're always generally technically sound in everything that they do, and tend to get themselves in trouble when they veer away from those basics, as we saw earlier. Craig Brathwaite without his moving that front leg and almost getting into trouble.
Here he is again, and you could see Gordon trying to entice the cover drive, and because he is cutting the ball into the right-handers and asking them to come and drive him off that front foot and hopefully leave a space so he can get through there. The end of the over, 48 for 1 after 14. So both batsmen on 22.
A very, very good solid start by them, of course, with the loss of Kyle Myers earlier in the innings. Of course, Kyle Myers, that high-risk type player, high risk, high reward, perishing caught behind.
suppose it's one of the, I suppose one of these funny things when you consider as playing as a batsman or as a pure batsman in a team and you get out early. Here's a nice little shot, too much room, too much width, and driven nicely, cut away and into the deep. The batsmen are comfortable with the 2 runs.
Good fielding. It looks like Bonner down there on that far end in front of the scoreboard. The Sir Frank Worrell field, of course, freshly cut and usually a ground that you get value for your shots.
And how this facility has changed over the years. If you haven't been here in recent years, or even 10 years ago, 12 years ago, totally different visual that you'll get here. Going across this one, and Craig Brathwaite. Again, I suppose that's the thinking that people get when they feel, okay, it's limited overs cricket, so you have to do, and because he went right across that delivery. And now if this was a test match, it's very unlikely he would even consider playing that shot. But that's just the nature of the game, as we see.
I think sometimes batters underestimate, and even we ourselves in the public, we underestimate how long 50 overs can be and how much time you can actually give yourself to work into an innings.
Yeah, the 50 is on the board as well for the Barbados Pride. And there's Brooks again, very elegantly stroking it down to long off for another easy single to complete yet another over 15 in the books now. It's 52 for 1. So there it is, 25 and 23 respectively for Brathwaite and Brooks. So Gordon it is who is going to continue.
And I think he's gone well so far as Nicholson Gordon. He's, in the time I've looked at him, he tends to be a little erratic sometimes, loses his line, his length, but he's gone well this morning.
And that one was a nice pickup again from Brooks. And just going to get a couple. The outfield seems a little bit heavy out in the extremities, close to the boundary. And the ball isn't really traveling as well. But here's a 50-run partnership between these two.
And at a good clip as well. Just 82 deliveries, as I mentioned, considering the early loss in the second over of Kyle Myers. They've consolidated well, and they'll be looking to press on here. Still have 34.5 overs in which to put a score on the board.
Give their bowlers something to work with. Here's another one played a little bit uppishly, but through forward square leg for another single to Brooks.
Looking at that shot, I don't think he's really hit his straps just yet as Shamar Brooks. Although he's on 26 from just 37 deliveries, some of his shots not coming totally off the meat of the bat.
This is much better from Brathwaite, but he has to hurry, and he does. But they return. They might think of about a second run and decide against it. Royal was trying to track it down, but not able to do so. So that means, but these two are trying to rotate the strike as much as possible. They've done a good job of it. They've taken the quick singles, and they've also got the ball deep, close to the boundary. Even though they haven't been scoring boundaries regularly, they've been able to at least pierce the inner ring. And just as I say that, he gets a gift on his assist, but he can't put it away.
Yeah, over pitching was Nicholson Gordon, and two international players like Shamar Brooks and Craig Brathwaite. You would expect that they would play smartly and understand and adapt to whatever situation is in front of them. So many times you lose an early wicket and things can fall apart, but they have played smartly. They've played the ball on merit most times.
And again, just once you drift onto that part, you're asking for trouble, especially with the quality of batsmen that we have out here.
And that's one thing they've done well. They've rotated the striker very well, as you mentioned. And I think that's one of the benefits, if you will. I don't know how many people will agree with me that it's a benefit. The fact that the West Indies haven't qualified for the World Cup, we get our international players to actually play in this tournament.
Here they go again. This is very well judged once more, as it's just push it and run, but place it well enough away from the fielders that you're able to complete a very, very, very easy single in the end. 59 for one now after 16 overs. You're going to have a short break as the players get some refreshments, and we too will take a break. We'll come back with more after this. Just seeing numbers, they did the names too, because I realized they had made some changes by Jamaica from
Jamaica
the first
left
game.
two changes. He had told me at the
They left out Bully and Smith.
Yeah, and Smith.
Just in numbers. I was just trying to pick up the numbers as the Belgian players come to the class.
Panel, he told me Panel and Zuki into this team. The second person was a Paul told me, Panel and somebody else. Cottrell played Mackenzie, played Royal. Was it Javor Royal though?
Might have been Royal, yeah. As we welcome you back here to the UE Spec here in St. Augustine in East Trinidad. We're getting ready for the resumption of play. The players have had a nice little break, but so often so we see after something like this, the wickets tend to fall because just that little lapse in concentration or the break in concentration could be detrimental to some batsmen, but we don't expect that with these two test players at the wicket at the moment.
That's as I was mentioning just before the water interval, just before the drinks interval. That's probably one of the benefits of having our international players back for this tournament, having them in and around the setups of the various teams.
Again, trying to force it through the offside.
So the expectancy would be that two international players, international caliber of these two, they would understand that these type of periods in the game are the ones that you want to win to give yourself the best chance of the best outcome.
This time he's able to get it through. And so again, one by one, they just rotating the strike, making sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking over. And by doing that, eventually, as you say, one by one you fill the basket. Eventually the basket will get full. And when you look up, you see 60 could become 100. And, once you keep going, and they do another quick single, and no opportunity for them, not much that Gordon could do about that. And another run in the book.
And by doing so, as you mentioned, adding to the score, they give a platform for the batters to come. And when you look down the batting lineup of the Pride, there's the likes of Shea Hope, Ruston Chase, Raymond Reefer, Roshan Primus, just to name a few who are still to come. So in fact, what they're doing is they're giving a wonderful platform to those players.
And not for the first time, Royal has done well to his own bowling. And they always say in cricket, if you can't field to your own bowling, well then you can't criticize anybody else when they misfield of your bowling. But he's done well, bowled well also. And there was an opportunity there, possibly of stumping. You never know, but of course Chadwick Walton is not an out wicket keeper, and so you have to kind of live with that sometimes. The end of the over, 63 for 1.
Of course, the umpire signal leg by. In fact, it just a clip to the pad. Losing his line there, Javor Royal, straying down the leg side, clipping the pad of Craig Brathwaite, and going behind Chadwick Walton. All but impossible for any wicketkeeper of any caliber to hold that one in.
So there is Walton, who is one of those individuals who will do whatever is asked of him, just to could benefit the team.
So this is actually interesting here. The skipper is actually taking the ball, and he hasn't bowled much over the last year and a half. Here he is. He starts on a good length. And again, I think this lends itself to what I was mentioning a while ago about having our international players in this tournament. At the international level, I can't remember the last time that we saw Rovman Powell with the ball in hand bowling in any competition around the world, let alone for the West Indies. So it is good to see him with the ball in hand.
And of course, you're looking at Brathwaite there trying to get on with things, maybe get after him, not allow him to settle into any kind of rhythm at all. But that's exactly what I don't think Powell will mind that too much, because he's just planting and planting his feet and trying to get on with it.
He started well, Powell. His line has been good. Just 2 balls into his spell. This one a little straighter.
try to push for a second run. They're going to get it too.
And there's the evidence of that good running and turning over of the strike on the scoreboard that you mentioned.
Yeah, once you place it away from the man at fine leg, there isn't much he can do about it. Because he has to, there are a number of things he's working on. One, getting to the ball. Two, avoiding the ropes or whatever else. And remember, he's running in a slightly damp conditions down there. So it's and Craig Brathwaite is noted for that because he wouldn't hit the ball too hard down there. He just sort of flick it, and it doesn't get to the fieldsman quickly. Here he is again, though, trying to go slightly across the line of the ball. The inward movement from Powell, almost getting through there.
And just looking at the feel that he has, it tells you that he's going to be predominantly in and around that off-stump line. So on odd occasion, getting a little straight as that last one. He has a short extra cover in place for that catching opportunity, allowing him to pitch a little fuller if he wants, as he did on that occasion.
And I'm surprised he hasn't put in a short mid-wicket, and and dare Brathwaite to continue playing that aggressive shot off his legs. Because a couple of times he's hit it towards mid-wicket. He hit it uppishly towards mid-wicket. In the case, especially if you're in cutting the ball, I might even sacrifice the man at short extra cover and force him to find other areas to score, because that's one of his main scoring areas on the onside there. So if I was him, I would probably put a short mid-wicket, put the standard mid-wicket closer to the umpire, so you cover a run like that, where he could just nudge and run. And what you're doing to, as he overcomes the name 66 for 1 after 18, and what you're doing also, you're forcing him to probably play the ball with a straighter bat, because right now he's turning the face, and if he has to get it to fine leg, he will almost have to turn the face completely down to fine leg. So, I'm not sure if he's even recognizing that for Brathwaite to score, if you're not giving him room out here, then he's just going to close the face of the bat and play it on the onside.
I think for Rovman Powell, I think it was just a matter of getting into some rhythm, as we mentioned. He hasn't bowled much in a very long time, and it's good to see that his first over, just 3 runs from it, he was steady in his first over. As we see here, Fabian Allen is going to be coming into the attack from the northern end, or the gymnasium end, here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field, the Sports and Physical Education Center. So this is also going to be an interesting period here. We know that Fabian Allen has that knack of taking wickets and being steady and miserly when he bowls through the middle period.
There's a loud appeal, but probably just touching the outside legs, and Brathwaite living a little bit dangerously right now, because he just seemed to, I suppose because he feels he has to get on with things, he's taken a few more risks at the moment. So far he's gotten away with it. And another easy single.
We're going to be looking to see as well too if there's any purchase for Fabian Allen. He's not the biggest turner of the ball, but he's really good at changing his pace, the arm ball, and with his lengths, as he is on this occasion. Very good length.
And if he's going to bowl that line, then you could, just changing personnel. But I thought he was going to put the extra man in the offside and force Craig Brathwaite to maybe go across the line to score runs. There he goes now with the reverse sweep, and he does it very well indeed. So just as I was thinking, take the man from that short fine leg, because Fabian Allen isn't bowling anything towards leg stump. He's bowling off stump outside the York. If he bowls there, then that's a bad bowl. So you're not setting field for bad bowling in a sense, So you want him to bowl towards the field, and you pack the offside field. I mean, for years I remember we used to do this against Charlie Davis, because Charlie Davis was so strong through the offside. So we just used to pack from backward point to cover point and even cover, and force him to find some other part of the field to get his runs. And we see now the reverse sweep comes into play, but if you have a man there and you stutter that part of the field, it's difficult for them to score. Here he goes again, and this time it misses the wicketkeeper. I'm not quite sure how Chadwick Walton ended up there, but he ended up eyes. The ball passed him to his left. And because if you look at it again, he was so far outside what turned out to be, it was like the leg stump because he was doing a reverse sweep. But he was so, look at how far he is. The ball passed him.
That can be really off-putting as a wicketkeeper. You're not entirely sure what's going to happen, where the ball is going to go. But it's interesting to see Craig Brathwaite play these type of shots. We've spoken about it. You and Lakan spoke about it as well. These are classical players. You don't expect to see Craig Brathwaite or Shamar Brooks playing those type of shots. I tell you something though, this guy with the ball in hand is going to be smiling when he sees those type of things, because these two players, as we've mentioned, when they go away from their basics and they go away from what brings them runs, they give you that opportunity to take a wicket. And Rovman Powell will be glad to see that type of approach from Craig Brathwaite in particular.
But he's going to continue. Good feeling again, Fabian Allen. This is what he's noted for, quickly getting to that one, and but can't prevent the single.
But this is good from Rovman Powell. Just really, he is what you might term a gentle medium pace, but in the days when you would have bowled a lot more, you would remember that he was that type of bowler that would just hone in on a line and a length and not give the batters much, and he's done that so far.
And you could just see Craig Brathwaite trying to get at him, and hence the reason why I keep saying I just feel that short mid-wicket might be an ID, because he's trying to get at him, but he's constantly trying to get at him going across to the onside, you know. And I think sooner or later he's going to either just, if he gets anyone to bounce at all, a little bit more than usual, he's probably just going to spoon a simple catch into that mid-wicket region. Here he goes again, trying to hit it. He's going across the line of it every time.
And I think now Craig Brathwaite is feeling a little bit of that urgency that he wants to get on with the scoring. But Rovman Powell isn't giving him much to work with. He's just honed in on that line, that length, attacking the stumps on occasion, just aiming for that top of off. Really is Rovman Powell.
Nicely done again by Brathwaite. Again, once you bowl that line, if you're not going to attack it, but you could still score off of it. You don't have to hit it hard, and you can just open the face.
I think that's what he did the two previous deliveries. He tried to overhit the ball, and again, this is evidence of these type of players. He and Shamar Brooks are classical players who rely on that timing and solid technique to score their runs.
It's an identical shot once more. And Sheldon Cottrell called into some action.
Giving the soldier Sheldon Cottrell some work to do on successive occasions. As we see him here, the soldier, who is positioned right in front of us, in fact. He had a pretty good opening spell. Didn't pick up a wicket, but kept it steady.
And again, so it's just an area of scoring for them. And but what it does, it keeps, not only does it keeps the momentum going, keeps the rotation of strike going, and because he shifted his line more towards off stump, outside the off stump, as opposed to off stump, middle and off stump, and getting the ball to come in, because when he bowls there, Bradford seems to want to go with him a lot of times. But once he goes outside the off stump, the batsmen are just picking him off because of his lack of pace. They can time him and then just open the face of the bat and glide it away for another single. That ends the over. It's 78 for 1 now after 20 overs.
And just a look at Daniel Bulai there in the middle and the Jamaica dugout. And I'm not too sure which one of the dressing rooms would be the happier at this point. Still just about 5 overs off of the halfway mark. And Barbados, I think, in this next period would want to get their scoring up.
It's a nice sweep shot. They're going to get a conventional sweep this time, because Bradford has pulled out the reverse sweep on a couple of occasions, and doesn't look too convincing doing it, but I'm sure it's something he's been practicing.
And this has been some of the conversations around the Caribbean, that West Indian batters don't play spin well, and the sweep shot is one of those shots that you need to have in your armory when you're playing a spinner.
Well, I think you need to rephrase that question or the whole concept of that. The top West Indian batsmen have been good players of spin bowling, because when you think about it, I remember when you first saw Viv Richards, for example, when he first started to really come onto the scene. That's another well-timed sweep shot. He used to play the ball way out in front, because the thinking was a lot of the sort of batsmen from the islands, because they were so used to the ball coming on, they tended to push to the ball a lot. But when you saw Viv Richards, later in his career, he was not that same type of batsman that was just pushing. So same thing you could say for Gordon Greenidge and others, who were notoriously solid against quicker bowlers, and you felt, okay, by when the spinners come, you would tie them down. But that was not the case. After a while, Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenidge, well, forget Larry Gomes. He was a master of playing spin bowling. Even Brian Lara. Look at how Brian worked out Muralitharan. And the sweep shot was like here he goes again with the reverse sweep. And but how many times before Rovman Powell puts a man there for precisely that shot and force him to try another shot somewhere else? Because if he keeps playing it, he's going to get twos and possibly boundaries over and over and over again. So Powell will have to either come out of slip and try to plug that gap and see if he could stop Craig Bradford from even attempting that shot.
Solid in defense this time, though. More Craig Brathwaite-like, as it brings us to the end of the 21st over. 84 for 1, the Barbados Pride. Craig Brathwaite not out on 43, Shamar Brooks not out on 34, 74 and 46 deliveries respectively. And just as we're talking about playing spin, earlier in the week, I was privileged enough to be around one of the greatest openers I think ever played the game, in Desmond Haynes, who's part of the selection committee for CWI. And one of the things I heard him talk about was looking at the modern day players of the West Indies, how many of them have really patterned themselves or learned from looking at some of those same names you called, Sir Vivian Richards, Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenidge, Brian Lara, and as you mentioned, these guys in their heyday, in their prime, they were great players of any type of bowling. And I think, especially with this day and age of technology, it would do some of the younger ones in particular well to go back and look at some of the videos. I think Brian Lara arguably was the greatest at playing spin. And one of the things, this one again just guided down to third and picked up by Cottrell. And I think one of the things that Brian did well in playing spin was two things actually. He played the ball late on many occasions, giving himself enough time to see what the ball was doing. And then of course he used his feet well. Of course the caveat in all of that is that Brian had great hand-eye coordination. So on many occasions he could pick it from the hand.
Quick bat speed also. And that was something that a lot of people didn't give him credit for, but he had tremendous, or he had a high back lift. The bat came through very quickly. So once his feet got planted, the blade was coming right after that. And there was a little nibble and just past Walton's dive, and that's 4 leg byes. I don't think he got a bat on it according to the umpire, but
Powell overcompensating a bit here. He's been just outside of the off stump and has been niggled down to third on a couple occasions. He tried to get a bit straighter, but just a little too straight and clipping that pad. But you can see what Powell is really trying to do here. And go back again to saying that it's good to see him with the ball in hand. It's going to render well. Thinking bigger picture, it's going to render well for the West Indies international team. Of course, there's that white ball series in about a month and a half time against the defending World Cup champions, England. And
they have a big game tomorrow, South Africa.
They do two big games on the weekend, in fact, because New Zealand will be playing India on Sunday, if I remember the schedule correctly. Those are the two teams at the top of the table presently. But again, it's good to have our international players here, I think, and have them get that time, that match practice in under their belt, and also give them that opportunity to work on their craft a bit more, and also teach some of the younger ones.
Well, it's almost like a carbon copy of the shot from before, because both batsmen are finding tremendous success with that little glance down to third man repeatedly. And two things are happening there. The bowler can't stop it, and the fielders cannot stop it as well.
I was about to tell our viewers, don't worry, we don't have it on loop. We're not playing the broadcast on loop. You are looking at the CWI Super 50 Cup live here at the UE Spec.
There you go again, and nothing that Cottrell could do to prevent that single. In fact, he almost gave away an extra run there, trying to change up things a little bit. But that's good, sensible batting until, as you know, we always say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Until Jamaica figures out a way to prevent them from getting that single, then you take it every time. And then when they bowl a bad ball, you punish that. And that would be the kind of rubbing salt into the wound kind of thing, because right now they want to stop that single, but they're afraid to make the fielding adjustment. And this time he is closer to that off stump, and so Shamar Brooks just kind of strokes it into the offside. But it's good. It's really a chess game here that they're playing with this bowling attack, hoping that they would make some kind of an error and give them something to work with. 92 for 1 now after 22.
And this partnership between Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks has already moved on to 89, and that's the platform that you want for the batters to come. Shea Hope, Raymond Reefer, Roshan Primus, who we know can hit the ball a long way, and the current run rate going up from just about 3.5 and over to now 4.1 to the over. So they have accelerated slightly. Craig Brathwaite on striker, just about just 5 runs away from another half century.
And he's out. They eventually give him out once more. He went to the well once too often there, and the umpire took a while and made the decision. I suppose he was considering the distance he was down the wicket, and whether or not the ball, even though it might have struck him in front, if it would continue on to hit the stump. Here he goes right across it, and certainly he had all 3 stumps covered there, and I don't think he could worry or argue too much with that decision.
Looking at that delivery, you saw that Fabian Allen got a wee bit of purchase off the pitch as well, and actually striking Craig Brathwaite on the back thigh, missing the ball and being struck on that back thigh. So there's not much distance for the ball to travel. But of course, the umpire is in the best position, and he's been given out. And in walks one of the premier batters in world cricket in this format, the 50-over format, the West Indies captain and the Barbados Pride captain, Shea Hope, who averages over 50 in this format internationally. As you see here, the wicket again. Really pleading was Fabian Allen, and that slow finger from umpire Butler, and reminiscent of Steve Bucknell. Probably have given away my age.
Took a while, yeah, to raise the finger, but I think a lot of umpires now, because they have to go through that process and to come to the conclusion, and hopefully is the right conclusion at the end of it all. So a good partnership, but it's broken now.
There's no rest for the weary, as they say, because you've gotten a set batter out, but in walks one of the premier batters around the world. So Jamaica will do well here to actually stay on top of the game, win these little moments. Shea Hope can be a little, as I guess most batters are, a little susceptible at the start of their innings. Let's see how he goes here.
Immediately he's off the mark again, placing the ball well into the gap.
And also looking for that second run, so it can tell you the intention of the man and the intention of the skipper here. He's come out with that intent to get the score moving and lead his team to a score that would be defendable.
And what Shamar Brooks now has to be careful here, that he must understand he has to try to stay there and allow his captain to get into stride. Can't just go about it without, with reckless abandon and figure that, he could just go helter-skelter. Now is not the time for that.
I see Sheldon Cottrell doing some stretches here in front of us, possibly return to the attack for him. And if Sheldon Cottrell is to take the ball from this end in a few overs, that would be good on Rovman Powell. Get your main strike bowler back into the attack just after the fall of a wicket and hunt another wicket.
So a good over right after getting the wicket and continuing right after that. So 93 for 2 now after 23.
So coming up on the halfway mark in the innings, and this is match number 6 of the CG United Super 50 Cup between the defending champions who've come off a loss in their first game, and the Barbados Pride, who were playing their first game of the tournament. And just as I mentioned, he was positioned at a third man in front of us, and he was doing those stretches that are synonymous with a bowler getting ready to come back into the attack. And he's actually switched ends, because he started from the gymnasium end, which is the northern end. He's going to be coming back into the attack here from the southern end this time, and bowling to 2 right-handers. This ground here at UWI Spec tends to have that breeze that comes from the easterly direction and the northeasterly direction, so it's going to be interesting to see if he gets any movement whatsoever even this late into the innings.
Immediately he drops on a good line and a good length. It's so important for him to continue the work that Powell was doing, and I think Powell was probably a little bit frustrated that the batsmen were just picking him off for easy singles, and there's not much he could have done about it. So he decided to inject a little more pace into proceedings.
I was just about to speak about the field placings, that the mid-wicket region was open. And just as that thought crossed my mind, he then moved the fielder into the short mid wicket, because that entire region was open, which I think would have probably done well, inviting the batters to play across the angle of Sheldon Cottrell, left arm over the wicket. But now he's plugged that gap.
It's another good delivery, and Hope had to be alert there because that one was veering into that leg stump.
And you can see here that Cottrell is going to mix it a bit, because the one before was leaving the batter, and in fact just drifted away with the angle of the arm taken by the wicketkeeper. And then this one now coming into the batter just as his first delivery was, but all on a good length, in fact.
And again, that is the opportunity to score that so many of the Barbados batsmen were looking for. Just a little run down to third man. But now they have it clogged, at least forcing them to maybe have to try to make better contact now. They can't just willy-nilly just put the bat out there and get a single, because there's no slip and it will just run down to third. There is a slip now, although he's not really a first slip. He's more like a second slip, even not a possible third slip.
Yeah, the skipper himself, as Cottrell drops short on this occasion, and allowing Shea Hope just to rock back and pull the ball down to mid-wicket. And again, you're seeing the evidence of the intention by Shea Hope, as you see him going through his shadow paces at the non-strikers end. He's come out with a purpose.
So again, no slip now for Brooks. And he was a little bit early, much too early with that pull shot. And eventually got struck on the back more than anything else. But again, they do get a leg by down to third man again. So it's been an area that they've been able to generate quite a few runs so far in this game, but they inch closer to that 100 mark. 95 for 2 now in the 24th over.
And the 2 wickets to go so far, Craig Brathwaite and Kyle Myers. As you see, some of the facilities here at the University of the West Indies, the rugby field to the west of us, and the student the Canada Hall, in fact.
A few spectators in the house as well. I suppose putting off studies for the moment. I've always said when you come to a university in the West Indies, especially, one of the most difficult things, I've always said, my daughter was at that university in Grenada. Here's another well-judged single. I say, how do you guys even concentrate here? The classroom is here and the sea is right there. You're like hearing the waves, you know.
That's reminiscent of the school in Vestini, right here in Trinidad and Tobago. I always wondered that going down to
Tobago.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, really? Again, on the back foot and just stroking it. Again, they're not getting the boundaries, but they're able to rotate the strike as often as they would like, it seems, with few alarms, and they're able to just keep rotating strike here.
And one of the things that Barbados allows themselves, as this one is just feel it in the cover, is they allow themselves the opportunity of a bonus point as well too. One of the criteria for bonus point is a low dot ball percentage in the tournament. Of course, it's been the conversation, and there's been much conjecture about it over the last few years that the West Indies in all formats, they tend to soak up too many dot balls. And in fact, when you soak up too many dot balls, you don't get them back, first of all, but you stymie the turning over and the scoring of runs. This one, some purchase here from Fabian Allen, purchase and bounce.
Bounce and turn to end that over. It's 99 for 2 now. Look at it again.
Ooh.
And Brooks I'm not quite sure what shot he was trying to play, first of all. He just seemed to wait there to see maybe if he could just run it down to third man. But once the ball moved like that, then he was in no man's land. He was squared up. And luckily for him, it didn't hit the bat and go through to the keeper, which can happen every so often.
At the halfway mark, 99 on the board. They always say double the score and add about 25. So that would mean Barbados would get in and around the 225, 230 mark as Cottrell returns.
That's a good shot. Can he get across it? No, he can't. It's going to run down the hill. And Parnell was a little bit slow in getting across there. Remember, he was left-handed, so he couldn't get across in time. And that was a nice shot. So a welcome boundary for Shea Hope. And that brings up the 100 for Barbados.
In a typical Shea Hope manner, I think he's well aware that there is that gap because the fielder is a bit wide, and bringing that front leg forward and elegantly as you like. Here he is playing the ball on merit and just tucking into the leg side. So this is one of the things that you see from Shea Hope more and more as he gets along into his career. That propensity to play the ball on merit and not overthink too much. He did mention that at the toss, that it's more about mental.
There's another sweetly timed shot straight past the bowler for 4 runs. Nobody was catching that one, and that was well played. Again, a sort of changing gear here. Shea Hope pitching up to him, and he's going to deal with it.
He did mention at the toss that his game is at that point where it's more about mental, because he's already done all the work to be able to play shots like that straight through the line and playing the ball on merit, picking up another boundary.
And Cotwell just shortening his length, making a quick adjustment, and almost breaking through on that occasion, but Hope survives and he remains. There's 107 for 2. He's on 12 quickly from just 13 deliveries. Brooks is on 38 at the non-strikers end, but from 57 deliveries. Cottrell looking for a wicket, his first.
And just going back to what I was mentioning about the dot ball percentage and the fact that we have our international players here in this tournament, and Shea Hope being the ODI captain for the West Indies, from a bigger picture perspective, the way he plays his cricket throughout this tournament, it would render and do well to look at it as he tucks this one.
It's a little bit late in starting there, Shamar Brooks, but Fabian Allen with the attempt, or the run-out attempt, but misses.
In terms of the brand of cricket that the West Indies themselves want to play moving forward into the different formats and of course the different competitions and bilateral series that we have, as we come to the end of the 26th over, 108 for 2, the Barbados Pride. That brand of cricket, Shea Hope has spoken about it, and he's done what you would expect a captain to do. You speak about a brand of cricket, or you speak about playing the game a particular way, and you come out and you show your team and your teammates this is how we're going to play, and you lead from the front. So Shea Hope for me is one of the players I'm going to be looking at closely throughout this tournament to see how he goes.
We all know that he's a prolific scorer. He's a heavy scorer, especially in this particular format. He's among the best batsmen in world cricket in one-day cricket, and so we expect him to do well. Fabian Allen continuing from this top end, and
1 for 17 from 4 overs so far.
Just giving some air there, and Hope again quickly onto that front foot. Not afraid to come out to the front foot to drive the ball. Not too many batsmen commit to that too often. They tend to play on the back foot a lot more, especially if the bowler can get some purchase. this time, Brooks. They're going to go for a second one. Barnes, the substitute fielder, is out there. And the return is a pretty good one. He got to the ball quickly and released it just as quickly to limit the batsman to just the one run. But you could hear them thinking of the second run, but it wasn't to be. Again, a real searching line out there from Fabian Allen. And I think Robman Powell probably want to put another fielder in the offside.
Yeah, just the delivery before that one, just drifting into the pads a bit and allowing the batter to tuck into the leg side. That one, a little bit more on off stump. So he's been foolish in length, really trying to get up under the bat, so to speak. And this one is way short and a bit of turn, just tucked away backward of square. And hustled through single. So they are continuing to keep the scoreboard ticking over the Barbados Pride.
And I can imagine Robman Powell must be watching Fabian Allen and saying, what exactly are you doing? And because he's just set a field. He came out of slip and put the man in that short extra cover position, bring the batsman on the front foot. And the very next ball was a short ball. And here we go again.
Missing his length on 2 consecutive occasions here, Fabian Allen.
That's why captains get grey hairs.
And the single to end the over brings 112 on the board for the Barbados Pride. 112 for 2 at the end of 27 overs.
Another 4 runs coming from that over. But, when you look at it and because these are experienced cricketers, even if the captain don't have to come and tell you, well, look, bowl here. Once the captain makes the field adjustment, as a seasoned campaigner, in your mind you already know what the deal is. So he walked out from slip and positioned himself in that short extra cover position, moved the man at cover slightly, a little bit around to his left. Obviously, he wants you to bring the batsman on the front foot, try to get him to drive in that general area. But you can't run up and bowl 2 short balls right after that. It defeats the purpose.
The first 2 balls of the over were foolish in length. One just drifting into the pads that was tucked away.
Yeah, which is why the captain made the adjustment in the field. Yeah. And then the very next ball after he made the field change, you just undo everything he just did there.
Speaking of change, Andrew McCarthy is going to come into the attack. Right arm off spinner. And possibly here, Rovman Powell, after those boundaries that were conceded by the soldier Sheldon Cottrell, and also probably the evidence of a turn that Fabian Allen has extracted, choosing to go to a spinner rather than his seamers at this juncture. Over pitching McCarthy.
He does have Blackwood, he has Bonner. What we call sort of bits and pieces bowlers who can probably do, especially if he wants to go with spin.
He himself can actually bring himself back on because he's not an out-and-out quick. He himself, in his days bowling a lot more, tended to rely on those slower deliveries into the wicket, those little cutters here and there. And McCarthy has actually chosen to go around the wicket to 2 right-handers, so aiming to really push the ball across the right-handers and probably get that extraction of turn, bringing it straight onto the stumps. With the field set, he has all the protection on the left, on the leg side.
A little bit of a false shot there, trying to sweep it. Barnes again called into duty here.
Just some minor adjustments to the field. Just moving the fielder at long on, or is it a change in personnel?
He's just shuffling the pack. Well, he did make a field change. Barnes has gone a little bit squarer, more to the umpire. And the man at the boundary is come around to his right a little bit. And that's why, because that little sort of deflection on the onside was leaking runs square the wicket on the onside.
And with the angle again of McCarthy around the wicket, he's going to be in that middle and leg stump line.
That's
this
a
one,
gift. Yep.
This one though short and just outside that old stump and punched away to extra cover. And they pick up a couple of runs. Again, just probably a bit of heaviness around the boundary ropes and not getting a boundary. We haven't seen a boundary from the Barbados Pride in quite some time. But nonetheless, those couple of runs bring us to the end of the 28th over. At the end of the 28th over, Barbados Pride 117 for 2. The not out batters is Shea Hope on 18 from 22. Shamar Brooks 41 from 62. And that's going to be drinks.
So welcome you back here to the UWI Spec out here in St. Augustine, the campus of the University of the West Indies. It's a a great day. It's a little bit overcast right now. We're still hoping that the rain stays away. But so far, Barbados are trying to push on here. They've done well after losing an early wicket at 1 for 4. They've now stepped it up. They lost their second wicket at 92. It is now 117 for 2. Ken Allen is a little bit too short. And now we have the slip is back in position. So
I think you're reading my mind this morning, Ruskin. I was just about to say he needs to be a lot fuller because Rovman Paul is at slip. This is a little bit better from Fabian Allen on the fuller side. Of course, when you look at the field here, that's where you want to be. You have a short extra cover, you have a backward point and a slip all inside the ring on the offside.
This time it's a bouncing. That's a good ball. It just jumped at him. I'm not sure if he got a touch, although Allen seems as if he might have. And you could just see him looking a little dejected there. Shamar Brooks coming onto that front foot there and beaten completely.
I think the expression of the skipper at first slip as well. You can hear his voice bellowing out on this end of the field. And I think he did in fact get a touch on it. But that's why Allen wants to be bowling. Still a little bit too short on this occasion, allowing Shamar Brooks the time and space to just rock back onto that back foot and clear that front leg and punch into the covers. But you can see the clear plans here, Ruskin, of what Jamaica is trying to do. And having said that, there are plans that are different for each of the batters, because Rovman Powell himself, with Shea Hope on strike, has come out of the slip region and gone in to a catching position at extra cover. And moved the backward point fielder just a bit straighter, probably to a shorter third man rather than a backward point.
And again, it's the length. You see the batsman now are reluctant to come onto the front foot. Shea Hope, who is also a good driver of the ball, but he knows the ball, because there's a little bit of purchase in the wicket, the ball could easily spin. If he's not right on top of it, it could spin past him and maybe hit the edge on the way through.
And speaking about foot movements, we spoke about that a while ago. And Shea Hope, one of the better players of spin in the Caribbean. And when he's on top of his game, that foot movement is usually impeccable. As we see here, prodding onto that front foot and picking the gap with precision. That gap backward of point.
But that's, again, good sensible batting on his part here. Just taking what the bowlers give you. Don't try to manufacture runs by taking risk, but play on merit. And, you assess where you are at every stage. I'm speaking about assessing where you are. The students, again, some of them they're oblivious to the cricket taking place out there. They have other things on their minds.
There are some that are well into the game, because there's a group of them sitting just to the left of us, just outside of our broadcast tent, and you can hear them.
Are you saying those are the slackers?
No, well, as I looked across, I saw a couple of them grabbing their bags. It is just coming up on 11 a.m. in Trinidad and Tobago Eastern Caribbean time, so they probably do have class at 11. Probably on this side of the campus, so not a very far walk. As Andrew McCarthy returns to the bowling attack, held up here by skipper Shea Hope, who is not ready just yet. But it is good to see some of these students here just taking some time to come and enjoy the cricket and bellowing out some encouragement to some of the players, who some of them probably only see them on television. So to have them in a close proximity and able to shout out Cottrell or Powell, and they turn around and give them a little signal. As this one down to a long fine leg, I beg your pardon, and easy brace for these two batters, and going along nicely. But it is good to see a couple of them out and actually taking in the cricket.
That's how they learn about the game too. And that's good fielding again. And that ball is almost spinning away from him there, but Gordon did very well collapsing on that one. Kept his eyes on it.
Speaking about Cottrell as well, Who's now on the far end from us at this one, just to play it back to the bowler. And you speak about learning about the game and learning the game from looking at the game. And I'll come back to it. And one of the things I think I was mentioning to Mr. Haynes or someone at the Oval, I said I remember my days in the Oval as a little boy. And coming with my school, and then of course coming on my own to the Oval or to the various cricket venues. And that's how I learned about the game. That's how I my passion for the game grew. And I remember mentioning to them that I would have loved to see, as we come to the end of the 30th over, 20 overs still to go in the allotment at the end of the 30th over. The Barbados Pride, 122 for 2.
And they're going along quite nicely. They're not losing wickets, and I think that is what Hope may be happiest with, is that they haven't really lost a bunch of wickets just yet. So it means that he has good, big hitters in reserve, and so maybe they could always pick up the tempo at the back end.
And it's going to be interesting to see if there's any change to the batting lineup. Of course, you have someone like the caliber of Dominic Drakes who can hit a long ball. And there's still Raymond Reefer and Ruston Chase sitting in the dugout. We saw Raymond Reefer sitting with his pads on a bit earlier. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do change around their batting lineup as we get into and come upon the back end of the innings.
And Fabian Allen spun that one right across him here. And again, it looks so out of character when you see somebody like a Shamar Brooks attempt a shot like that. And nowhere near it, just went right across it. And luckily for him, he didn't, one, he didn't edge it, and two, he didn't get bowled.
Speaking of the great man, there's Mr. Desmond Haynes just leaning forward there. And that purchase on the wicket, Fabian Allen again extracting some turn out of the wicket.
This is the edge, just touching down in front of Rovman Powell there.
And that's why he wants to be bowling a lot fuller, because that's exactly what the field is set for. This one just in front of Rovman Powell, and that tentative prod forward from Shamar Brooks. But speaking of Ruston Chase, who's to come in the batting lineup, he's going to be probably licking his chops at the opportunity when he has a chance to bowl as well.
That was the shot he was attempting earlier, but he went so aggressively right across it. He probably got too close to it, so he almost yorked himself as well. But then he missed. He played right across it and missed the entire ball.
And then there was that one where he went across the line, but he was not to the pitch of the ball, and the ball spun past him, in fact.
But if you notice, he hasn't used the reverse sweep to try to counter the movement across him. That's a great shot. That one going to bounce and run, but nicely fielded out in the deep here. So Jamaica covering all their bases and making life as difficult as possible for the Barbados batsmen, and certainly they will be trying their best here to keep going, keep rotating. Even though you're not scoring boundaries, you have to keep plugging away. Fabian Allen might have done his finger some damage here. Luckily for them, it's his right hand, his non-bowling hand. It just seemed to, and that might have happened with the return that came in from the deep. A little bit of blood.
Seems to have done a fingernail, in fact.
That reminds me of a scene that I saw from one of those comedies on television, and the guy had this plaster on his finger, and the girl was telling him, it was something they were discussing, and she was telling him how much, how it is about fainting just at the sight of a little blood. And he was saying, who, me? He said this finger was a big thing, and just as he was unleashing the wrapping, he fainted again. She was pointing out how you'd fainted just at the sight of blood, and he was trying to point out to her that the finger, it was a big cut, and just as he was unraveling the strapping, he just collapsed once more.
There are those people, they can't stand the sight of even just one drop of blood. Well, as we await Fabian Allen, just to get a bit of treatment on that finger, I just looked down at my phone here, and Pakistan are 175 for 3 in the 27th over. Baba Azam just being out by Adam Zampa. And they're going after a mammoth total of 360 plus. 367 for 9 Australia would have put up on the board. So the World Cup are well in full swing. Of course, you're tuned into the CG United Super 50 Cup here in the West Indies, hosted by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the Cricket West Indies. Of course, all the matches will be played here in Trinidad and Tobago. As we see here, Sheldon Cottrell just taking some time to get some pictures, with some of those fans that I mentioned as Anil Lakan slides in beside me. Some of those young fans, as we mentioned, that are taking some time away from classes to take in the Super 50 Cup. Of course, there are matches here at the UE Spec. There will be matches at the Queen's Park Oval and matches at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So we're just about ready to get started. Fabian Allen just getting some running repairs done to his finger. So it's going to be Brooks. He just placed that ball into space on the offside. There's a single. Takes his score to 125 for 2. We are into over number 31. So we're just getting to the back end of this innings here, with the score being 126 for 2, 120 balls still available. If they were to go at a run and ball, that's going to take them close to 250. But I'm sure with guys like Ruston Chase and all the other batters in this Barbados Pride, they would want to get anywhere in the vicinity of maybe 275, 290 as the case may be. This pitch has not shown that it has any venom in it whatsoever in terms of pace, but we are seeing from time to time the likes of Fabian Allen, Jovan Royal, and now we're going to see Royal as is going to be reintroduced into the bowling attack. Going for that cheeky late cut there. Not making contact.
We have seen a bit of purchase on the pitch today, and remember Barbados Pride, they do have the likes of Jumel Warrican and Ruston Chase in their bowling lineup. So I think that score of in and around 250 that you mentioned, Anil, might in fact be quite a fighting score.
As I said, there are no devils on the pitch. So with the odd ball, and this goes for 4.
Yeah, so Javo Royal here just losing his line, and a nice tickle around the corner, if you will, by Shamar Brooks. A welcome boundary as they continue to increase that scoring rate.
So Jovan Royal introduced from the UE Spec end, or the highway end I would like to call it. Flighted delivery, this one comes off the inside edge. Shamar Brooks not making the connection that he would like. He was looking to work that ball deep into that backward square region, just getting an inside edge, but still being able to rotate. So I would take a score between 275, 290, anywhere around that region. If Barbados were able to get that, I think it's going to be very competitive indeed. And I'm saying that on the premise that this surface seems very dry indeed. And as the game warms on, the pitch is definitely going to get warmed as well. And with the sun beating down, it's going to get drier and more abrasive.
Just taking a look at Javo Royal here, one of the things that we can notice is that he is bowling a bit slower than Fabian Allen would have bowled, which, as you talk about that abrasiveness on the pitch, coach, is going to allow the ball to grip the slower that he bowls. You can see he's giving it some flight as well.
Yes, a Jovan Royal possibly just needs to be a trifle shorter in its length, not just allow the batters just to come onto the front foot and punch it down the ground.
And with that punch, in fact, Shamar Brooks has moved on to 50 from 75 balls. So another list A one day 50 for Shamar Brooks.
Excellent half century from Shamar Brooks there. Coming at the fall of that wicket of Kyle Myers, and really is the rock at this stage of the innings. He's proving to be the cornerstone of this Barbados pride. But take nothing away from skipper Shai Hoop. He's a silent assassin. He just knows when to turn it up, and at this stage he's getting set. He's on 25, and I must admit he's looking ominous indeed. So a lot to look forward to in the last 18 overs of this contest, but it's going to be Fabian Allen to continue. This is short, it's cut away to the point on the boundary, only a single on offer.
And even that delivery there, the first delivery of the over, you could see just a bit of purchase on the wicket. Fabian Allen just erring in length his last few overs. And every time he errs in length, it gives Shea Hope and Shamar Brooks just that ample amount of time just to lean back and punch down to that point fielder or into that backward point gap and pick up easy runs.
And during the course of this innings now, we are at the back end. The ball is a lot softer, so run scoring is going to be at a premium, to say the least. But good work here again from Shea Hope. Just rocks onto the back foot and works the ball into that mid-wicket region. So we're seeing that some of the students that you had alluded to earlier taking the opportunity to take in the action here at UWI Spec. And again, that's meat and drink for these guys. A short, just asking, to be hit away on every occasion. What's important at this stage? So there are three passages of play, Bas, that we've got to take into consideration. Over 1 to 10, you're really looking to get between 45 and 55. But now there is the added incentive if you get to 60. Right? Barbados pride, because they had lost that prize wicket in Kyle Mayers, they weren't able to achieve that score of 60. Nevertheless, at this stage, they are building a platform in which they have a launching pad that they could, in the next maybe 10 overs or so, really look to up the ante.
I mean, we have seen teams from this point, probably the same point with these same number of runs, get on up to 300 runs as we come to the end of the over, the end of the 33rd over. 137 for 2, 17 overs to go. And in the modern game here, you would think that 300 might still be on the cards with the type of batting that the Barbados Pride still has in the shed. Raymond Reefer, Dominic Drakes, Ruston Chase, all still to come. Well, and of course, as you mentioned, the bonus point, 300 plus score will earn you another bonus point.
Well, one thing to take into the whole equation is that if you get to, let's say, 45 to 55, from over 11 to 40, you're really looking to score at 6 and over. So that gives you 180 plus maybe 50. So that takes you to 230. And then in the last 10, you're really looking to go hard between 8 to 10 runs. So these guys are just working themselves into the back end of the innings here. They're still trying to maintain that run rate, just hovering around that 4 to 5 runs per over at this stage.
Of course, you mentioned the fall of the early wicket. Kyle Myers caught behind, and even with the the extra points on offer, the bonus points. Sometimes the game situation doesn't allow it. Sometimes the environment and the conditions don't allow you. So this one seemed to just come off that top edge and not hold in by Chadwick Walton. As you take a look at it here again, a possible edge on this one.
Well, I tell you what, those on the edges is not the easiest of takes, for the wicket keepers. But Chadwick Walton, he's having a tough day at the office, and as we all know, he's really a makeshift wicket keeper. He's not an out-and-out wicket keeper by any sense of stretch of the imagination, but doing a job for his team nevertheless.
Yeah, those type of ones, they either stick or they don't. This one a little too short on this occasion, Javor Royal. But straight to a fielder, so no run. And just to go back to, as we're talking about the bonus points, it is wonderful that these bonus points are in play in terms of the brand of cricket and the improvements that the West Indies team, their white ball team, wants to have moving forward. Now, of course, we need to be flexible and considerate. Sometimes we as a public, we want them to get it all the time, but sometimes the conditions don't allow it, as one just tickled around down to third.
Yeah, a deft touch there from skipper Shai Hoop, just allowing that ball to come to him and playing it late down to that short third man position. So what has transpired so far? 138 for 2. Sharma Brooks, he's just gone on to his half century. He's on 52. With him is the Barbados Pride captain, also the West Indies 50 over captain Shai Hoop. And at this stage now, both batters would possibly try to get to that 40 over mark, and they would do they would reassess. If they go at 5 runs and over, that's going to take them to anywhere around 170. With 170 after 40 overs, and they get 100 in the last 10, then they're really going to be motoring themselves anyway close to that 275, 290 mark. Lovely flight to delivery. This ball is flighted and it's lofted over long off for Maxima. For a moment, Bass, I thought that he didn't get the connection, but it's just the top hand alone there from Shai Hope.
And that's the caliber of the player that we're looking at. Shai Hope, not totally to the pitch of the delivery on that occasion, but able to adjust and maneuver his hands enough. And there you see the evidence of him playing the ball on merit. But a welcome boundary nonetheless. The caliber of the man that is Shai Hope.
Well, at some stage they're gonna take a move on. And this one that goes off the outside edge, it goes down to third man. They're gonna come back for 2, and that's poor cricket indeed. Allowing that second run that was never on.
Well, it's poor cricket all round, because Shai Hope and Shamar Brooks did not look like they wanted the second run initially. As you look at it here, they were just jogging through, but there was always that opportunity of the second run, because Javor Royal had to run about 10, 15, 20 yards to get to the ball first of all, and then turn and throw it back in. And he hesitated as well, and his hesitation allowed that second run.
This one is stroked down to long off, my apology. Just one on offer, but I'm just sensing at this stage here now, skipper Shai Hoop is really looking now to possibly take on the likes of Fabian Allen. And this one is driven, but excellent feeling to his bowling is Fabian Allen, and we know how dynamic he is in the field. And it's important, as a bowler, to be able to affect the stops when ball is driven back to you. They're going to be one on offer. This one is punch off the back foot. It goes out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Just one on offer. 147 for 2 after 35 overs. 90 balls available. So just to bring you up to speed what transpired, Sharma Brooks, he's on 53 not out. Craig Brathwaite, he played a very handy hand in 45. And skipper Shai Hope, he's on 37 from 46 deliveries.
Yeah, that 35th over, good over for the Barbados Pride. 10 runs are coming in the over, and probably evidence and a little sneak peek into the fact that they have decided that maybe they're going to pull the trigger and increase that scoring rate from here on out, rather than just waiting for that 40th over or the 45th over to try get all the runs at the back end.
Based on what we are seeing is that the skipper himself, Shai Hope, he has definitely taken the responsibility to get that move on. So what's going to happen, possibly Shamar Brooks is going to be asked to play that leading role, that anchor role during the course of the innings. And this one is played late down into that third man region. They're going to turn for one, but that's all on offer. They're not going to take another, they're not going to come back for two with the ball in Fabian Allen's hand.
That would be suicidal to say the least. But definitely, he came out, did Shea Hope, with that intention from the very first ball, his first couple of balls. You could see his intent to really get the scoring going, and he's continued to play the ball on merit. This one just outside the off stump, and as we speak about playing the ball on merit, just tucking it down to the third fielder at third, who is Fabian Allen.
And having done my assessment of the surface, it seems to be getting slower and lower as this game continues. So scoring is going to be. And this one is hit. Is he going to be out? No. It goes over mid-wicket for a moment. I felt that fielder down at deep mid-wicket.
Jermaine Blackwood set himself, and you will see it here in your shot. He set himself for the catch, as you see Jermaine Blackwood there, and then he just realized the ball has gone past him. Of course, the single before and this six now, Barbados Pride have brought up their 150.
So definitely there is a plan from the Barbados Pride. They're looking at that boundary option very early in the over, and what that does, it gives them the luxury to continue to milk the bowler maybe for 3-4 runs and over, and before you know it, they get 10 in the over.
They're already up to 9 in the over, and first dot ball in the over here. 9 runs already with a ball to come. So Andrew McCarthy feeling the pinch here with the pending onslaught of the Barbados Pride, led by Captain Shea Hope.
But he's getting some spin here. That ball was spinning sharply into Shai Hope. He's rocking onto the back foot, just trying to open up that offside and playing it out to cover. There's no run. Sheldon Cottrell 5 for 19, Panel 4 for 19, Royal 8 for 26, Nicholson 4 for 16, Rodman Power, the captain, 3 for 11. The surprise package, if you ask me, in today's bowling lineup.
Yeah, I mentioned while we were on commentary when he did take the ball that it is a welcome sign, not just for Jamaica, but West Indies cricket on the whole, and thinking bigger picture. It is good to see Rodman Powell with the ball in hand again, and Fabian Allen is going to continue from the northern end of the gymnasium end. His last over of his spell is 1 for 41 in his 9 so far.
And again, this one is short. It's hammered down to long off.
It has definitely been a welcome sign to see Rodman Powell with the ball in hand. He's only bowled those 3 overs. It's going to be interesting to see if he brings himself back on into the back end within those last 10 overs. He does have the propensity to bowl those cutters and slower deliveries. He does it well and with great success as well.
So Fabian Allen. Shorter ball. This one is played out to cover point. Some good feeling there. Excellent work from Jermaine Blackwood. As we all know, he's very electric in the field. Fabian Allen into his final over, and how well he will want to get another wicket, but he's not going to get that with a full toss. This one is caressed down to long off. It's only a single on offer. So Shai Hope continues to just blossom here at UWE Spec. Seems to be enjoying the conditions out in the middle. not taking any undue risk at this stage. And this one is cut away down to that sweeper on the cover boundary. Just one on offer. So at this stage, both Barbados Pride batters, both Shai Hope and Shamar Brooks, they're just working themselves into that position where they could really have that launching pad and take their team to some a total of of strength during at the back end of the innings.
Just before this ball was bowled, the skipper Rovman Paul moved from extra cover into a slip position. So it tells you Fabian Allen is, as you mentioned, would do well. He would be gleeful to pick up another wicket.
Well, it's ominous signs for the Jamaica Scorpions at this stage here, with just 2 wickets down and 13 overs to go. It's at any moment now, Bas, we could witness the pulling of the trigger, and it might just be from both sides, not just one player. But Shamar Brooks, he's played an excellent hand thus far, getting to 63 from 85 deliveries. How much can we ask for him? He's anchored this Barbados Pride innings, and what he's doing, he's really setting this innings up now by anchoring the innings, and that will allow the other batters to come and really express themselves. So the Jamaica Scorpions, they could really be under the pump here going in the back end of the innings.
You see there Fabian Allen just leaving the field upon completion of his spell. Andre McCarthy is going to continue from that southern end. Of course, Fabian Allen picking up a bit of an injury to one of his fingers on his non-bowling hand. There was some blood and so on a little earlier. He had some treatment enough for him to continue bowling, but he's left the field now.
This one is worked to that a square leg position, but out comes the Jamaica under 19 captain Brian Barnes, and he's been very prolific at the youth level. He's only 17 years of age, captain both Jamaica under 17 and 19s. And this one gets through. It's going to be 1. They're going to come back for 2, quite comfortable indeed. So Shai Hope continuing to prosper here at the UE Spec Ground. Loving the conditions indeed. It just seems to be, going on and on and on and on. And as we know, he's a quality performer, one of the best players in this format at the world, at the international level. So what do we expect from Shai Hope? Nothing else but dominance. Just showing his class. He's just oozing away while he's batting.
You speak about the class and the caliber of the man, and I was mentioning to Ruskin a bit earlier that this is one of the benefits of the West Indies not being in the World Cup. The fact that we have these type of high caliber players in this tournament, the CG United Super 50 Cup.
And this one is lofted over a cover point, and they're going to come back easily for 2 runs. So McCarthy just pulling that delivery down, and Shai Hope just lifting that ball over a cover point and helping himself to 2 runs. The score is now moved up to 165 for 2, and we are in over number 38.
Having the players, the international players here, it's expected to increase and bring the standard of the game, the regional game, up a wee bit more in terms of the quality of play, because of the caliber of players that would be in the tournament.
Well, I think it's important that all the players who are available makes themselves, and a naughty shot there from Shamar Brooks there, trying to get that lap sweep going, but making absolutely no contact indeed. Just have a look at it again. McCarthy in, trying to get outside the line of the off stump. There is some purchase and offer, as you had alluded to earlier, but not making the connection. Had he got the connection, possibly he would have helped himself to possibly 2 or 3 runs and maybe a boundary at the end of it. But at the end of over number 38, the Barbados Pride have really set themselves up really nicely here with 72 balls to go, we could really see an onslaught here at the back end of the innings. But I'm sure the likes of panel will want to have a say in it. And what we've witnessed thus far in the tournament, it seems that the scoring opportunities are easy against the seamers at the back end rather than the spinners. If you take a good look of what transpired, most teams are packing their team with at least 3 spinners in their ranks.
I think that's a testament to the knowledge that here in Trinidad and Tobago, most times, especially at the Queen's Park Oval, you tend to get a more spinner-friendly wicket. Of course, that's historically it's been known to be that way.
And this one is driven handsomely through mid-off for 4 runs. What a excellent fielding indeed there, restricting the scoring just to 2 runs. But poor running, I must admit. For a moment, Shy Hoop would have thought that that ball went into the boundary. But some great work there from Sheldon Cottrell at mid-off.
Yeah, we alluded to it a little bit earlier that around the boundary rope, it is a little bit heavier, and the ball seems to just hold up just in front of the rope. But the type of shot that is synonymous with the man, Shea Hope, bringing that front leg forward and just playing through the line and picking the gap that he wants to pick.
Poor delivery indeed from Parnell. It's meat and drink, and that boundary is going to bring up the half century for Shy Hope. So Shy Hope gets to another half century, and how important this innings has been in the context of the game. For the first passage of play, the Jamaica Scorpions, they were right on top, but now the Barbados Pride is basically now setting themselves up for a mammoth total with that boundary takes the score to 172 for 2.
And you speak about Shea Hope and his half century. It's almost like a broken record when it comes to Shea Hope in this format. But one thing I noticed about him, he didn't give much celebration for his half century, which tells me that he is a man on a mission today. Is a Shea Hope. He just acknowledged the applause of his peers in the dugout, and he went back and down into his batting stance. So he is looking here now to see where he can carry his team with still just 11 and a half overs to go.
Well, the job is not done now, Bas. There's still a lot of work to get done to take his team to some score of respectability. And having been the first game, that's a poor delivery again. Panel just seems to be struggling from this bottom end here. But just getting back to the conversation, Barbados Pride, this is their opening encounter in the CG United 50 over contest. They would want to walk away here from UWI Spec with a victory today. And skipper Shy Hope is out in the middle, and he does have control in terms of where Barbados Pride, in terms of their score at the back at the end of the innings. And again, it's another poor delivery.
This is not good bowling from Parnell, because there is no fine leg in place. So for him to be bowling on that leg stump line and outside leg stump at that length, the caliber of a player of Shamar Brooks or Shea Hope, you're allowing them ample time just to lean inside the line of the ball and do exactly what Shamar Brooks has done, help it around the corner down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's too easy at this stage. It's too easy at this stage, you know. As Ruskin Mark had alluded to earlier on, you could make all the plans, but if the bowlers are not executing to their plan, the entire team is going to be under the pump.
And I'm one that believes in don't set fields for bad bowling, and in fact that's what Ruffin Powell has done. He's followed the ball and he's put a fine leg in place now. And there, with that happening, he bowls a lot fuller, which is what he should have been doing in the first part of the over, because there was always that fielder out on the square leg boundary, and the offside was packed for you, bowling the ball at a fuller length and across the right-handers, encouraging them to play on the offside. So he's put the fine leg in place now, and the bowler has done what he's supposed to be doing from the beginning of the over.
Well, with what we've seen, there's 5 fielders on the offside, so definitely there's a plan to bowl just on about off stump or outside the line of the off stump. They want the batters to be hitting the ball down the ground, and unfortunately for Parnell, he hasn't gotten that line right in this over, and they've taken full toll.
And you spoke about the man, and there he is, young Barnes, the under-19 skipper, on the field for Fabian Allen, taking quite a simple catch, a lofted-on drive by Shamar Brooks, not making any connection whatsoever on the delivery, as we see here, attempting to punch the ball, lofted over long on for a maximum, but only managing the distance of the safe hands of young Barnes, and the third wicket goes down for the Barbados pride in Shamar Brooks for 69.
Well, it's poor cricket from Shamar Brooks at this stage. You've gotten 14 runs from the over, right? All that's expected now for you is just to possibly nil it around, get a single, keep the rotation of the strike. Still 11 overs available, in this, and then 66 balls available. You're getting yourself now, you're positioning yourself of some supremacy, and then you just give it away with a very soft dismissal. At this stage, the players are having a break. We're going to have a break, and as soon as the action resumes at the UE Spec ground, we're going to be right back to bring you ball-by-ball coverage. We are back live here at the UE Spec ground. The players just took the opportunity to refresh themselves. It's very humid out at the UE Spec ground. So we've just seen the dismissal of Shamar Brooks going for well played 69 when we felt that he's going to go on to get to that elusive 100. Giving it away very softly indeed. Getting caught on the long on boundary. Just a chip down to long on, and Brian Barnes doing the rest. So the skipper again is going to take the responsibility to bring himself on here, Rovman Powell. And this one is stroked elegantly to the sweeper and the cover boundary. Just one on offer. That takes the skipper on to 53, Shy Hope. Remember, Shy Hope, he's the Barbados Pride captain as well as the West Indies 50 over captain. So, you know, we're very delighted to know that all these players, you know, have made themselves available, because to me, this just is a stepping stone. Rustin Chase, the new batsman there, just tugging that ball from outside the line of the off stump. A bit too much bottom hand in the shot. It goes to mid-wicket. There's no run. So it's very refreshing indeed to see the skipper of the Jamaica Scorpions, Rovman Powell, you know, getting into the thick of things here, taking a very bold step. Just missing his line there, and going down the leg side. So one is added to the total. He'll have to reload that delivery.
But still, as you mentioned, and we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, that it's wonderful to see Rovman Powell bowling again. He hasn't done so with any regularity over probably the last 18 to 24 months. And he started here how he ended his first spell of the 3 overs. He's just started really just on that off stump line, saving apart that last delivery that went down the leg side. Chance of a run out, and with a direct hitter he was gone. Rustin Chase seemed to have given up the ghost there, because he'd made his way probably almost halfway down the pitch. And it's going back to Rovman Powell. I mentioned to you earlier, coach, that he is one of those players that when he bowled with more regularity, he used, especially at the back end, he used his slower balls and cutters a lot to good effect, in fact. So it's I'm going to be looking to see if he does that here today.
Well, on a surface of this nature, that's gripping. Those cutter deliveries, that rolling the fingers on the seam as well, is going to be very, very handy during this back end of the innings. We are into over number 40. We're going into that last 10 over tranche in this innings here. 182 for 3.
And so far he's bowled all pace on.
I felt earlier on both Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks possibly was going a bit too hard when he was on, rather than just try and milk him, you know, and they were hitting a lot of balls to that mid-wicket position and weren't getting any runs.
Yeah, it in fact, what it did, it slowed up the scoring rate when they were in a position to actually, they would have already consolidated the early loss of Kyle Myers, and they ended up almost playing themselves into a hole.
This one is driven through the leg side, just one on offer, but some good work off the boundary there, coming off the boundary very quickly indeed, and restricting the scoring just to a single. So at the end of over number 40, the score 183 for 3. 60 balls are still available, and if you add 60 to that score, that'd take them anywhere around to that 250 mark. Now, I'm sure they're going to be looking for maybe 8, at least 8 into the last 10 overs. So you add 80 to that score, is going to take them anyway into the vicinity around that 270, 275 mark, which I believe could be very competitive on the surface.
So the end of the second power play, as you mentioned, coach, 182 for 3. So now into the final, the third and final power play of the innings. And Jovo Royal is going to take up the attack from the gymnasium end or the northern end. Nicholson Gordon out there on the boundary. It's going to be interesting to see if he comes back into the attack as well in the back end.
So an attempted sweep shot there from Ruston Chase.
We were talking a little bit earlier, Coach, about some of the international players being available for this tournament. Ruston Chase is another one of those players that I am looking forward to seeing how he goes in this tournament, because I feel like he has fallen away just a wee bit at the international level, and this tournament will do well to give him that game time to really work on his craft and work on some of those flaws that has shown up at the international level.
This one is on-driven down to long on. Fabian Allen does the fielding, but there have been a lot of noise, around the region in terms of why, West Indies continue to select Ruston Chase, and I'm sure that he will want to prove the critics wrong by putting in some splendid performances indeed, and help his team Barbados Pride possibly to win in the title.
Skipper Shea Hope just pushing down to long off, another single. I'll tell you something though, Ruston Chase is one of those players that I personally have always liked his style, and even when he bowls, he has that knack of extracting turn and picking up wickets. And I think much like this shot that he's played here, sometimes as a batter, I think Ruston Chase gets himself into a situation where he thinks he has to overhit the ball and muscle the ball, when in fact his, again, much like Shea Hope, much like Shamar Brooks, he is a timer of the ball. He is an elegant player, and he would do well to play in that manner.
So it's going to be Allen, and this one is played out to that short third man position. There's no run. So excellent bowling from Jovan Royal into the 41st over of this innings. This one peels off the outside edge. Only going to get a single.
I think that's poor running from the skipper Shea Hope and Ruston Chase. I think there was two on offer there, and this the back end of the innings. You want to push and pick up as many runs as you can, and with that single, we've come to the end of the 41st over. At the end of the 41st over, the Barbados Pride 187 for 3. Skipper Shea Hope not out on 55 from 65 deliveries.
So just going about a strike rate just about 90, which is not bad at this stage. He'll want to possibly take that maybe anywhere in the vicinity, maybe of 120, 130 as we go deeper into the innings here at UWI Spec.
And almost like a broken record, we say the caliber of the man, and he definitely is that caliber player, Shea Hope, that we can expect in the back end. That he is going to make that attempt, if nothing else, to get that strike rate up to 120, 130, and possibly push on towards a century.
So we're going to see a feeling change here. Sheldon Cottrell has been moved from third man. He's going into a fine leg position. So they're going to be strengthening up the onside. So it's going to possibly be at this stage here, they're going to be bowling straighter to Ruston Chase. They've definitely come up with a plan to bowl straighter to him. They're going to be asking him to hit the ball into the leg side.
And I'll tell you something, that plan to bowl straight to Ruston Chase is not a bad plan at all, because that's one of the things that has hampered him a bit in more recent times. That foot movement or lack thereof is something that he hasn't done too well.
Well, it's so much to have talent and so much, to show promise, but at the end of the day, is what matters is performance, and that's what people want to see around the region. They want to see performances. When you're selected, they want to see the merit why you're being given the opportunity to represent the West Indies team.
Here he is now. He's facing up to the West Indies T20 captain, and the Scorpions, the Jamaica Scorpions captain Rovman Powell.
And some excellent work at mid-wicket there. And who else other than Fabian Allen diving away and affecting that stop. So even at this stage of the innings, we haven't really seen the batters being as fluent as you would like them to be.
There again, evidence of Ruston Chase trying to overhit the ball, trying to muscle the ball, rather than doing what Shea Hope has done for the majority of his innings, in fact the entirety of his innings, playing the ball on merit, playing through the line, which is something that is a strength of Ruston Chase.
But what we have seen is that it's not a pitch that you're just going to come in and blast your way. It's a pitch that you've got to play a bit, playing yourself. And he's beaten outside the line of the off stump here. So Ruston Chase really putting a lot of pressure here on his skipper Shai Hoop, not giving him the opportunity to get back on strike.
And I mentioned earlier with Ruskin, sometimes we take for granted how much time you actually do have when you're out in the middle, especially in the 50 over format of the game. And Ruston Chase does have some time that he can get himself set.
And this one is work back with a square. They're going to go for one, and they're going to come back very easily indeed. Finding the gap there at deep backward square. Now when you look at the equation in terms of how much runs can be scored in an over, and we just look at 6 maximums which have been achieved on more than one occasions, okay, so you've got to back yourself with the balls available to get the required score, but you cannot score all the runs in one ball, and I think this is what needs to be echoed. There's a loud appeal there from Rovman Powell, but possibly just getting an inside edge.
As we come to the end of the 42nd over, the Barbados Pride have made their way to 190 for 3. 8 overs are still to go, 48 deliveries. Where will they end up? And I'll tell you something though, Coach, you talk about that and a word comes to mind, being greedy, wanting to score all the runs immediately, one time in one delivery.
Well, I think it's not about being greedy. I think it's about your mental capacity in terms of what is required at the different stages of the game. How do you apply yourself? Where do you go? How do you go about it? And to me, that's where the thought process, comes into play in the way you go about things. But this one is driven back to a Jovan Royal.
You see, conversely here now with Shea Hope playing the ball on merit, the ball wasn't there for him to hit and too full for him to do anything with. And this one a bit shorter, and he's able to just rock back and punch away to backward of point. And that's the difference in the caliber of players. But of course, Ruston Chase himself, an international player, and it just lends itself to that point you're making, Coach, about the mental side of the game and being in the situation and in the game and having game and situational awareness.
Cheese just rocks onto the back foot. He punches it down too long on, just one and offer. But even at this stage of the innings, we are into over number 43, and the batters still doesn't seem to be as fluent as they would want to be. And to me, that's saying that run scoring, on that pitch now is becoming more and more of a challenge.
This one peels off the outside edge, and a bit of grip there for Javor Royal. And again, evidence as you talk about the pitch. There we see some purchase off of the pitch. So it is going to be interesting to see wherever the Barbados Royal Barbados Pride team ends up. It's going to be interesting to see when their spinners come on, what type of wear and tear is on the pitch and what assistance it gives to them.
To me, no, I believe that the Barbados Pride, they will have to recalibrate in terms of what total they had initially. I think that total needs to be recalibrated now with the pitch getting slower and lower. I believe now any score in excess of 250 could be very challenging. Batting second.
That's why I told you when you came into commentary with me, I think 250 is a fighting score. Of course, the Barbados Pride, they have Jomel Warrican, who has a test match experience.
But take nothing
and
away
Ruston
from this.
Chase in their bowling lineup, sorry.
Well, take nothing away from this Barbados Pride batting lineup with Shea Hope still out in the middle. in this last 7 overs. If they're able to get to 260, 270, I seriously believe that they're gonna put themselves ahead in this game.
And it is possible as we come to the end of the 43rd over, 194 for 3 at the end of 43 overs. It is possible because you have Ruston Chase there who can score quickly when he's in good nick. But you also have Raymond Reefer and Dominic Drakes is still to come. And we all know the caliber of Dominic Drakes as well. He's grown exponentially over the last couple of years in the white ball game and in the white ball formats into not just a bowling all-rounder but an all-rounder if not anything else.
This man on your screen, Rothman Powell, he's played at the international level. He's got loads of experience and he's summed up these conditions extremely well at this stage. So he's taking the opportunity with his skill sets to execute.
And he's continued in the same vein. Again, I'm really glad to see Rothman Powell back bowling. And he hasn't strayed. I think he bowled 1 wide and probably 1 short ball in his entire spell of 3 overs at the top and the 2 overs from this end at the back end of the innings. But he's honed in on that off stump line and he's zoned in on the stumps for the most part.
Yeah, Rothman Powell, we know. He's a very good leader. He assesses the conditions, he assesses the game situation, and that's one of the reasons that he's at the helm of the T20 team. He's shown that he has that vision, when he's out in the middle to make changes and make a difference.
And as you talk about his propensity as a captain and the fact that he's always thinking as a captain, just before he bowled that delivery, he removed the short mid-wicket and put the short mid-wicket into short extra cover. And he opened up that gap. And what it did, it invited Shea Hope to go across the line, which he did, and almost getting a nick on it. And well taken by Chadwick Walton. So you can see there the evidence of what you're talking about. Rothman Powell always thinking as a captain, making these slight adjustments, sending his long on just a bit wider for that extra protection down the ground. This one is punched nicely by skipper Shea Hope off that back foot. And through the covers and another welcome boundary.
Well, I tell you what, that's a glorious extra cover drive from Shea Hope. It had 4 written all over that from the moment it left the bat, and it just shows the quality of this man.
Captain versus captain here, and the friendly rivalry, and that's well stopped in the end by Nkrumah Bonner down there on the long off boundary.
And what we are seeing, even the class of Shea Hope, 200 comes up for the Barbados Pride, and Shea Hope really looking to press the accelerator here. But I tell you what, on this surface, it's not easy to hit through the line of the delivery now. The ball is at its softest and it's very difficult indeed. Timing now has been very challenging.
This time he gets an inside edge. I think he was trying to really muscle that one over extra cover and not getting the front foot as far forward as he would have liked, and the hands going through well away from his body, taking that under edge. And luckily for the Jamaica Scorpions, it only bobbled away just to the left of Chadwick Walton, so no harm, no foul on that occasion.
Well, he's trying to open up the offside by trying to go up and over. He's only going to get a single. He just hikes his ball into the onside. So Rothman Powell, a shrewd operator in terms of his skill sets, not giving the batters the pace that they're looking for. He's going into the pitch with those cutter deliveries, and he's making it very difficult indeed because the ball is gripping.
So at the end of 44 overs, the Barbados Pride have Going on to 202 for 3. Skipper Shea Hope not out on 65, I beg your pardon, from 75 deliveries. Rustin Chase 7 from 16 deliveries, and Shea Hope going along nicely here. And with the 6 overs still to go, he may be harboring thoughts of another List A one-day 100. But I tell you something, I think he's more thinking about where the team will end up rather than his own personal milestone.
Right, so 6 overs to go, 36 balls available at this stage. If the Barbados Pride were to get to 260, I think they would be very pleased indeed. Anything of 260 and above, they would be extremely happy with. They would have to go at 10 and over in order to achieve that. But this man, Shea Hope, he could really turn it on at this back end of the innings.
So Nicholson Gordon is going to return to the attack. His first 4 overs in his opening spell, just going for 16 runs. He was steady and didn't give away much when he bowled. He's back from the gymnasium end, the northern end.
This one is hit into the skies. The wicketkeeper is getting on it, and Chadwick Walton does take the catch, but an important breakthrough indeed from Nicholson Gordon, getting rid of the Barbados Pride skipper there. And again, he was beaten by the pace. That was a slower delivery. It was the cutter, the leg cutter, that going across the right-hander and just getting a top edge. And Chadwick Walton said, "Thank you very much." And
yeah, a combination of a slower delivery there from Nicholson Gordon and the fact that skipper Shea Hope attempted to play across the line on that occasion, only skying it really mid pitch, if you will, and Chadwick Walton running in, taking the catch. And with the fall of the wicket of the skipper for 65, Raymond Reefer makes his way to the middle to join Rustin Chase.
Well, I'm very surprised indeed that Raymond Reefer is the one that's coming out. I thought maybe Jonathan Drakes might have been the one that... it is Jonathan Drakes and not Raymond Reefer.
Yeah, I myself thought that the better bet would have been to send Dominic Drakes out. Drakes, I think, is at this stage in the innings with 5 overs and some balls to go. He is more of the type of player that can get going from ball 1 rather than Raymond Reefer, who takes a little while to get himself into his innings.
Well, I believe someone like Jonathan Drakes, this is like the ideal platform for him to come and express himself. Not much balls available. There's not much thinking in terms of trying to build an innings and stuff like that. A C ball, a beat ball.
And Raymond Reefer, though, take nothing away from his caliber. He is what you might term a workhorse. He is one that works really hard at his game, whether it is batting, bowling, or fielding. As a batter, he's more of a nurdler of the ball at the start of his innings. Let's see how he goes. And there you see evidence of him being a nurdler. And from ball 1, just tucking away down to third, picking up an easy single.
So the Barbados Pride, they have been held back with some excellent bowling and fielding by this Jamaica Scorpions team, and it's led by no other than the skipper, Rovman Powell. He set the tone by taking the responsibility and executing to perfection at this stage.
So again, a little evidence here of Rovman Powell and thinking as a captain. He's moved himself from short extra cover and gone into short mid wicket. He's brought the short third a little straighter, a little finer.
And a well executed Yorker from Nicholson Gordon. And at this stage of the innings, when you can execute the manner in which Gordon had on that occasion, that's cool. Dot balls at this stage of the innings, really precious to the fielding team.
And I hasten to mention that the sputtering of students around appreciated that Yorker, evidenced by their applause.
So Rustin Cheese not getting himself set here just yet.
You can see Raymond Reefer there just doing a little bit of gardening, but also whispering a word or two of encouragement to his batting partner, Ruston Chase.
So maybe with the ball just staying a trifle low at this stage of the innings, it was decided that, you know, the likes of Raymond Reefer might be best preferred.
Ruston Chase playing across the line of that one, not making any contact whatsoever. Again, trying to muscle the ball rather than, as you said, coach, see ball and hit ball. Seems like he's not really seeing it that well at present. But this is good from Raymond Reefer, thinking, you know, just going down, having a quiet word with him, just calming the nerves and encouraging him to stick to the basics probably.
Well, it's important to stick to the basics. 6 runs, 6 singles is 6 runs. But if you keep flashing and going across the line, as he has been doing during the course of his innings, it's not helping the Barbados Pride cause at all. He just needs to apply himself in that situation, cricket situation, and try and eke out every single run that he can at this stage, because it's becoming more and more challenging for the batters to score. The wicket is definitely not the wicket that you're going to come out and just blast your way to a score. You have to work extremely hard in order now to score runs.
So at the end of 45 overs, 204 for 4, the Barbados Pride. And skipper Rovman Powell will continue from the southern end. Of course, 204 for 4 on the back of 69 from Shamar Brooks and 65 from skipper Shea Hope.
So it's going to be that man on the screen, Rovman Powell. How long will he continue for? And again, we see Ruston Chase trying to muscle the ball. For some reason or the other, he just doesn't seem to understand what's taking place in terms of the surface.
So he has 3 overs and 5 deliveries remaining, does skipper Rovman Powell. So I think he is going to bowl out to the end of the innings. And Nicholson Gordon from the other end, and that is definitely a welcome sign to see Rovman Powell, as we've said throughout the innings. It's a welcome sign to see him bowl so many overs.
Well, it's not just about his bowling. You've got to put into that equation his leadership, and he's leading from the front, you know, and I'm sure he's going to have a role with the bat as well.
This is good from Rovman Powell, just again honing in on those stumps, and he hasn't strayed much. He's chosen to remain over the wicket to the left-handed Raymond Reefer, but full enough that Raymond Reefer can do nothing but just punch the ball down into the cover region. And just looking at the field, that's where he has all his protection on the offside for that ball going across the left-hander.
And this one, Reefer is trying to find that gap at mid-wicket, not being able to do that, not getting the timing, because Rovman Powell is not giving anything away in terms of pace. He's just bowling those cutters into the pitch, and once it grips, it's very difficult indeed to get a connection that you're looking for.
And you can understand that shot, because behind Fabian Allen, who's at short mid-wicket inside the ring, there are acres of space, because the long on is pretty much very straight, and the fielder at square leg is more or less backward of square.
And I'll tell you what, the coach of the West Indies, and he's bowled all over the shop. There is Raymond Reefer. So the skipper doing the job here for the Jamaica Scorpions. Rovman Powell coming to the party here at the UE Spec ground, taking the responsibility and getting the prize wicket of Raymond Reefer. Let's look at it again.
Rovman Powell has bowled 40 legal deliveries today, and all the majority of those 40 deliveries have been honing in on those stumps, and the value of honing in on the stumps in this back end is you miss, I'm going to hit. And in fact, that full delivery on the middle stump line. Raymond Reefer choosing to go after him and not making any connection, too full to really get any connection on the ball, and he missed, and Rovman Powell hit, and in comes Dominic Drakes, who we had been asking for earlier in the innings.
Yeah, so that experiment with Raymond Reefer did not bring fruits to the score, but Dominic Drakes, he will want to announce himself here in a very big way, and if he could possibly take the bowlers, to the cleaners here in the back end of the innings, that would be a very welcome, approach. But I'd like to say a special good evening to no other than Amir Ali, the man who has gone for 105 overs in his last 50 over contest. So we're back here. It's going to be Dominic Drakes to pick up the attack. To pick up the batting here.
And skipper Rovman Powell again, just doing those slight adjustments. He's brought the third into the circle, and he sent the point fielder onto the boundary, and a little finer, and he's just moving Jermaine Blackwood a little squarer at a deeper square leg.
So this one is pushed to mid-wicket. There's a single and offer. But what has happened with the departure of Shai Hoop and Shamar Brooks, the batters have not really been able to get any kind of momentum going in their innings. And that's due because of the slow nature of this pitch here at UWI Spec.
And I think that's one of the things that we got to look out for. Again, bigger picture, looking at West Indies cricket, because understanding the playing conditions. You've mentioned it time and time again, Anil, that the pitch seems to have some wear and tear on it, and it is getting lower and slower, and players are not getting that timing on their shots. I'll come back to it.
And this one is worked down to mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary.
I think that has been part and parcel, because the players themselves have been trying to overhit the ball as we come to the end of the 46th over, 207 for 5, Barbados Pride. They've been trying to overhit the ball.
Well, while that might have some merit on it as well, but this is only the first game here at UWI Spec, and I'm not criticizing anyone, but when you look at a tournament that has a great amount of matches, and we only enter round one here at UWI Spec, I mean, it really asks the question: all these pitches in Trinidad and Tobago is going to take a beating during the course of the tournament, but you expect the spinners and the ball to be gripping at the back end of the tournament, not at the start.
You see there again evidence of Ruston Chase trying to muscle the ball, playing across the line, and only managing to get an edge, a leading edge, and taken, as you see there, playing all across the line and trying to muscle the ball. It would have served it better to really just play through the line of the ball, down the ground in the V, and Ruston Chase perishes here.
But even if you're not getting the connection to get the boundaries, it's important just to get behind the line of the delivery, take the pace off, play with soft hands, and get that continue to get that rotation. And what we have seen in the last 5 overs, this Barbados Pride innings has not gotten anywhere because of the approach that they have taken, in my humble view, in terms of how they want to get their runs. I think they should have reassessed in terms of what is happening out in the middle, and that approach has to be to get as much ones and twos with the occasional boundary when it serves up. But it's not a pitch that you can hit through the line, you can hit the ball miles. It will take a lot of skill in order to get a score.
And that makes that second wicket partnership of 88 all the more valuable, because that's one of the things that Shamar Brooks That's one of the things they did in that partnership. They turned the strike over more often than not, and they attempted, did Craig Brathwaite and Shamar Brooks to score off of every delivery.
And that's what make the wicket of skipper Shai Hope so important in the context of getting a score. The batters who are coming in, they're basically struggling to get the ball off the square. So someone who was set at that stage possibly could have taken the opportunity to bat through the entire course of the innings. And I thought maybe they got it, they didn't get it right there.
So with the fall of the wicket of Ruston Chase, Akeem Jordan has come to the middle and he is off the strike and off the mark immediately. Dominic Drakes here skewing this one down to third, and it's going to be 4 runs to Dominic Drakes, just really throwing the hands at it, getting down on one knee, throwing the hands at it to one wide outside of his off stump, and
So a welcome boundary there for the Barbados Pride.
And of course, in total Dominic Drakes fashion, really down on one knee.
And that is hit over, extra cover, there's 1, there's 2, there's a Solia. Sheldon Cottrell doing some excellent football work there and releases the throw, but excellent running indeed from Dominic Drakes.
I tell you something, I think Sheldon Cottrell is auditioning for the Reggae Boys rather than the Jamaica Scorpions. A nifty bit of footwork out on the boundary because it was well timed by Dominic Drakes, just really playing through the line of the ball, picking his gap, that gap over extra cover. But of course we know Sheldon Cottrell, the caliber of the man, and him as a fielder, and he is one of the quickest going around, able to cut it off. But 3 welcome runs nonetheless.
This one is struck down to long off.
Picked up by Jermaine Blackwood, and Akeem Jordan doing the right thing here, just playing through the line of the ball, playing the ball on its merit, and looking for that single that's going to bring probably the more established international player in Dominic Drakes onto strike, and someone who has unmatched power and an ability in clearing the boundary and scoring at a very high strike rate. This one just punching it down, looking for that gap in extra cover again, picked up by Sheldon Cottrell.
So at the end of over number 47, the Barbados Pride being inserted by the Jamaica Scorpions, they've reached 217 for 6, 18 balls available. If they were to go at a run and ball, they're going to get anywhere in the vicinity of 235, 240. And at this stage, if they get to 240, I think they will be very pleased indeed.
Yeah, I've been saying all along, you've been calling for 260, 270, as we see a wonderful shot here of Mount St. Benedict, just to the north of the university campus where we are. And you'd been calling for 260, 270, and I kept saying that 250 is a fighting score. And it looks like they may fall short of even 250. But of course, Dominic Drakes is at the wicket. And he has the potential in 18 deliveries to possibly get them 40, 50 runs.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised that the Jamaica Scorpions has not taken any one of these balls to the umpires for a change of ball at any stage of the innings.
Skipper Rovman Powell continues from that southern end. 1 for 27 in his previous 7 overs. So it's expected he's going to bowl this, the 48th over and the 50th over. So he would have bowled at the end of his spell 9 overs.
So Powell into the pitch, and this one is played down to the backward square, and it's no other than Jermaine Blackwood there covering some space there and rifling a return into Chadwick Walton. They're only going to get a single.
The first delivery from Rovman Powell that is really dropped significantly shorter than those in his previous spell. Akeem Jordan doing well to bend the back knee and keep the hands low and connect with it But a well-positioned Jermaine Blackwood prevents a boundary, and another run added to the total.
And if you look at the approach of Akeem Jordan, he's just getting into line, punching the ball, and getting the rotation over the strike, where Rustin Chase. And a loud appeal for LBW, just going across his stumps was Akeem Jordan. But that ball just seems to be going down the leg side, a trifle there. So nothing from the umpire, other than one is added to the score.
Yeah, Rovman Powell generally bowls a tad wider on the crease, and generally his angle is bringing that ball back into the right-handed batters and away from the left-handed batters. So LBW shouts, generally you would expect that it may be going down the leg side. He has the left-handed Dominic Drakes to deal with now.
And the coach of the West Indies 50 over team, Darren Sammy, has been calling to see some innovation. Yet in this game, other than Craig Brathwaite, we haven't really seen anyone taking the opportunity to do any. And I just speak a bit too early here.
What were you saying, Coach? I think Dominic Drakes has a headphones or headset in his helmet.
Yeah, outcome that paddle sweep there, and he gets himself a boundary. And this is what you want to see if run scoring is at a premium. You want to see the batters doing something different. Get the innovation going. Yes, when it doesn't come off, we all will have whatever to see. But at the end of the day, you've got to give yourself more options, more scoring options. And the only way you could do that is by trying to execute.
And of course, that execution comes from practicing those type of shots. So when you do have those practice sessions, whether game situations or in the nets.
Oh, and here it is. Was pace on from Rovman Powell. Jonathan Drakes was beaten all over the place here outside the line of the off stump, possibly looking for that cutter delivery again. Yeah, but Rovman Powell pace on here and going past the outside edge of Dominic Drakes' bat.
And Dominic Drakes admonishes himself. He believes he could have done a lot better with it, as we see him there shadow batting and rehearsing what he should have done in the previous delivery.
I'm surprised he hasn't gone on off stump just yet to try and put Rovman Powell off. And this one is good connection.
Almost undone by the spin there, Fabian Allen, but of course, caliber fielder that he is, he recovered well. Of course, Dominic Drakes, the son of Vasper Drakes, who's the coach of this Barbados Pride team, who have made their way to 224 for 6 after 48 overs.
So 12 balls to go in this innings. So 240 still on the cards here. 240, 250 still on the cards here. If Dominic Drakes could possibly get a couple over the boundary line, then 250 might just well be in sight here at the UE Spec ground.
And with innovative shots like that lap shot he played in the previous over, it is definitely possible. In 12 deliveries, they can definitely get easily 25-30 runs, but it's definitely going to hinge on the back of Dominic Drakes.
But this man, Nicholson Gordon, how good he has been today here. He has assessed the conditions really well and is bowling to his field.
And this one is played straight back over the bowler's head and well fielded again by Sheldon Cottrell, who had about 10 yards to run and then get down low and collect the ball, preventing another boundary. But 2 runs added to the score. So more importantly, Dominic Drakes retains a strike here with an over and 5 balls to go in the innings.
So Gordon. And this one is hit over, extra cover. This one, they're going to come back for 2 quite easily indeed. So Dominic Drakes doing the right thing there, looking to take the aerial route. And thus far, he's doing a very good job indeed. 4, he's added another 2 valuable runs to this Barbados Pride total. 240 on the cards, but with a couple lusty blues, they could well find themselves to that 250 mark. And there's that pull shot. So only one for Dominic Drakes. So it's up to Akeem Jordan now to try and express himself.
Yeah, so this is good going by Dominic Drakes. A 20 from just the 12 deliveries that he's faced so far. Nicholson Gordon, as you mentioned, has assessed conditions and bowled well today. I think Nicholson Gordon has really just kept things simple. This over, he's been a tad shorter than he would have been earlier. And this time he over pitches and allowing Akeem Jordan to punch down to the long offer fielder Jermaine Blackwood coming around doing the fielding.
And when you do when you do an assessment of how much balls that Ruston Chase batted and was scoreless, and had he taken this simple approach to batting, the Barbados Pride possibly would have been at 10-15 runs ahead than where they are at the moment. Oh, and very good slower ball indeed. Just taking the pace off there was Nicholson Gordon there and beating Dominic Drakes.
One of the things you look at Dominic Drakes as you see him again admonishing himself, thinking that he could have done better with that. One of the things that he has the tendency to do is bend that back leg, giving himself that leverage to get up and under the ball. But he also keeps his hands pretty low, and on a pitch like this that has a bit of a lower bounce than you would expect. And Dominic Drakes is that type of player that we think can definitely get some quick runs here.
So he loses his bat here, trying to muscle that ball through the offside, not making contact.
But signaled wide by umpire Butler. And it's
so if at this stage if I am Jonathan Drakes, what I would possibly do at this stage is possibly just take a stride or two down the track and try and get closer to the likes of Nicholson Gordon. Just try to get closer to him.
talking about getting closer to him. In fact, what he does is he takes a huge step across to the offside, gets inside the line of the delivery, and hoiks it over a wide fine leg for 6 runs.
And you know, with someone who is electric as Jonathan Drakes, I'll tell you again, I was pleasantly surprised to see the likes of Reefer coming ahead of him in the pecking order based on the situation of the game at the back end.
Yeah, Raymond Reefer came in probably just about 6 to 7 overs to go in the innings, and you can see here as we look at Dominic Drakes, maybe had he gotten that couple extra overs to get himself in and get himself going, this 26 runs from 14 deliveries might have easily been 50 runs from 20 balls.
But we are into the last over of the innings. It's the 50th over, and skipper Rockman Powell is going to take the opportunity to finish off things here at the UE Spec ground in this innings. So Akeem Jordan will want to possibly get a boundary or 2 in this over. And he does go high and handsome. Is Akeem Jordan. That goes all the way for a maximum, straight as a needle, pitched up delivery, and Akeem Jordan just moved that left leg out of the way and allowed that free flow of the bat through the line of the delivery, and he profits with a maximum.
Yeah, the one delivery really that Captain Rovman Powell strayed both in line and length, because he allowed Akeem Jordan the width and the freedom to bring the hands through.
And this one is hoiked over mid-wicket. There's one. Are they going to come back? No. But some good feeling there at the deep mid-wicket and fielder doing some excellent work there, restricting the score into just a single. So 244, 4 balls to go, 260 still on the still on the cards here.
And the way Hakeem Jordan is going about his business, it actually highlights your point in terms of Raymond Reefer. We know Hakeem Jordan does have a lot of talent. He is a bowler by nature, but we're seeing here that he is also a batter, so you can consider him an all-rounder.
And this one is hammered down to long on, and it goes into the boundary for 6 more. So Dominic Drake's really turning it on here. 250 comes on to the score here now. The score is 250 for 6.
Yeah, this over by Captain Rovman Powell proving to be a bit of a turning point, and we always talk about that last over in the innings where the momentum can shift, and with these extra runs that Barbados are piling on here, they would have some momentum going into their bowling, but Captain Rovman Powell just straying a bit in both line and length, both to Hakeem Jordan and Rovman Powell, and he's paying the price.
There's one. There's definitely going to be 2 on offer here.
A bit of a misfield down there at wide long on, and that allows for them to come back for the second run.
So 2 deliveries left in the innings. Can the Barbados Pride take the score beyond 260 now? 260 on the cards. 2 maximums will take them to 264. Let's see what Dominic Drakes has in the tank here.
You would be a happy man because you've been saying 260 all along.
Well, it's all about having the knowledge of the game, Basu. And definitely you can add 6 to that total. So that's going to take the score to 258 and just on the verge of that 260 mark. So a lovely hit there from Jonathan Drakes, clearing that front leg and depositing that ball over that deep mid-wicket for a maximum. The partnership 51 from 22, and what more can you ask from the likes of Dominic Drakes and Hakeem Jordan? They've transformed this entire innings in the last 5 overs, really putting themselves in a very commanding position indeed here at UE Spec. And a lovely Yorker to finish it off. They won't get a single. The Barbados Pride, they're close and 258 for 6. Just 2 runs shy of that 260 mark. At this halfway point, the Barbados Pride being inserted by the Jamaican Scorpions, getting good support from Shama Brooks, 69. Shy Hope, the skipper, 65. Craig Brathwaite with 45. And now a very good cameo indeed from Jonathan Drakes, getting an unbeaten 40 at the back end of the innings. And at this stage, the Barbados Pride will be going into the dressing room with a lot of momentum coming back into that second half of the game.
Yeah, so that 40 from 18 deliveries from Dominic Drakes are really invaluable. 54 runs coming in the last 5 overs for the Barbados Pride, and that's the momentum shift that Barbados Pride will welcome and take going into the dressing room for the mid-innings break, and also coming back out when they bowl. Of course, we saw throughout the innings a bit of extraction of purchase and some turn by the spinners of the Jamaica Scorpions, and the Barbados Pride themselves have spinners in their ranks. So 258 for 6 at the end of 50 overs. I think 258 for 6, 259 the target, I think is a fighting score given the caliber of the bowling attack that the Barbados Pride possess.
Well, I honestly believe that we are in for a very exciting evening here at UE Spec. It's going to be a tremendous run chase if the Jamaica Scorpions were able to cross the line. So at this stage, we're going to take a break. The players are going to have a 40-minute break, and we will come back right here at UE Spec to bring you live action, ball-by-ball commentary at the resumption of play after lunch. So we're going to take a break, and we're going to be back.
And welcome back to the Sir Frank Royal Park here at UE Spec in St. Augustine as we get ready for the reply from the Jamaica Scorpions after they had won the toss and inserted the Barbados pride, and for most of the innings they did a pretty commendable job of keeping things in check until Shamar Brooks opened up a little bit and produced a splendid score, 69, 65 to Shea Hope, and then a gutsy and dynamic 40 from 18 balls from Dominic Drakes that helped them to 258 for 6 in the end. So it means they need 259 to win the Jamaica Scorpions. This is really where the scenario is for them. Chadwick Walton. Again, who is a man who can really strike the ball cleanly. And Kirk McKenzie, another smasher, as we say. And to start us off, Hakeem Jordan is going to get the ball rolling for Barbados. And a bit of movement, but starting too much towards the leg stump.
Yeah, Hakeem Jordan just angling that ball down the leg side. Skipper Shai Hope doing the wicket keeping duties, as he does for the West Indies team. So Jamaica Scorpions chasing a victory target of 259. It's going to be a wonderful run chase here.
And this time he's pretty much on target. But this is a good advert for the one-day format of cricket. You know, we have the three formats. We have the Test cricket. We have the T20 cricket, and this game is kind of sandwiched in between the two, the one-day game, and it's been much maligned over the years, but it has its purpose because it also shows the player. Say he is driving at one outside the off-stump, big drive, not making any contact at all.
Just looking at that delivery there, going through to Shai Hoop, it just seems to die at the last moment. So something to take note of at the start of the innings in terms of the ball is at its hardest, Ruskin, and yet still we're seeing the wicketkeeper taking the ball down by his ankles. Not a good sign at this stage.
Well, you're hoping that the bowlers can really get the lengths right. He is again driving, and that's a delivery that's pitched right up to him. Again, a little bit late getting out there, Chadwick Walton. So not able to cash in at the moment. Once again, a splendid batting display from the Bajans in the end. They struggled a little bit with their timing, and but they fought through that and gave themselves a chance. At least they give their bowlers a target to work with.
Nice away swinger here from Hakeem Jordan, just touching down on the corridor of uncertainty. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, and just tailing away, and it goes into the mid of wicketkeeper Shai Hoop. It's a good start here indeed from Hakeem Jordan, just having that solitary wide, the first delivery, but he's bang on target. He's got his radar back on spot. And
trying to reach it, but not able to do that.
Very careless shot, if I may say so, from Chadwick Walton. But we've grown to come accustomed to the way that Chadwick Walton plays. You know, he likes taking on the bowlers, especially in the power play.
He can score quickly, and so I think he just wants to feel bat and ball.
And
Second wide of the innings.
Hakim Jordan just a ball just angling down the leg side. He wants to be bang on target. He wants to, at this stage of the innings, he wants those batters to be playing at the deliveries. He doesn't want to be wasting the new ball at this stage. Very critical indeed, the use of this new ball to pick wickets up front. And here it is. He's nicely into the line, plays a textbook forward defense, and it rolls out to mid-on. So at the end of over number 1, the Jamaica Scorpions replying to a score of 258 scored by the Barbados Pride. They are 2 without loss.
And it's a decent over, despite the 2 wides. They didn't manage to take a wicket, but at least Jordan showed that he was mixing up his deliveries quite nicely. Bowled a couple full ones, and then one that was just short of a good length in the end. So Dominic Drakes.
Dominic Drakes, the son of the coach of the Barbados Pride, Vasper Drakes, playing a tremendous hand at the back end of the inning, scoring an unbeaten 40 from 18 deliveries, and that really tilted the balance in favor of the Barbados Pride going into the interval.
So now he'll be up against Kirk McKenzie, who didn't get a chance to face a ball in the first over.
And he starts off with a wide, just touching down outside the line of the off stump. Umpire Dean Butler signals wide. So that takes the score on to 3. Jonathan Drakes, left-handed, fast medium bowler out of Barbados. Very exciting prospect indeed. Mackenzie just working this ball down to mid-on, short mid-on. There's no run. Drakes just getting a bit straighter in line. And Cook Mackenzie just trying to pick him off. Not getting the connection.
They have 2 slips, so at least the captain, Shea Hope, is giving him Drakes an opportunity here to attack. And another wide.
A bit of indisciplined bowling from the opening bowlers, both Hakim Jordan and Jonathan Drakes. Drakes will get that ball to shape away from the left-hander, hence the reason why skipper Shea Hope is giving him that support behind the wicket with 2 slips. Breeze is blowing from a westerly direction.
And short of a length, and forcing the batsman to respect it. And it would be interesting to see if they get off to a similar kind of sluggish start like we saw from Barbados in the first innings earlier this morning, when the wicket had a little bit of juice in it. The bowlers really kept things very tight indeed.
Yeah, both Sheldon Cottrell and this one is steered down to third man, just opening the face at the last moment. Cook McKenzie. He profits from a single, so a first run off the bat in this innings.
It will be interesting to see how they approach this innings. They know they're up against a a very talented bowling attack. And but somebody like Chadwick Walton may just decide that he's going to, as I say, throw caution to the wind and fight fire with fire. And if he gets away with it, it could mean a brisk start for Jamaica. But he will have to be selective in the deliveries that he goes after, and the type of shots that he play when he goes into the attack, because we saw Craig Brathwaite, when he tries to attack, he seems to lose his shape. He just doesn't seem, it's not a natural look for him. And but we know Walton is a dasher, but he just has to be, his shot selection is going to be his issue here. There he goes, and immediately gets inside that one, hits it. It's not going to get to the boundary. They're going to have to run, and they're going to have to run quickly, but they decide against coming back for the third run. Even though the ball went 3/4 of the way to the boundary, a deep mid-wicket, they only managed the 2.
Yeah, so poor running indeed from both Mackenzie and Chadwick Walton. I always felt that 3 was on the cards. But again, you know, coming back to the basic fundamentals of the game, Ruskin, it's very important to get down at the other end as quickly as possible. And this one is played into that vacant square-leg position. Just one on offer.
So it's good batting. It's good sensible batting, and that completes the over. So 2 overs completed. It's 8 without loss.
Cagey start from both teams here. Hakeem Jordan not getting his radar right, and Jonathan Drake's just giving up a wide as well in the over. But overall, it's been good cricket thus far.
Jordan just checking to make sure that everything is A-OK with the run-up, but he looks like he's anxious to get going again. Still just the 2 slips, and an opportunity here, and that's good fielding. Yep.
Yeah,
Chase stumbling to his left here to make a stop with both hands.
Yeah, short, and Chadwick Walton rocks onto the back foot, trying to get that ball past backward point, but Rustin Chase doing a sensational job, moving neatly to his left, and does the feeling.
I anticipate that we'll have a few more spectators this afternoon, especially some UE students. And they're appealing for a catch on the leg side, but they might have just brushed the pad on the way through. Hope was appealing more in hope than anything else.
Yeah, that ball just clipping the pad on the way to Shy Hope. So the score 8 without loss in over number 3.
I'm really amazed that it's very humid right now. And good adjustment, good quick adjustment here. And this is more like it from Hakeem Jordan, just moving the ball back into the right-handers, forcing them to have to adjust. His issue, of course, is keeping that line. You don't want to start middle stump, because by the time it gets to the batsman, it's already heading down leg.
Yeah, because his stock delivery is the ball that swings into the right-hander. So once he pitches that ball straight, it's definitely gonna tail away even further down the leg side.
And there's a shout again going down the leg side, and just exactly what we're talking about. Once he starts that straight, it's gonna, the natural angle from which he bowls is gonna take it past the leg stump.
But Hakeem Jordan does have that delivery that can just hold its line, and I think that's a delivery that that he's possibly going to be looking for as well. That ball just holds the line and continues on its merry way.
Again, nibbling at one outside the off stump. Again, they go up and they appeal, not out, says the umpire. And Walton doesn't seem too perturbed by it all.
Well, one of the cues that we would look for, Ruskin, and I'm sure you've grown accustomed to that, more often than not, when the batters edge the ball, they have a tendency to look back to see if the ball is taken cleanly behind the wicket. But Chadwick Walton, he was having none of it. He was just focusing to refocus on the next delivery. But excellent delivery from Akeem Jordan, really testing the technical ability of Chadwick Walton outside the line of the off stump.
Shehope was confident. Again, coming onto the pads.
And a lot of indecisions with the running here from both Mackenzie and Chadwick Walton. It's something that you'll have to iron out very quickly indeed, because it could result in a run out.
When you look at the Jamaican batting lineup, you have Blackwood in there, you have Nkrumah Bonner batting low down the order. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Well, I'm sure possibly the think tank of the Jamaica Scorpions, Nikita Miller, the head coach of the Jamaica Scorpions, they will want to leave some ammunition for the back end of the innings as well to Ruskin.
Certainly as you're looking at some of the UE students, to and fro in. Some of them are coming to cricket, some of them are going to classes or going back to their apartments.
So it's Friday afternoon here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I'm sure we're seeing some sprinkling of spectators coming into the venue.
That's a good shot. It's aerial, but it's gone down to deep cover. There's a long chase out there. Ruston chases after it. And they're able to complete two quite confidently once again.
So Kirk McKenzie just looking to take the aerial route, not getting the connection, not getting under the ball, but getting enough connection so that he could get back for 2 runs. So two to the score. It's now 10 without loss. Drakes looking to extract whatever a seam or swing may be on offer at this stage, allowing the ball to and an excellent delivery there. The skipper Shehope will be asking him to continue outside the line of the corridor of uncertainty. They just keep testing the batters, their patience, their technical ability with this new ball.
If you look at Kirk McKenzie, he has a big trigger move prior to the ball being delivered. It's almost as if he's trying to throw off the bowler. Hit hard and he's out caught. A brilliant catch taken again by Leacock at mid-off. He was driving and he hit it. He got under the ball instead of really getting over it. He just threw the bat at it and got it at a nice comfortable height. He did have to come forward a little bit, took it a tumbling catch by Leacock, and that is the end of Mackenzie. He goes for 3. It's 10 for 1.
It's an important breakthrough here from Jonathan Drakes into his second over now, and getting the breakthrough there. But again, because the pace, the pitch has slowed down considerably, possibly at the start of the innings this morning, Ruskin, that same shot from Kirk McKenzie could have sailed over mid-off, but the pitch has definitely slowed down. He's lost most of his venom, and Kirk McKenzie, they're not getting over the ball, just really throwing the hands there, the kitchen sink at the ball, making good connection, but finding the fielder Leacock at mid-off. So the Barbados Pride making a very early breakthrough here in the innings here of the Jamaica Scorpions.
Jermaine Blackwood is the new batsman. That's a crucial wicket for Barbados. I'm sure it's something that they wanted to do when they had their discussions, get an early wicket or 2, and let's see how quickly we can get into the middle and lower order of the Jamaican batting lineup.
German Blackwood, the vice captain of the West Indies Test team, and also a very perverted someone who will have a huge responsibility. Oh, and this one is short, rising, and some good aggression here from Jonathan Triggs, as we had alluded to earlier on. CWI now have given their blessings for the young, for the fast bowlers, to try and be a bit more aggressive by allowing them the opportunity, 3 short balls per over, which I think is a very good initiative indeed, Ruskin.
Well, it is, because it encourages and it's what batsmen have to learn to play, because that's what they're going to get internationally.
But I know you being a former fast bowler as well, you love seeing that ball taking off, kissing off the surface, and really taking off, Ruskin.
And the wickets, generally in the main, the wickets in the region are not conducive to good fast bowling. Because a lot of times, you wake up and you say you want to bowl fast today, but you come to a ground and the wicket is,
very docile.
It kills the spirit. But you go to a place, say, let's say you go to Australia or to South Africa, and even in India now, where we get some wickets that are true strips, that you can actually wake up and feel like you want to bowl fast, and when you get there, you're going to get
some response.
Yeah, you're going to get some acceleration off the wicket a lot of times, and the thing that happens a lot of our wickets. I suppose with most wickets, when the ball hits the turf, it dies. That's a good delivery, a bit of inward movements as well, and not movement, and Blackwood having to treat it with respect to end the over. He is yet to score. The man at the other end is on 3, Chadwick Walton. Jamaica replying to Barbados is 258 for 6. Now find themselves 11 for 1.
And just coming back to the conversation, Ruskin, in terms of the pitches in India, before the pitches were a spinner friendly, rank turners, I will want to refer to them. But now with the likes of Mohammad Shami and Boomerang, all these guys, they've definitely spiced up their wicket. There's a lot of grass on it, and to me, that has helped with their development in terms of how their batters dominate world cricket at this stage.
They're encouraged to bowl fast, and the same thing with Pakistan. And there's a good delivery, but Blackwood is going to get a comfortable single, and it's what it's the philosophy, and which is what I think the West Indies Cricket Board is trying to do now. Is that, and it's just unfortunate that they have to almost write it into law for that to become a reality. Remember, there was a time you go to Barbados, it was a nice, fast, bouncy wicket. You go Jamaica, Sabina Park, you're going to get pace off of that wicket. Here, you come to the Queen's Park Oval, it's going to take spin by the 3rd and the 4th day, turning square. You go to Guyana, it's a batting paradise and stuff like that. But after the World Cup, all the pitches were prepared for one-day cricket. But unfortunately, a lot of those pitches were never redone. So they remain one-day pitches throughout. And as a result, you find this is the product that we have now. We only now starting to address that part of it, because I don't think all of the wickets that were used for the World Cup have been relayed, or any work have been done on them in terms of preparation or repurposing them for 4-day cricket or for Test cricket.
Well, having chatted to Mr. Crafton, the chief curator in St. Lucia, he was saying to me that he's here now, going around the country, looking at the different pitches and stuff like that, and just making recommendations and stuff like that, for ways that the pitches can be improved up to international level. So it's great to see that Mr. Crafton is here in Trinidad and Tobago at the moment.
Yes, we saw him walking across the ground not long ago. That's a good shot. That is well played. Through the covers it goes. Again, it's not going to get to the boundary. and they're not going to even attempt a third run. Walton was not even entertaining it. He just jogged that second run.
So lovely flowing drive from Chadwick Walton there, just lent on that delivery and played majestically through cover. Unfortunately, the outer part of this outfield is not the fastest at this stage. It just seems to be a little bit sluggish, hence the reason why the ball is holding up just before the ropes.
Yeah, he is again bringing him onto the front foot, and again Walton is obliging him, coming onto that front foot, but not able to really pierce the field on this occasion. In fact, he played it a lot straighter this time, more to mid-off than to cover.
So Chadwick Walton looking to establish himself early in this tournament here by possibly, getting to a really huge score that could propel this Jamaica Scorpions team over the line. But remember, Barbados Pride getting to 258 in their allocation of 50 overs.
Slight adjustment there, a little bit closer to the legs, but that completes another over. 5 in the books, it's 15 for 1.
So a steady start from the Jamaica Scorpions, having lost the wicket in the previous over of Cook Mackenzie there, being caught by Leacock off the bowling of Jonathan Drakes. So it's going to take some repair work at this stage here from both Jermaine Blackwood and the likes of Chadwick Walton.
But they're two experienced campaigners, so Jamaica could probably be sitting and still be confident that they can stick around for 20 overs or so and point the innings in the right direction, give them some kind of a platform on which to build.
This one is short, but excellent feeling at that mid-wicket.
And there is the man himself, Jamal Warrican, with a fine bit of fielding there.
That had 4 written all of it, but excellent piece of fielding from Jamal Warrican there, diving away to his left. Well, it's his strong side, as we would say, because he's left-handed. But take nothing away, that ball was travelling at a rate of knots from the bat of Jermaine Blackwood.
He would feel like he was robbed there. This time he punches it out to the offside. That's a good shot. That's going to be 4 runs. No stopping that one. As again, all timing, no real power, but just timing. And he placed it sweetly into the gap for 4 runs.
Yeah, classical back foot cover drive. Well executed there by Jermaine Blackwood. Just stand tall and allow the levers to execute through the ball. And with that flourish of the bat, it had 4 written all over it.
So nice sunny conditions here, and that will sting a little bit. Drakes, as he comes and tightens up. Blackwood wanted a single, but Drakes did well as he anticipated the batsman thinking of a single and immediately sprinted over to cut it out. Didn't stop it cleanly, but he took a lot of the sting out of it and forced them to change their minds.
Yeah, excellent piece of fielding there from Jonathan Drakes and his follow through there, anticipating that the batters wanted to steal a single. And that's a line, that's a link. That area of the corridor of uncertainty, just touching down just outside the line of the off stump, possibly on the 5th stump line there, Ruskin. But Jermaine Blackwood just shouldering arms and allowing it to go into the mid of wicketkeeper Shy Hope.
Well, that's a good leave, as they say, and because that's the thing. When you're a batsman, you have to think like a bowler, and you have to think what the bowler is trying to do or what he wants you to do. And there, Blackwood knew that Drakes wanted him to come outside the off stump at him. There's a ball coming back inside. There's a loud appeal. The height might have done him in there. That was a little bit of a lifter. It just seemed to jump at him, and it might have been climbing over the stumps.
Yeah, just brushing possibly his pants on the way to wicketkeeper Shai Hope as well. But an excellent delivery from Jonathan Triggs. If anything, German Blackwood is guilty of trying to go across the crease there, Ruskin, to possibly negate whatever swing that he's getting back into the right-hander.
Well, the thing is, if he's going outside the off stump, he's really going to try to cover the away movement. The in movement is he will have to stay where he is and allow the ball to come onto him and then play it from there. If he goes outside the off stump and then he puts himself in trouble because then he's cramped, he's probably playing across his legs to try to play it out. It's the end of the over. A pretty good one at the end of that one. It's 19 for 1.
Excellent over comes to an end from Jonathan Triggs, doing exactly what his skipper Shai Hope have asked of him, getting an early wicket and really striving, to get that second wicket. But what I'm really enjoying at this stage here is just looking at this young man, Jonathan Triggs, running in and really hitting the pitch really hard, and testing these batters in them with a couple of short deliveries.
Well, he has the freedom to do that. Plus, he's striving for wickets. That's what I think his captain has asked him to do, is you pull the choke and let's see if we could blast through this Jamaican batting lineup. And the reason for that has to do with the outcome of the first game, Jamaica. Remember, Jamaica got bowled out for 123. This Barbados attack might be thinking if they could get bowled out for 123, surely we could bowl them out cheaply as well. And so all of them in the back of their minds must be thinking, let's see if we could bowl them out under 100.
Well, I tell you what, skipper Rodman Powell, he was very disappointed with that batting meltdown that took place in the first game.
But it's not the first time we've seen that from Jamaica.
No, it's not the first time, and he did echo that sentiments at the toss that he was extremely disappointed with that batting meltdown. Having said that, I'm sure that being the leader of the pack, where this batting group is concerned, I'm sure he himself will want to take some added responsibility to ensure that they put up a very good showing indeed.
Well, they made 2 changes from that last game, hoping that it will work here today. And this time they're going to get a single. So it's going to be important for them to really try to improve in that department. We saw an improved bowling performance. Now they have to follow that up with an improved batting performance here.
Yeah, they started off well with the new ball at the beginning of the innings, and they really finished strong indeed. If not for that cameo from Jonathan Triggs, the Barbados Pride would have struggled to get anywhere close to that 220 mark. But Jonathan Triggs playing a blinder at the back end of the innings, really propelling this Barbados Pride team to 258, which I think in the context of the game is a very competitive total indeed.
Shamar Brooks has been withdrawn from slip. He's gone to sort of a leg gully. And there is the expected response.
Well, I'm surprised that ball wasn't called a wide. I thought that was way over the shoulder, but the umpires are best pleased to make that call, Mr. Butler, at square leg. So Akim Jordan.
And that is how the game has changed, because, you bowl a short ball and the batsman duck under it, you just turn and you go and do it all over again. Everybody now is looking to see if it's a wide or if it's if it's too high, and just turn around and go and play the game of cricket. This one is flicked away nicely, and that's going to go into the boundary for 4 runs.
So a very good looking shot there from Chadwick Walton. Just picking that ball up outside the line of the leg stump and playing it through fine leg for a boundary. So a welcome boundary indeed for the Jamaica Scorpions at this stage.
Okay, look at the movement that he's getting. Once that ball starts middle stump, it's tailing towards the leg, so Blackwood just has to pick it up And
All he's got to do, as you say, Ruskin, just make the connection, just get the connection, and he will get the runs.
he must be wary of that, man. Where Brooks is there, that like gully position, because if he is not on top of it, if he only falls over and plays it, chances are it could go in the air. That is the end of the over 7 completed. It's 24 for 1.
So both Jermaine Blackwood and Chadwick Walton trying to affect some kind of a recovery here for the Jamaica Scorpions, having lost the left-handed opening batsman in Kurt McKenzie in the second over of this contest. So it's going to be a change from the gym end here at UWI Spec. And who else? Jomel Warrican is being introduced here into the 8th over of this contest. A bit surprised, but with the pitch doing some gripping and turning, Jomel Warrican can be a handful here, Ruskin.
Well, he probably needs to make little adjustments, probably in the speed at which he's bowling, just so that he doesn't allow the batsman to get under him, because we know these are two aggressive batsmen who would love to for him to flight it up to them, and they will not be afraid. I mean, he can use the flight, periodically and try to entice them. Field placing is also going to be important here. If you're going to flight the ball and you want them to drive, then you have to set maybe a short extra cover, and ask them to come onto that front foot and try and drive you in that department. There he goes, and it's gone through the gap, but that's well played indeed. But I don't think Shea Hope is going to be too worried, because that's exactly what you want them to do, to drive, come onto the front foot and try to drive the ball through the offside. But he did that well.
Yeah, a classical extra cover drive there from Chadwick Walton, and he earns himself a boundary. So not the best of starts for Warrican.
He does have a slip, and he's dropped. But that would have been a tough catch there by Ruston Chase. That would have been a world-class stop had he been able to come up with that one. And in fact, standing there at that position, that was Craig Brathwaite, who was trying to come up with a catch there at mid-wicket, a straightish mid-wicket, but that was travelling, and it was travelling low to the ground as well.
So Warrican wheeling away from the gym end here at the UWI Spec ground.
Remember, he's limited in the kind of coverage that he has in terms of the support out in the deep. He has a long off, and he has a man at deep mid-wicket.
And we must also remind our listeners as well, he's bowling in the batting power play as well.
This time can't keep it in. A little bit of a fumble there from Brooks.
So skipper Shea Hope does have a lot of confidence in this man, Jomel Warrican.
He's cutting at that one, and no contact at all. Shea Hope was asking.
Yeah, a bit loose there from Chadwick Walton, trying to access that backward point region, making no contact indeed, but very close to the outside edge. So at the end of over number 8, the Jamaica Scorpions replying to the Barbados Prides, a total of 259 for victory. They are 30 for 1.
So 30 for 1, and after 8 overs, when you consider when Barbados batted, when the Pride batted, they were 28 for 1 after 8 overs.
So not much
Yeah,
between
nothing
the
between
teams.
the two teams here. They're pretty much mirroring each other. I'm sure Jamaica would want to push on this in a similar way that Barbados did. And here again is Blackwood trying to force the ball. Remember, he's not to the pitch of the ball, so he's trying to play the ball on the up. And but the ball is moving. There is inward movement from Jordan.
Yeah, and that could be a bit risky as well. Ruskin with the ball swinging back. If he doesn't get the connection that he wants, that ball could definitely go between bat and pad and cannon into the stumps.
There is the position that I was worried of. You could see he had to come across. The man was placed there specifically for that little flick off the hip, and he turned it in the air, but he just turned it wide of Shamar Brooks on that occasion. The plan almost worked to perfection there.
Yeah, well, the ball tail it into the right hand, Ruskin. You would expect at some stage, if he does not stay in control when he's playing the ball through the onside, that ball could end up at that square leg position. Blackwood continues his vigil.
Just a ball hit high in the air. Is it going? And it bounces, and into the boundary it goes for 4 runs. It was high in the air over long on, and both long on and both mid-off and mid-on running back, but neither one could get there. In fact, the ball beat them into the boundary.
So Jermaine Blackwood taking the aerial route there, pitched up delivery there from Akeem Jordan, and he just hit through the line of the ball. If anything, it made a lot of height, but had the legs to cross the line at the last moment. And here he's solid in defense. Excellent comeback from Akeem Jordan, asking a lot of questions there of Jermaine Blackwood's technique, but he was right forward, head over his front leg, and giving nothing away, just presenting the maker's piece to Akeem Jordan.
So I think the last couple of times that these two teams played last year, Jamaica actually got the better of Barbados. So I'm sure the Bajans would remember that. There's that delivery again coming back at him.
And I tell you what, Ruskin Mark, he doesn't know much about it when it's pitched in that area just outside the line of the off stump. It's coming back at an alarming rate indeed. Jermaine Blackwood just tentatively trying to negate that swing.
I think one of the defeats was by 5 wickets, and the other one was by 64 runs.
So the Barbados Pride will be looking to rejoice themselves here with a victory at due respect over the Jamaican counterparts.
He goes with him again, and that's a glorious shot. That one goes 1, 2, 3 bounces into the fence, and another 4 runs, and that's real intent here being shown by Jermaine Blackwood.
Well, Jermaine Blackwood definitely has taken on the mantle here of trying to do the bulk of the heavy lifting, lofting that ball over mid-off, 3 bounces into the boundary, and his total goes up to, is it 11? His score moves up to 11 with that boundary.
Actually, Blackwood is up to 19.
Oh, my apology.
Walton is on 11.
So, Jermaine Blackwood getting 2 boundaries in that over from Akeem Jordan. And it's possible that could be the end of Akeem Jordan's spell at this stage of the game.
Yeah, that's 40 for 1. It means that they have to try to temper that aggression as being shown there. So Jamal Warrican is going to continue.
Jamal Walker not having the best of the first his first over. So
This time he goes inside out again, and it's Chadwick Walton's turn to go the aerial route.
well, both Chadwick Walton and Jermaine Black were taking advantage of the batting power play at this stage here. We are into the 10th over with the fielding restrictions only allowing 2 fielders outside the 30-meter circle. They're definitely trying to cash in at this batting power play overs.
So this is a real aggressive start here now from these two. What does Warrican have in response? And I think he has to start tweaking the ball now. He has to strive for spin. He must turn it, because if he just runs up and rolls it, as they say, they're going to get under him. So he has to try to tweak it as much as he possibly can.
Excellent feeling from McAllister at square leg. So Warrican just seems to be struggling a bit here. Possibly the intent shown by the batters possibly have thrown him off a bit here, Ruskin.
Well, he should like this, because then they're taking chances. And here he goes again. That's gone for 6. That's 6 runs. That's very well played indeed. No catching that. And no matter how many players they put down there, they were not going to have any chance of catching. That was a clean hit.
Yeah, a lofted off drive for 6 runs there by Chadwick Walton. And we know how destructive this man can be with bat in hand. Chadwick Walton, you just reflect back on one of the games that he played, the first game he played for the TKR in the CPL, and he played a wonderful hand indeed. I believe it's 85 he got on that occasion.
There he goes again. They brought the man in, and he decides that's 6 more as well. And it just took Drakes from long on, put him back to mid on inside the circle, and would you believe it, he went over his head. But even where Drakes was positioned, that ball, it would have taken some catching, because he would have had to move about a good 10 meters to his right, and he would have had to get there quickly as well.
Well, I tell you, this onslaught that's taking place here at UE Spec, Jamel Warrican just seems to be...
There he goes again, this time over extra cover, and that's another boundary. Well, 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 what an assault this has been.
Well, I tell you what, Jamel Warrican, he's definitely shell-shocked. His 2 overs going for 22. Not something that you will align yourself with when it comes to Jamel Warrican, but Chadwick Walton showing the kind of poised and aggression that's required to take his team, the Jamaica Scorpions, to the total required of 259. But it's exciting indeed, Russing, to see that both batters are really up to it at this stage.
Well, it's they have a 50 partnership, these two, in double quick time. The score is 60, and they have really done an amazing job of throwing off the best laid plans here of the Barbados outfit. Now Shea Hope is going to have to probably rethink a little bit of who he's going to operate with at this top end. And he cannot keep Jordan going at the bottom end, so he already is making a change there. McAllister is coming on there. Who is going to come in at the top? He might have to go to Myers.
Well, I'm surprised that Kyle Myers wasn't given the new ball in the first place. As we know, he does have the ability to swing that ball alarmingly, especially the new cherry. So I'm very surprised indeed that Kyle Myers was not given the opportunity to bowl a couple of overs at the start of the innings. But that's history now. What has transpired is the Jamaica Scorpions, they've gotten to 60 for 1 inside that 10 overs, and they have gotten a batting point for their efforts. So it's McAllister.
So tall man has a nice kind of springy run up, comes up to the crease very aggressively.
Yeah, and he's one of those, old-fashioned Bijan bowlers who really loves to hit the ball into the pitch. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of short stuff from McAllister.
That's cracked away nicely, and that's going to race towards the boundary. It's going to get very close. It's actually going to stop, so it doesn't get to the boundary again. And not for the first time today. We've seen balls that looked like they were going to go for 4, never made it to the ropes, and that was another case in point there.
Yeah, cracking shot from German Blackwood, rocked onto the back foot, and that ball whistled through cover point, but unfortunately didn't have the legs to cross the line. As we had alluded to earlier, Ruskin, on the boundary edges just seems to be a bit sluggish at this stage, and that hasn't changed during the course of this match thus far. But it does bring Chadwick Walton back on strike.
The field is nicely grassed as well. He is trying to pull this one, hustle onto him there a little bit, and Walter not able to make proper contact with it. But you could just see the aggressive intent here. Both batsmen are not afraid to go after the bowlers and to play their shots.
Well, it's testimony to what the skipper Robman Powell, had said earlier today, that he wants to see that aggression from his batters taking on the opposition.
And this is where they tend to run into problems, was when they try to manufacture shots. That was earlier a nothing shot. That's a get out shot. So he just had to do so. So here we see some of the spectators. Now, I'm not quite sure if, what they'll say, your parents know where you are at any time. Now, you could say, Mommy, I went to school today. And then now if Mommy is seeing this, they'll say, well, what was the subject you studied today? Yes, again, that's a beauty of a delivery that just turned it off, and it just raced away, raced past the outside edge, going through to the keeper. Good pace, good carry. And McAllister obviously bending his back here, wanting to break this partnership.
McAllister just seems to be that kind of bowler, Ruskin, that kisses the surface, and we're seeing that ball just sliding off this UE spec pitch.
Again, still hustling on to the batsman. He's going to get a boundary here, not in control of it at all, but Walton rather is going to take it as he goes on by 4. Again, the ball rushing on to him, but he will accept it gleefully. He goes to 35 now, and it's 67 now for 1.
So the Jamaica Scorpion batters here, both German Blackwood and Chadwick Walton, they've really taken a bold approach, I must admit. And this Bajan team at this stage, they just seems to be shell-shocked by the approach of the Jamaica Scorpions. And Chadwick Walton, taken into Jomel Warrican. So we are going to see a change from the Jim end.
Chase. Looks like it's Ruston Chase, because I don't think he could afford to bowl Jamal Warrican again, because you probably would have been playing into the hands of the Jamaican batsmen. We've seen both of them showing a real liking for Warrican's finger spin.
Well, the ball is just about 5 overs old, Ruskin, so it's pretty new in the context of the contest. And possibly that's one of the reasons why the spinners are struggling a bit. There's not much purchase for that new ball. It's more sliding on than gripping. And hence the reason why the batters are able to execute the way they have been in terms of going up and under.
Well, we'll see what Ruston Chase could get some purchase off of this wicket. We've seen the wicket show at times. Fabian Allen got a couple to jump and spin. We also saw Royal get a couple to jump as well and spin past the outside edge. So it's now going to be a question, can Ruston Chase do the business here for the Barbados Pride? They need it. And again, the ball spinning into the right-hander.
But excellent start indeed from Ruston Chase, bowling wicket to wicket there. You miss, I hit.
Jermaine Blackwood though he's not gonna muck around. He looks like he's in a real aggressive frame of mind.
Well, I'm gonna ask you the question, Ruskin. When we have ever seen, the likes of Jermaine Blackwood not, in that kind of aggressive mood?
Well, once or twice, because I've seen him play really responsible innings where he curtailed that. This time, though, no curtailing here. He's cut this one down behind point just to the edge of the boundary, and he's going to be happy with 2 more. I've seen him play for the West Indies, play that kind of responsible innings where he cut out a lot of the airy-fairy stuff and just kind of concentrated and played himself in and batted to the occasion. Now this is batting to the occasion as well. His team needs a start, and he's giving them a perfect start. He's off and running again, looking for a couple more, and he'll get that too.
So with an offer from Ruston Chase, and Jermaine Blackwood continues to cash in here at the UE Spec ground. That 2 runs take the score on to 71, and I must admit they're doing it very easily indeed, Ruskin.
Well, they're getting delivered. To a large extent, they have created this for themselves because they took on the bowlers, and by the time the bowlers recognize, well, look, this is going to be a real slugfest here, they couldn't pull it back.
But would you go so far to say that what you've seen in recent years, Jermaine Blackwood has matured when it comes to, he was known to be a dasher during the early stages of his international career. Would you say at this stage that you've seen a great level of maturity when it comes to, maturing and understanding his game much better?
Well, that has to happen. I think that's the matriculation that all players go through. If it doesn't happen, something is wrong. Because as you get season after season, as you go through, as you get older, we have a saying, the game slows down for you. And then when you play at a high level, when you come down to the lower level, you see everything so much better. It's like a youth player going up and playing for the national senior team and then coming back down to play schoolboys cricket again. Obviously, he would feel that he could dominate the game at that level, and I get the impression that is exactly what Blackwood is doing here. He obviously feels confident with his batting, and he feels that he has what it takes to dominate this powerful Bajan bowling attack. As good as the Barbados attack is, they've given them too many boundary balls. Sure, the batsmen have kind of taken it upon themselves to go inside out and get under the ball, but you still have to produce those deliveries for them. And I think a lot of times the bowlers have been found wanting in that regard. They've not been as consistent with their lines and their lengths as they should be. That's another good shot, but there is cover out there, so he wouldn't mind that too much. But you just see and I have no problems with him bowling the short ball. If you're bowling the short ball, to look at the height of these 2 batsmen, they're not tall men. You have to get the ball up to chest height, or even head height.
Well, you've got to get it to that height, because when you get the ball to that above chest height, what it tells me is that it's going to be very difficult indeed to control that hook shot or the pull shot. So it makes it very challenging indeed.
And the line has to be good as well. He's just cutting at one, and it goes to elude Shea Hope, and that one just squirted along the ground. Shea Hope must have had his fingers stung there, because he whipped off the glove quickly, and but the ball just kind of squirted along the ground. It pitched so far up, it almost pitched in line with the return crease.
And I'm just asking myself if the likes of McAllister should be bowling wicket to wicket with the variation in bounce. It may just bring the LBW into being.
That's a good delivery, good pace from him. Actually, I would like to see McAllister bowl from this top end and see what he does going downhill. It would be interesting to see if he can generate maybe a yard or 2 more in terms of pace off of the wicket.
Well, I would have thought that bowling from the highway end, running against the breeze, he would have been able to possibly crank it up a bit more.
And that's a good bowling. Although they're going to get the single there, he was right up to him. And that's the key to bowling. If you're going to bowl, if you're not going to bowl a short back of the length delivery and you're going up to the batsman, then you have to go right up to him. Makes no sense producing a half volley and he's just going to swing through the line and pick you off. Put it up right up in the block hole, force him to to bring the bat down quickly. And if he misses, then you might be in the money. There he goes again, right up to him. This is excellent bowling. Unfortunately, doesn't get a touch. And it's the end of the over. 74 for 1 now with 13 overs completed.
So the Jamaica Scorpions are large and in charge here at the UE Spec round, racing towards a 74 for 1 in 13 overs. Chadwick Walton, he's on 37, and how well he's played, Ruskin, but he has been very well supported by the West Indies vice captain Jermaine Blackwood, who continues to show a lot of intent. But what is very impressive indeed from both these batters, they've mixed really solid defense with aggression. And that says that, they're really choosing, the deliveries that they want to go after, and maybe at some stage targeting the bowlers that they feel that they could cash in as well.
Again, but this is what planning is all about. This is when you have your team meetings, you go through all the different scenarios and you try to come out and execute them. You lay a plan based on that. They're going to get a couple here, and it might get a boundary as well, as it goes down the hill and it goes into the ropes. That's 4 runs.
So Chadwick Walton just getting on the edge there, but he wouldn't mind that at all. 4 is going to be added to the Jamaica Scorpions total, but more importantly, his score moves up with that boundary. He is into the 40s now. He's 41.
Yes, and you don't want him to give it away. No, he looks well set. There he goes, and driving straight, but Warwickon is down there at long off, so they're going to get an easy single. But yeah, this is the time when he will be feeling good about himself. He's been finding the middle of the bat consistently. But you just have to concentrate on every ball.
And here we see Blackwood just on driving this ball to a long one where Jonathan Triggs does the fielding. There's only a single on offer. 80. The score moves on to 80 for 1. So just maybe at this stage here, Ruskin, Shy Hope possibly would be asking himself, what can he do different in terms of trying to pick a pepper?
Well, he's made the changes. He's made the bowling changes. But he has to now think defense as well, because these two have done very well in forcing him to have to make those changes. Now he don't want to have to make another change too quickly. He would like these two bowlers. You have McAllister at one end and you have Ruston Chase at the other end. You want them to kind of stem the flow here a little bit for you for the next 5 overs or so, just to keep it quiet, keep it going cool. And this is the end of a pretty decent over again from Ruston Chase. It's 80 for 1 after 14. And just to give you a quick comparison, after 14 overs, the Barbados Pride were 48 for 1.
So the Jamaica Scorpions, they are well ahead of what the Barbados Pride were at this stage. But more importantly, Ruskin, both these players have taken that bold approach to take on this Barbados Pride attack, and thus far they've been very successful. They've put a lot of pressure on skipper Shy Hope to ring the changes in terms of the bowling. At this stage, the players are going to have a drink. We're going to have a break as well. And as soon as the action resumes, we're going to be right back to bring you ball-by-ball coverage from UE Spec.
As we welcome you back here, the players have been refreshed and no doubt also taken an opportunity just to regroup as a unit, the Barbados Pride, no doubt thinking how they can maybe stem this onslaught. And here is an opportunity now for McAllister to really continue the good work that he has shown so far. And I'm sure that is what Shea Hope would have been discussing with him. Keep it going, because that last over where he brought the ball right up to the batsman created problems, and I'm sure he'll be asking him to do more of the same. And you could also intersperse it with some short ones. There he goes, driven powerfully.
But I'm sure as well, Ruskin, Shai Hope would have said to his entire team, it's important to remain patient. You can't be searching for a wicket every single ball, so it's important to maintain that discipline, create the pressure, and the wickets will come.
Well, that is the I suppose that's the conventional wisdom. But when you play limited overs cricket and you're not getting wickets, the next best thing is to stem the flow of runs as best as you possibly can. And you could do that in two ways, of course, with good solid bowling, but it has to be backed up in the field as well. So the fielding has to be critical here now for Barbados. And of course the captain has to set the fields that will allow them to curtail the run flow.
So McAllister bowling with good pace here at UE Spec, hitting the deck really hard. Not much Jermaine Blackwood could have done with that delivery other than to rock onto the back foot.
And the reverse to what I was telling you there, or the converse to what I was telling you there, would be for the batsmen to do exactly that. Instead of pushing the ball down to mid-off or to cover or just picking up the line, just playing it back to the bowler, just open the face. We saw when that partnership between Shamar Brooks and Brathwaite, and even with Brathwaite, more so than with Shea Hope, they were just rotating strike, just opening the face and pushing the ball in the gaps and running. It's a stifled appeal, but again, ball angling into the pads and beating leg stump.
Yeah, Chadwick Walton was beaten for pace there with that delivery. That ball just rushed onto him. The ball rifling into the pads of Chadwick Walton, and it goes down to fine leg. So a leg by an offer. But very good spell indeed for McAllister. But for Shai Hope, this run chase is very much on at this stage, with both these batters large and in charge.
I think the umpire had a little attack there. I don't know if it's something, a wasp or something was interfering with him. So he's still not settled 100% just yet. I think he's just making sure his communication is back and working. And now I think he's all set to go again. Must fix the glasses, make sure it's on properly. That's again good bowling, good aggressive bowling, and but more so good line bowling. It's one of the areas where these two batsmen have had difficulty scoring as heavily as they have been doing. When you're outside the off stump to them, they free their arms quite naturally. Here on the body, they're a little bit more restraint. I don't want to say limited, but they're more restraint with those deliveries coming in to them. Here again, there's a punch. They're going to have to hurry here. The return just missing. And again, good pickup by Ruston Chase. And he had a shy, and it seemed to bounce over the wicket. Would have been interested had he hit there. It looked like he might have been just short.
Yeah, excellent awareness from Ruston Chase at a point there, picking up and rifling a return to the stumps. But unfortunately for him, it just went over the stumps. He was basically having to aim at one stump from the position when he picked up the delivery. But excellent indeed, keeping this Barbados team on their toes here. Shai Hope, continuing to motivate his players, asking them to continue and stay in the game. So Ruston Chase is going to continue.
And again, it's just about executing now for the Barbados bowlers. They know what they're supposed to do. Can they, put together? No, the good thing is, Warrican is a finger spinner. He's left arm orthodox. Ruston Chase is a finger spinner as well, right arm off spin. So you want to believe both of them can actually. Here's a little bit of a careless shot there, almost gifting his wicket away there. But you want to believe both of them can come and do a job for you, because they're not wrist spinners where the propensity to bowl bad balls is so much greater.
Yeah, the finger spinners, as you would expect, Ruskin, they would have, they have the ability, to put the ball down on a spot on a consistent basis, whereas the wrist spinners tend to sometimes struggle.
And to talk about finger spinners, the late Rafiq Jumadeen obviously comes to mind. And we lost him not too long ago, but boy, was he an amazing bowler. He was an amazing cricketer, personality as well.
Yeah, someone who contributed significantly to West Indies cricket, and more so to the back end, lending a lot of support to the TNT setup as well. He was the chairman of selectors for a period of time as well in the national setup. But a wonderful human being indeed, Rafiq Jumadeen. May his soul rest in peace.
And that was a good over from Ruston Chase, a maiden over at that. So it's the part of that whole approach of trying to pull things back here for the Barbados Pride. And now we see Mayers is coming into the attack. I'm a little bit surprised because I really do think that McAllister was doing a fantastic job. So I'm not sure if they're going to switch ends with him.
Well, just maybe at this stage, Ruskin, Shai Hoop, wanting to possibly get a breakthrough, trying to change up things a bit here at UE Spec, skipper Shai Hoop. And as we all know, Kyle Myers, he does have the ability to produce wicket-taking deliveries. So I'm sure his skipper is going to back him, to the hilt here to make a breakthrough and possibly make further inroads into this Jamaica Scorpions batting lineup.
So you see, we do have heavy roller passing by us here, making a lot of noise. So here is Kyle Mayers driving outside the off stump there, not even waiting to take a look. Chadwick Walton was having a dip.
So Kyle Mayers does have the ability to shape the ball both ways off the seam. So the likes of Chadwick Walton, you'll have to be a bit careful here. You don't want to be careless at this stage of his innings, having done the hard work and propel himself to 42 at this stage. It's very important indeed for one of these guys to go deep into the innings and give the Jamaica Scorpions every opportunity to cross the line.
They dropped the mid off to long off now because from that shot. And here he is again edging, and it goes right through between the first slip and the keeper and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
And just as we were having that conversation, this man, Kyle Mayers, does have the ability to shape the ball both ways. And with Chadwick Walton going hard at the ball, there's always the possibility that he could break the edge of Chadwick Walton's bat. And he did find the edge there. Unfortunately for the Barbados Pride, it bisected the first slip and the wicketkeeper, and it went into the boundary.
Shamar Brooks takes a step to his left now, and here he is running it down to the right where Shamar Brooks was, and gets it down to third man for, this was more controlled, and a comfortable single. So it's just that, the tradition first slip. If you're going to be in first slip, be in first slip. It can't be in second slip, wanting to be a first slip. Or,
And it's also a catch-22 situation where you place yourself in a position where you're neither here nor there in terms of a fielding position.
He is again feeling at the delivery outside the off stump. And then look at how far in front he's trying to play that ball. He doesn't need to get to that ball out there. If anything, play the ball in line.
But we do know that German Blackwood does go hard at the ball, and when you traditionally go hard at the ball, what happens? You tend to play away from your body, and that could bring about his downfall.
Because he must recognize what the bowler is trying to do, and he does have the slip in place. Takes a little step across his stumps, again trying to cover that away movement, and finds that the ball coming back at him instead of going away from him.
So Kyle Mears, aka Dapper, as he's fondly called amongst his teammates. Very entertaining cricketer indeed. Always in the action is Kyle Mears.
And cracked away, but there is cover. And so they might just get a single.
But it just seems to me, Ruskin, not cutting you across, that Kyle Mears have worked out that the way that he wants to get German Blackwood out would be for him to present those opportunities to drive that ball outside the line of the off stump, and hopefully he gets the edge, and it either goes to the keeper or that first slip position.
Well, it's one of the areas that they have to look towards in order to try to, because you can't ask Myers to bowl short ball. So his strength is to
swing the ball
and to continuously plug away off stump, just outside the off stump, and force the batsman to have to try to come out there and get to him.
So the current run rate just about 5.24 at this stage, just above the required rate. But I'm sure as this innings go deeper, we're gonna see the ball getting lower and slower. And there's where it's gonna be very interesting indeed.
That's a simple catch there. He just spooned it up in the air and gifted it. A simple catch taken there by Craig Brathwaite. And that is the end of German Blackwood. Again, trying to turn the ball on the onside, and he just scooped it and flicked it into the arms of Craig Brathwaite at that short mid-wicket position.
So Rustin Chase picking up Pepper here, and a very important one indeed in German Blackwood. At this stage, both German Blackwood and Chadwick Walton had done a tremendous job for the Jamaica Scorpions, bringing them right back into the contest. And when it just seems that they were really taking the game away from the Barbados Pride, a very soft dismissal indeed from the West Indies vice-captain German Blackwood, holding out to that short mid-wicket position, where the captain of the West Indies Test team, Craig Brathwaite, doing the business there, taking a simple catch indeed, just moving forward, and he was able to get that catch.
So Andre McCarthy is the new batsman.
So possibly German Blackwood just paying the price there for trying to go with the tide of the ball, not keeping it down and holding out.
Well, he was just so casual. He just turned the wrist on the ball and never covered it. He just kind of played from where he was standing as opposed to reaching it.
And just when we were praising his responsibility and his maturity, Ruskin, he shows us up.
Well, he will have a lot of time to contemplate what might have been sitting in the pavilion there. He's gone for 30, and McCarthy is the new batsman.
So McCarthy is someone who is still finding his feet at the regional level.
Jamaica has to be wary here. They had a
batting meltdown.
A massive collapse in the last game. And they don't want a repeat here. Barbados, on the other hand, might be thinking exactly that. And Chase doing his part here, finding a nice line, a good length, and just putting it there and asking the batsman to react to it.
Yeah, just bowling that teasing length. So McCarthy trying to get off the mark, playing with subtle hands, but not being able to get the rotation. And here, McCarthy just taking a stride forward. Just exaggerating that forward defensive prod.
Ruston Chase, really a splendid over indeed from him. And it's a maiden wicket for Ruston Chase.
Yeah, so just what the doctor would have ordered at this stage of the innings, getting rid of the dangerous German Blackwood at this stage of the innings. But it's going to be a huge responsibility on the back of Chadwick Walton to continue to battle for the Jamaica Scorpion batting group. With him, Kirk McKenzie, a relative, Andrew McCarthy, my apology, someone who is relatively new at this level, so a lot is going to be on the shoulders of Chadwick Walton. But take nothing away, he's batted brilliantly, and I'm sure that Coach Nikita Miller will want him to bat until the end of the innings.
Well, this is where you will see the maturity in Walton, as in Chadwick Walton, as if he really is ready to take the responsibility that this opportunity presents to him, because he now has to recognize that he is the man of the moment, and a lot of hope rests with him. So Coach Lacan gets a bit of a breather, and of course Basso is back with us.
Hello Ruskin, hello everyone, however you're tuned in. And this one, I think Ruskin is nicely poised.
It is, and it's right on the knife's edge right now.
I think Rustin Chase would have given back in full measure all the dot balls that he would have soaked up when he was batting and unable to really hit his straps as a batter. A wicket made in the last over. And I think now what Andrew McCarthy and Chadwick Walton would want to do is just keep that scoreboard ticking over. You have the likes of the skipper Rovman Powell and Nkrumah Bonner, two stable internationals, established international batters still to come in your batting lineup.
Myers doing a pretty good job since being brought on. I was surprised he was brought into the attack. I thought he might have been played at the top end, but he couldn't come on for Chase because Chase was bowling well. I thought McAllister was also bowling well at the bottom end, and I thought those two would have been allowed to keep it tight, as well as they were doing. But now they've gone towards Kyle Myers to see if he can prize open this one. They've broken the partnership, but I think they would like to get rid of Chadwick Walton and expose the middle and lower order.
In fact, I thought skipper Shea Hope may have thrown in a booming in-swinger and started the bowling from this end at the start of the innings with Kyle Myers, the new ball and a northeasterly wind. And we know Kyle Myers' propensity to in-swing the ball.
So it's really about preferences, I suppose. Of course, Hakeem Jordan is quote-unquote the established number one, if you know what I mean, with Dominic Drake's the emerging star in the team. So I suppose he wanted to give them a go at it first up.
Yeah, take nothing away from Hakeem Jordan and Jai McAllister.
And here we go again. That's a nice big hit. That's going to go a long way, and it stops. It doesn't even get to the boundary. And would you believe it, they only got a single. Well, it just tells you that you have to be switched on all the time. There's no way that ball could have gone. The man from long off ran the way to long on, and the batsman completed just the 1 run.
What's that golf club you were telling me about?
Yeah.
The ball just plugs.
A wet shot there.
It just plugged. And I think that's just in their mind. He thought probably, listen, I've hit the ball well enough, did Andrew McCarthy. And he probably thought that, hey, I'm going to get 4 runs for this. So they trotted through just for 1 run. But it just goes to show sometimes you can't take anything for granted in the game.
Actually, it was Walton who hit it. And McCarthy just seemed reluctant to want to go back for the second run. When Walton realized that it was dying, he was urging him to come for the second run. Now, should Walton get out now, you look back at that missed opportunity there, because he would have been at the other end.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be on strike.
He's supposed to be on strike now. But then if it's a 6, you would say, well, see, and now they're going to get the single. But that's exactly where we saw the demise of Blackwood 2 overs ago. That's the 50 for Chadwick Walton.
And it's come at a very good click. Just 52 deliveries he's faced. So he's really been the mainstay in the early part of the innings. The first third of the innings has been really about Chadwick Walton.
And that's when he's picking that up and he's going with the tide. They should come back for a second and forced to have to hurry a little bit there. McCarthy just seems to have to be willing to run those runs quickly.
He's the new batter. You would expect that Chadwick would be the one that's not so willing to run, having been in the heat for the better part of an hour and a half. And also he wicket-kept for 50 overs.
Stifled appeal, but again going down leg. And just to tell you that Walton's 50 came off 52 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. So a splendid effort on his part. I think now Robman Powell and company will be asking him to continue.
I think with the batting to come that Jamaica do have, should Chadwick Walton bat until the 45th over, they would set themselves up for a victory here.
This has been a good and impressive spell from Roston Chase. 1 for 13 so far. He's in his 5th over. But he's really stemmed the run flow at this end. And he has a wicket to show for it as well.
If there's anything I would like to see from Roston Chase with his bowling, though, is just to flight a few deliveries. Because, again, coming from this end, the northern end, there is that northeasterly breeze that can help with that in-drift and spinning of the ball. And we've come to the end of the over. 97 for 2. The Jamaica Scorpions, end of 20 overs.
Just to do the comparison, after 20 overs, the Barbados Pride was 78 for 1.
They were in consolidation phase at this point in time. After
Shamar Brooks and Craig Brathwaite were now building something.
With the early loss of Kyle Myers in the second over, Shamar Brooks and Craig Brathwaite. They were in the middle of their 89-run partnership. That really set the platform for skipper Shea Hope to come in and get that 65 from 75 deliveries, and then Dominic Drakes with his 40 not out from 18 deliveries at the back end. Kyle Myers continues from the southern end.
And that's a shot we've seen quite a bit of lately. And in fact, we saw it earlier this morning so much that you wonder how they would be able to stop it. They couldn't stop it, and I don't think Barbados had figured out a way how they too can stop it.
The only difference being that Shamar Brooks is at first slip, a wide first slip, almost a slip and a half. And with the Jamaica Scorpions, skipper Rovman Powell himself, for a couple of deliveries, stood at almost a third or a fourth slip, so he was even wider. And for the couple deliveries that skipper Powell stood there, it actually did stem the flow of runs through that vacant short third man region. And having said that, Shamar Brooks has now taken about 4 paces to his right hand side, so they are looking at it, and I guess it's now occurred to them that it's time to plug the gap.
Because this innings has taken on a totally different look. And even though with the man there, they're still able to find the way through.
Valiant effort from Shamar Brooks, but unfortunately not getting anything on it. But good sensible cricket from McCarthy and Walton, understanding where their gaps are, understanding where, probably thinking one ahead of Kyle Myers in terms of his line and lengths, and just playing him with soft hands.
That's a good shot. That's an exquisite on drive. It's going down the hill. Does it have the legs? No. Yet again, the ball is going to hold up, and what looked like 4 runs is just a 2.
Yeah, this time over pitching on this occasion, Kyle Myers, and drifting onto those pads, and a well-played shot, well-timed by Andre McCarthy. So he seems to be getting into a batting rhythm. We always talk about rhythm with bowlers, but batting is also very much a rhythm thing as well.
He is cutting at him outside the off stump, and Myers has to be careful here because he doesn't want to become too predictable, in the sense that when he pitches up the ball, invariably he's trying to get the ball to swing, and to swing away from the batsman. But he does have the ability to curl the ball into, but most times when he's trying to do that now, he tends to drop it short. I'm not quite sure what is the reason for it. And there we go again. That's another good shot, but they're going to get 1, possibly a second. No, they could only get 1. That's great fielding out in the deep there, just limiting the batsman. That is Reefer running around there quickly and limiting them to just the single. It's the end of the over, and at the end of over number 21, the 100 is on the board. It's 103 for 2. So at this stage, you would think that Roston Chase might very well be asked to bowl out here, because once he continues to restrict run scoring at this end, then it allows Shea Hope the luxury of maybe attacking from the other end, and just keep Roston Chase going. The challenge he faces, though, is what does he do about Warwickon? That's a great delivery. That one went straight through. No turn at all.
Sometimes it's not how you start, but how you finish. And we've seen many a bowler, they go for plenty in their first couple of overs in their spell, but they come back into the attack and they do a lot better. I think in the...
this one is in the air. He could be out caught. Drakes is settling under it at long on, and he takes the catch. Really, McCarthy couldn't resist. And we were talking about Chase being a stopgap measure, but he looks like he's the wicket taker. So he too has picked up another pepper, and McCarthy goes for 9.
Yeah, just pitching that one up on a full length and inviting McCarthy to go for that big shot, inviting the drive or a big shot, and indeed he did go for the big shot, did Andrew McCarthy, but not getting any connection, and really just lofting it up. And a fielder of the caliber of Dominic Drakes, who's plied his trade all over the world, you would not expect Dominic Drakes to be dropping anything of that simplistic nature. And speaking of incoming batters and the quality of the Jamaica Scorpions batting lineup, in comes Nkrumah Bonner, who, as I mentioned earlier, a seasoned international player. He's been out of the reckoning for a while with the West Indies international team, but this tournament would give him that opportunity to show that he still has that quality that can make him a viable option in at least two of the formats, in Test match cricket and 50 over cricket for the West Indies.
And you know, at some point in time, everybody who's playing at this level is obviously playing to address the West Indies selectors. If you're not playing for that at this level, then something is wrong. I mean, there are one or two players who may feel that they've gone past their prime and may not be able to factor. But look at what we've seen from Australia and England and India and some places. They call back players who many people probably forgot, you know. And the classic example of that is somebody like a Derek Randall, who made his debut as a young man and 10 years later was recalled to the England team.
There's a converse of that, where sometimes there are players that mature at a later age than others. Australia showed that about 2 years ago with Scotty Boland. Scott Boland made his Test match debut at age 34 or 35 and took 7 wickets on debut.
You know, look at even the, you know, we see so many players do that, and you know, if the player is showing that kind of promise and that kind of ability, you know, and remember too, the thinking is a more mature player will probably be mature in their decision making, you know, during the game, and so that is what you're banking on. When they're younger, they tend to make rash shots and do, you know, crazy things. But a more mature player obviously would have been doing whatever it is you're asking, if he's bowling, batting, fielding, would have been doing it, one, at a consistent level to get your attention, and two, doing it with a kind of proficiency that would attract the selector's attention. So it doesn't matter the age or whatever it is, but my thing is let the player play and then see how they do in that regard. But if you have young players, then you want to push young players. You're not going to flood your team, you know, with all. But there are one or two players who you could take that chance to do so. 105 for 3 after 22.
That's why it was a little bit bewildering to see how Ruston Chase went when he batted, because you expect that someone with the international experience that he's had, he would have probably seen quite a number of different situations and would have been able to read the situation today, read the conditions, and be able to put on a significant score and bat through probably the better part of the latter part of the innings. But of course, having said all of that, the selectors are at all of the venues, so they're getting a first-hand look, and I really do hope that the players themselves are aware that they are performing here, not just for the people of the Caribbean, but they are performing to...
Under the microscope.
Yeah, they're performing to impress the selectors. Mr. Desmond Haynes is here today. We saw him a couple minutes ago on frame under the tent down there next to the Players Pavilion, and I had a lovely conversation with him at the Oval, and he still has so much passion for the game as Raymond Reefer comes into the attack from the southern end. And when you hear Desmond Haynes talk about the game, I say, oh my, what if he was still playing? The type of passion that comes from the gentleman, it's really an engulfing type passion. You yourself can't help but feel passionate about the game.
But it's so important, because I suppose it's that enthusiasm that he wants to permeate through the team.
And that was actually one of the things that he mentioned while in conversation with him when we met him at the Queen's Park Oval, in terms of the passion that these guys have for the game. and some of the things that he himself would like to see from the younger players, not just from battership or being a bowler or a fielder, and working on their craft and getting better as you grow into the game. But that passion for the game is something that he mentioned.
Yeah, and you have to have it. It's what makes you want to get up every day and do it. Yeah, they go for a quick single, and they'll get it too. Not much Warrican could do about that. And this is good, sensible batting here. Now you just lost a wicket. You don't want to gift the opponents another early scalp. Let them work for it a little bit. I always tell people, when you play the sport, look at how hot the sun is here. Think about how many other things you could have been doing rather than being out in the hot sun here, running around. So that's why when you get a chance to bat, you bat long, because my thinking was the opponents, they're trying to bat as long as they possibly can to get as many runs as they can. So why, when I get to bat, I would just go and throw away the nut or something. Not even wind ball cricket I used to play like that. You had to out me in wind ball cricket. I wasn't giving away my hand like that. In school, I remember batting for like 5 days because they couldn't out me, and I just kept batting. And nobody dare pick up the bat after lunch. And we played at lunchtime, and we played in the afternoon after school. So if you're batting at lunchtime and you're not out, you're naturally after classes, you continue batting again.
And that's the other aspect of the game that sometimes we don't think too much about, that mental aspect. Shea Hope mentioned it when I interviewed him at the toss this morning. He mentioned that, especially for him personally, the talent and the technique and everything is already there. Now it's more mental in terms of, as they take a quick single here, there's a chance, and possibly had he raised his head a little earlier and took a shy at the stumps on the striker's end, there might have been a run out. But fortunately for the Jamaica Scorpions, Nkrumah Bonner and Chadwick Walton survive and live to fight another day. At the end of the 23rd over, 107 for 3. The Jamaica Scorpions, their target 259. Their required run rate is 5.63, and they're presently going just over 4 runs to the over. Still 152 runs to get in 162 deliveries. And just to go back to, as we're talking about the mental aspect of the game, and Shea Hope in the interview mentioned that even in the absence of some of the physical training because of the rain that they had earlier in the week, much of his preparation and the team's preparation has been about building on that mental strength and that mental aptitude to play the game and play it for long periods. Jomel Warrican is back from the northern end, or the Gymnasium M. And this is going to be interesting here. Jamel Warrican was taken to the cleaners, least I say, by Jermaine Blackwood. And I think in that instance, familiarity bred some contempt. 2 test match players for the West Indies. He probably batted against him in the nets enough to know how he's going to bowl.
That's a beauty. First up from Warrican, and probably wanting to signal that he isn't scarred by what transpired earlier.
You take a look here, just a hint of grip on the surface, and hopefully he's recognized that that's the length right there.
That's well played in the end, and they're going to get a single. Ruston Chase can't prevent it, but good signs from Warrican.
Yeah, he's found his length here. And comparatively, the first ball pretty much very slow. That second delivery a little bit quicker through the air, a little bit flatter, but still honing in on a good line, that good length. This one just slightly shorter on this occasion, but straight enough and not allowing Walton freedom to move those arms or swing those arms or bring the arms through the line of the ball.
Slightly quicker delivery as well, and but I don't think he needs to show the batsman all his deliveries here. What he needs to do is get a line and get a length and just plug away at that to begin with, and force shots like that. Don't try to experiment too much. Just focus on a few things, and then maybe after 2-3 overs, then you could say, okay, fine, now I can do a little bit of thing. And we were talking about Jumadine earlier and what he was, and that was Jumadine to a T. He would, again, he's trying to just paddle that ball around and the spin, turning him inside out.
So for the better part of this over, he has found that length, that what you would call the spinner's perfect length, saving apart that one delivery that was just short of a good length and allowed Walton just to play off of the back foot. At the end of the 24th over, Jamaica Scorpions have progressed to 108 for 3. And the pick of the bowlers so far, Ruston Chase, 2 for 15 from his 6 overs.
27 dot balls inside of them.
So he's definitely given back all the dot balls that he faced when he was batting. But as I mentioned, at the end of the Jamaica bowling innings, the Barbados Pride's batting innings, I was looking forward to see how Ruston Chase goes with the ball along with Jomel Warrican. Given that we had seen some expansive turn and bounce from Fabian Allen earlier in the day.
Yeah, it's good to see him really putting in the effort here, and I think that is what coaches and captains like to see, is to see players commit themselves to the cause and to fight, whether batting, bowling, fielding, whatever it is. It has to be a total commitment.
Nobody is more committed, dare I say, than this guy running in here, Raymond Reefer. Continuing from that southern end, someone who I mentioned in the first innings, he is a workhorse. He works really hard at his craft. Not the flashiest of players, but when he's bowling, he gives it his all. When he's in the field, he gives it his all. When he's batting, he gives it his all. And you can see Raymond Reefer, as he goes through his paces, he's always thinking about what he wants to do and what he wants to do next. And a lot of times, he just keeps it really simple as a bowler. Just really looking for that line, that length he wants to probe away at, and hitting it time and time again.
It would be interesting to see how Nkrumah Bonner and Walton deal with him on a consistent basis. Bonner, of course, has been kind of like off the scene. What is it, concussion at one point and injuries. So I think he's now making his way back and probably feels a lot better, a lot more confident. Because when you're coming back of injuries, is the psychological part is probably the biggest hurdle. The physical part you could work on because you're working on it every day. It's that psychological part that is the biggest worry sometimes. It's a nice shot, but good bit of fielding again. Ruston Chase once more, putting in a fine diving effort there. And you could see Shamar Brooks running over to congratulate him on a job well done.
It's that type of day. The ball seems to be following Ruston Chase wherever he goes. But that's the other aspect of his game that sometimes flies under the radar. He is a magnificent fielder, especially within that 30-yard circle is Ruston Chase.
Again, the line is a good line, and the length is also solid, so the batsman cannot take the chance to try to become too creative with it.
So coming up just on the halfway mark of the Jamaica Scorpions innings and their reply, chasing 259.
There's that escape valve. Just open the face and run it down to third man.
That's really good gap finding there by Bonner. And at the halfway mark, the Jamaica Scorpions chasing 259 for victory are 109 for 3. Comparatively, at this same stage, the Barbados Pride were 99 for 2. So they're 10 runs the better at this present time. But 1 wicket more as well than the Barbados Pride. They now require exactly a run a ball, 150 from 150 deliveries. So the game is really set up nicely here for the second half of this run chase.
Well, a lot could happen in that time. 150 balls, that's a lot of balls to face. But you have to be smart. You can't get all 150 runs in one over. So there has to be a planned approach of how you're going to get these 150 runs and how you're going to get them in the sense of the next 5 to 10 overs, how we going to, where we want to be after 5, where we want to be after 10. And when we get there, we look at it and say, okay, we need to do this better, or whatever it may be. But, and I think that's how you plan an innings and you achieve a goal.
So Warrican continues from the northern end, and he's come back very well. And in the midst of planning how the Scorpions want to approach this remaining 149 runs.
He goes to him, that's a big hit, it's going, and it's just knocked down there. That's good fielding by Craig Brathwaite out there. And many thought he might have been able to get the catch, but it was always going away from him. And then he did the smart thing, he just knocked it down, didn't try to stop it cleanly, kept it inside the field of play, and then tidied up and completed the fielding with a good throw. But it just tells you every so often Chadwick Walton is going to have a go. He's not going to just sit there and allow Warrican to just ring away. To Warrican's advantage, he does have the long off and the man at cover on the boundary. So if you want to take the chance to go aerial out there, then be my guest, as he's saying.
And in the midst of the Scorpions planning their batting, Shea Hope definitely has done some planning here in terms of how he wants to restrict the scoring. Warrican taking the ball away from the right-handers predominantly, so he has that cover out there when he's bowling, and the batters also hitting into the wind in that direction. The end of the 26th over, however, it's 112 for 3. Chadwick Walton soldiers on 56 not out, and as you can see on your screen by Chadwick Walton's stance, that's the drinks interval, and we're going to have ourselves a drink of water, and we'll rejoin you in a short. So, welcome back to the Sir Frank Worrell Field at the Sports and Physical Education Center at UWI St. Augustine campus. And the state of play after the drinks interval, the Barbados Pride, of course, is scoring 258 for 6 in their allotment of 50 overs on the back of 69 from Shamar Brooks, 65 from Shea Hope, 45 from Craig Brathwaite, and a not out 40 from 18 deliveries by Dominic Drakes. The pick of the bowlers, Parnell 2 for 33 and Nicholson Gordon 2 for 41. And in reply, thus far, the Jamaica Scorpions, after 26 overs, have reached 112 for 3. Chadwick Walton soldiers on 56 and not out from 68 deliveries. Raymond Reefer continues from the southern end. And Nkrumah Bonner is there with Chadwick Walton. Just punching into the covers. And Warrakan does the fielding. As I welcome in back alongside me with 147 to get and 144 deliveries, Mr. Ruskin Mark. What would your approach be at this juncture? Were you Nkrumah Bonner or Chadwick Walton?
Well, I think Bonner is the one who has to come alive here without taking too many risks, but he has to rotate the strike a little bit better than he has been since arriving at the crease. But he's up against probably the most consistent of all the Bajan bowlers in Reefer. Reefer has found a nice line, a good length, and he's sticking to that. He's not deviating from it too much, so Bonner is having a hard time getting him away. But there's always that safety valve, that outlet down to third man. He wants a single, he's going to get it too. Not much that Myers could do about that coming in there from his mid-on position, but it's a well-judged single, and this is what they need to do. They need to start rotating strike, keep the within striking distance. If you know you need 5 and over, you're looking for 4, 5 and over just to stay within range, and then when you get one big over, everything kind of falls in your favor quickly.
Yeah, Nkrumah Bonner, a strike rate of just in and around 30-35. You would want to increase that strike rate in quick time within the next few overs. But of course, playing smartly, as you said, Ruskin, is what's needed. If it's not there to hit, look for those singles. But of course, when you have a bowler of Raymond Reefer's ilk, that gives you nothing to work with. Sometimes all you can really do is play that situation and play the ball right down in front of you, as Walton just did.
But Walton has been there, I think, for long enough now that he must recognize that he has that outlet down to third man, and so it means just angling the bat a little bit better and picking it up there. So a good bit of fielding once again. Just Barbados just not giving them too much. Leacock, who took a good catch earlier, showing his capabilities here again.
And as you have mentioned, Leacock, the Barbados Pride have been quite astute in the field as well. They haven't given away many runs per se. We haven't seen many misfields or drop catches, and having said that, Raymond Reefer proves me wrong by being wayward and straying down the leg side, giving away a wide in an already inexpensive over. Just that one legal delivery to go, and just those 2 runs, the wide and the one off the bat. But Barbados, for the better part, saving apart the onslaught from Jermaine Blackwood, they have been good in the field. Probably aided and abetted by some of the heaviness in the outfield as well.
That was earlier this morning. Reefer was asking, I'm not quite sure what Reefer was asking for, because he's asking McAllister to move at short fine leg, but I don't know where he wanted him to go, left to his left or to his right, whatever it is. The over comes to an end. It's 114 for 3.
Speaking of the aforementioned Jair McAllister, moving down to his fielding position, you can just see him going through some of the warm-up drills, getting the legs moving, getting the arms moving. So pretty sure that at some point we're going to see him coming back into the attack. But for now, it's Jomel Warrican from the gymnasium end, and the skipper Shea Hope has employed the services of a first slip. So looking for that outside edge. And Warrican's previous over, he did find that good length, that fullish length that you call the perfect spinner's length, drawing the batters forward. Let's see how he goes here.
And he now has to do his part. He got roughed up early on, but now this is his opportunity at revenge here. A wicket will be perfect, but more importantly, just to keep the batsman quiet.
Yeah, 2 deliveries to start with that pretty much on the slower side, but finding that length once again, just drawing the batters forward, drawing Nkrumah Bonner forward onto that front foot.
It's a sweep shot. He threatened that some time ago, and this time he's able to execute it quite nicely.
And the sweep shot bringing a brace, and with those 2 runs, Raymond Reefer fielding out there on the square leg boundary, carrying the score up to 116.
So it's a good opportunity here. The game is nicely balanced at the moment. A wicket or 2 here would really tilt it in Barbados' favour. If Jamaica could keep them out, it could become very interesting, because like I said, if you get it close to 100 required and you still have 6-7 wickets in hand, you're in business. You could change tempo quickly.
And of course, with the likes of Fabian Allen and Rovman Powell still to bat, of course, as we were talking about off the air, you don't want to leave too much for these guys to do at the back end. But we do know the caliber of Rovman Powell and Fabian Allen. We've seen them on countless occasions, finishing games, whether for the West Indies or their international franchises. So even 80 to 100 runs in the back end, the last 10 with Powell and Fabian Allen to come, would still be very much gettable for the Scorpions team, who have moved on to 117 for 3 at the end of 28 overs.
28 overs completed. It certainly means that they're in the hunt. Chadwick Walton is still there on 56, 9 to Nkrumah Bonner. And Rovman Powell is padded up. And so he's probably thinking he could come here and change the tempo, up the tempo a little bit. Maybe blast away a couple boundaries, a couple sixes, just to give his team a little bit of a breather. And right now it's tight. It's very, very close. Both teams know they're in it. But it's what happens in the next couple of overs by way of runs and wickets. If Barbados can get wickets, then they would be happy. If the Jamaicans can get some quick runs, I think they'll be more than happy. And you just saw Fabian Allen there just look chilling. It doesn't seem like he have a care in the world. He just relaxing here now at UWE Spec.
Well, I tell you something, you said it's tight, and it's real close to the position of the game. And in fact, at this very same stage,
it was 117
the score was identical.
Yeah, with just a wicket, 1 for 2, and now it's for 117 for 3.
Of course, at the back end, there's that 3 overs, 18 deliveries of 40 runs from Dominic Drakes as Javid Leacock comes into the attack.
Yep. And the thing that you didn't want is exactly that happened there. And Nkrumah Bonner has to go run out. He just wandered out of his crease. Now he made the call, and then both batsmen kind of stood up and watched each other, and that was the end of that. So Bonner has to go for 9. So could this be the turning point here now for the Jamaicans? Do they have the resolve? Can they regroup here and put this behind them and keep going? Bonner is not happy at all, to say the least. And there's the skipper sprinting out to the middle. He wants to get there and maybe get on with things.
And skipper Rovman Powell striding out to the middle, jogging actually, and walking with some purpose now as he enters the square and the playing surface, the pitch. And he has the better part of 21 overs to set himself and have a go. 142 runs is still needed from 130 deliveries. And we spoke about it in the first innings where you don't realize how long 50 overs can be. Rovman Powell, he has been susceptible to spin. Javid Leacock has been introduced into the attack, and whether directly or indirectly, his introduction has brought about the breakthrough that the Barbados Pride was searching for. But now Rovman Powell has an opportunity here to really give himself some time, get into his work, get into his innings, get into his rhythm, and really show the class and caliber that we know he possesses.
Yeah, he's edging and he's gone. First ball, driving outside the off stump, and a big outside edge and a brilliant catch taken. And that is the end of Rovman Powell. He sprinted out to the middle, and now he's going to take a slow, painful walk back to the pavilion as he goes for a golden duck out first ball, and a good smart catch taken there by Shamar Brooks at slip. And all of a sudden, it's 117 for 5 now.
And Rovman Powell's travails versus the spinning ball and versus spinners continues. And there's that length from Javid Leacock that we were talking about in the previous over with Jomel Warrican. That length that just draws the batter forward. And Rovman Powell with those hard hands and that power, just pushing hard at the ball. A bit of a spin as well extracted from Javid Leacock. And taking that outside edge, Fabian Allen there on the boundary rope, waiting to enter. And you've heard of Imran Tahir. I'll tell you something, Javid Leacock, you would not have seen it on your screen, but he sprinted all the way to the cover point boundary. He was basically, by the time he ended up, was just about 2 feet away from the boundary rope. The entire Barbados team had to chase after him because they know the value of that wicket, the caliber, as I mentioned, of the person in Rovman Powell who can take the game away from you in the blink of an eye. And we showed Fabian Allen at the boundary rope, but in fact it's going to be Parnell who is going to make his way to the middle. So they're holding back Fabian Allen, possibly just to give them that cushion that if they do need to go at probably 8 runs and over in the back end, that Fabian Allen would come in and give them that impetus. Of course, the Barbados Pride scored 75 from their last 10 overs. They went at 7.5 runs to the over, between over number 40 and over number 50, thanks in main part to 40 from Dominic Drakes. The consideration here is that Parnell is also a left-handed batter. So just to give the Barbados Pride batters something to think about, the Scorpions probably would have thought about just changing it up a bit and sending Parnell in front of Fabian Allen. But Javid Leacock has had a good day so far. He's taken a smart catch. He's been astute in the field. He's been very alert. And now with the ball, he's caused a run out. And now he has taken the big wicket of the Jamaica Scorpions captain.
I thought it was Brooks who was taking the catch, but it's Jordan who is positioned at slip. Hakeem Jordan took a nice smart catch low down. There's another stifled appeal, the ball turning into the left-hander. Parnell just seemed a little bit stagnant there. He just put the pad and couldn't move it out of harm's way, trying to play around his pad. And that's a recipe for disaster there for him. And I'll tell you what, when Rovman Powell got out, Parnell wasn't even padded up. Everything happened so quickly. And this time he's watchful. But I don't think he's going to be watchful for long. I think his plan here is going to try to hit his way out of danger.
And he's known for giving the ball quite a licking, as they say, is Parnell. He does possess a packer punch. You can tell just by the stature of the man. But it's a test here now with the Barbados Pride spinners really getting into their work.
And they've done well. They've really kept a lid on the free scoring Jamaicans, and now they're threatening to blow them away. Here's another strong one. He's out BW. Again, the ball coming back into the left-hander. He was square as ever in front all three stumps. He never looked comfortable playing the spinning ball, and it was just a matter of time before he would get one coming back at him. And that, as they say, is that as he goes without scoring, and that's 2 in the over for the young man. What a way to really celebrate coming into the attack and picking up 2 big peppers.
And very well set up as well too. The deliveries before, he just allowed it to slide on with the arm going across Parnell. And on that length that just had Parnell in 2 minds whether to go forward or go back. And then he dropped that one on a length that Parnell attempted to go forward and then realized that it darted back in at him and straightened, probably taking that middle stump halfway up. And the aforementioned Fabian Allen, who was padded up, as you mentioned, before Parnell, now in fact makes his way to the middle. And it's going to be interesting to see how Fabian Allen approaches this innings. There's still 142 runs to get in 126 deliveries. 29 overs have been completed, and Jamaica Scorpions have remained on 117 for 6. A wicket maiden, a double wicket maiden, triple wicket if you consider the run out from young Javid Leacock. And it's going to be interesting to see how Fabian Allen approaches here now.
Not just Allen, it's also how does Walton adjust here? Does he farm the strike? Because I think that is probably what is going to be required here, at least for the next couple of overs. He's going to have to take the bulk of the scoring.
Well, I beg to differ, because we know the caliber of Fabian Allen, and we know that he can score quickly. And these are the type of situations, though, that the CG United Super 50 Cup, with all our international players being here, these are the type of situations you want to see people like Fabian Allen be in.
That's a nice shot, and that's going to run down the hill. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary, though. Again, it slows up, and the batsmen are going to have to be content with just 2.
These are the type of situations you want to see people like Fabian Allen in, because we know Fabian Allen can come in with 15 balls to go and get you a quick 20-30 runs, but with 21 overs to go, can you come in and curb your aggression?
He's not the man for this job. No, I don't think he's the man for that job. That's why I say Walton is the man who's probably going to have to take the bulk of the scoring, at least for the time being, and not expose Fabian too much.
I think you're not giving Fabian enough credit here.
No, it's not. But you see, you have to read the situation here. You have a spinning ball. You have a new batsman at the crease, and we saw what happened to 2 new batsmen a short while ago. So you don't want to put him in that situation too much. And if you're exposing him at all, he must be facing at the maximum 2 balls and over. And it must be the last 2 balls in the over.
And in fact, that's exactly what has happened with 3 runs from the over so far. 2 balls to go.
Yeah, because you're now playing the situation more than anything else. And so your whole mode of thinking has to change until you get to the point where you feel you can get a few boundaries and put some runs on the board and take the pressure off. But the over has come to an end. Another decent over. It's 120 for 6.
And you can see there the two spinners, the pick of the bowlers, Ruston Chase, who still has 4 overs to go, 2 for 15, 27 dot balls. And Javed Leacock, 1 over. Would you believe it? 2 for no run.
Yep.
6 dot balls. A double wicket maiden to the young lad. And he's going to be continuing. And why would you not continue with him from that southern end?
Yep. I think when you really think about it, even Warwickon has come back in and is doing a job for his team. He could still go back to Ruston Chase, who was spot on. You have Reefer, who bowled well. You have McAllister, who bowled well. There's another one, a big play and a miss outside the off stump. The game has suddenly changed since Leacock has arrived on the scene.
Well, there's that old saying, you add 2 or 3 wickets to any score and the complexion of the game changes in an instant.
Yeah, and this young man has really come and taken the game by the scruff of the neck here and is threatening to blast the Jamaicans out. There he goes again, aerial, but he got it into the gap. It's only going to be a single. And, well, Walton is off strike. 121 now. And how long ago did he make his 50? It seems like an eternity ago.
It seems like he hasn't been facing many deliveries as well, with all the commotion there we see on the other end.
Is Allen pushing this one up on the offside? A little bit uppishly, but well into the gap.
Yeah.
So he's off the mark on 1. And that brings Walton, who's on 60, back on strike now.
Yeah, so this will definitely be a consolidation phase here.
Nice sweep shot. He got it into the gap now, and McAllister is after it. And again, the ball dies before it gets anywhere near the boundary. So we in the compound at the University of West Indies in St. Augustine, and we have some bright students, I would imagine, to our left taking in the cricket action, although they know some of them are preparing for graduation. He's against sweeping. There's a loud appeal, but it's going to be difficult. He was way down the wicket, and it's going to be tough for the umpire to give that, although the bowlers don't mind.
Yeah, possibly also marginally being struck just outside of the off stump as well. But you can see here what Walton is attempting to do, and whether he's picking what Javed Leacock is doing or not, he's relying on that sweep shot as best as he can.
That completes the over. It's 124 for 6 now.
And of course, for those of you who are following the World Cup, the Cricket World Cup, which we are all pained that the West Indies haven't made the World Cup, but Australia completing a victory by 69 runs this morning versus Pakistan. And they have now leapfrogged the Pakistan in the table, so they're now Australia into 4th place.
Yeah, they're 4
and
points.
Pakistan have slid down into 5th place, which makes those games tomorrow and Sunday with the other top 4 teams really, really interesting. South Africa playing tomorrow against England, the defending champs, as Warwickon continues. And then New Zealand and India, the top 2 teams in the table. It makes it really interesting because with a win, England themselves can move up the table significantly above the likes of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and the Netherlands. And it opens up the tournament, especially in the middle of the table.
Yeah, there's those 2 upsets that we had last week there that really set the tone here now for the tournament. The Netherlands coming up with their big shocking win, and of course Afghanistan also churning out a victory
over the defending champs nonetheless. And speaking about defending champs, Jamaica Scorpions, the Super 50, the CG United Super 50 defending champions from 2022, with their backs against the wall slightly here. The required run rate climbs at 7.25 per over, and they're presently going at just under 4 to the over. So their backs are against the wall, and should they not get these required runs, that would mean 2 losses from 2 games, with just 7 games being played in the tournament. Of course, the format of the tournament, 8 teams, everyone plays each other 1 time, so every team plays 7 games. With the 2 losses to start the tournament, it's going to make it difficult for Jamaica to defend their title should they not get these runs.
Well, you don't want to write them off totally. The problem is they're making life difficult for themselves if they were to go under here today as well. But to their credit, they've already surpassed the 123 that they had in the first game, so they're now 125 for 6 now after 32 overs. So we have the 2 batsmen having a little mid-pitch conference, no doubt trying to think up a way of how they can get themselves out of the mire here. But this man must be thinking how he could probably pick up another 2 quick wickets and try to bring an end to this as quickly as possible. But because we're close to the airport here, you're looking at this big jet plane flying in, looking like it's crawling. Yes, another one edge, and he takes it, he juggles it, and that is the end of Fabian Allen there, just pushing at it, and Leacock has a 3rd.
That is a magnificent catch in the first slip. And the young man, Javid Leacock, is having himself a day out here. Already 3 wickets in the bag for the young man. Just 4 wickets off of his bowling. So 4 runs off of his bowling. And there you see again, just touching down on that perfect spinner's length. That length that draws the batter forward. And the hard press and hard hands of Fabian Allen, undone by a bit of spin and grip in the surface as well. And caught there at first slip. And you mentioned Ruskin not writing them off, but it is definitely an uphill task now as Javor Royal comes to the crease at 125 for 7 inside the 33rd over. The required run rate has now ballooned to 7.5 required for the over. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they are well with their back against the walls here.
Well, it's not just a backer, they've dug themselves a deep, deep hole here, and they now have to try to figure out a way to climb out of it. And runs, that's the medicine for them. But where are they going to get those runs, and from whom? Not even Chadwick Walton has been able to get on top of the bowling in the last 10 overs or so. He's just been 1s and 2s maximum he's getting. He's not been able to get the bowling away.
I would say for the better part of about 4 or 5 of those last 10 overs, he's pretty much been a bystander to all that has gone on in the 2.1 overs from Javid Leacock and the 3 overs from Jamel Warrican.
There's another big drive again coming there from Javon Royal, misses everything, but the ball also misses the stump. And so I'm sure Leacock must be thinking, I wonder if he could read the googly here. And let me see if I could set him up with a googly early.
And that's one of the things that's been impressive about this young man. This one, really a flighted delivery up above the eye line of Javor Royal, but he's up to the task. And that's been impressive with Javid Leacock. He's been able to move the ball both ways. In fact, one's coming into the left-hander, one's just going on with the arm, leaving them. Same thing with the right-handers, one's turning into them, and then those that just stay straight on with the arm.
There's a lovely sweep shot that's gone for 6. That's a great shot there again from Walton. Just got down on one knee and just swept it behind square. Didn't bother to move after playing the shot. He knew that he had made good contact.
And they're going to need quite a few more of those if they're going to challenge the 259 that they are after.
So now Shea Hope has decided he's going to put the man out there and tell Chadwick Walton, go ahead, play the shot if you name man, and let's see what happens. But he has a man in almost, well, the difference is the man has to stay within the ropes, and but the ball went beyond the ropes. There he goes again. This goes high over long on. This goes even further, and that one goes down to the. Do they still have a rugby field down there? Or do they play small goal football?
It's actually football. They play
football.
I've seen them playing football
Yep.
on that end.
So that one goes way over on that side. That's a monstrous hit here. So now maybe he has decided that this is my best chance here of getting 100 and trying to get this innings back on track.
I tell you, he's playing with the field a bit because the gap was backward of square, almost down to fine leg. He played the sweep shot backward of square. Shea Hope plugged the gap and then he played one over mid-wicket.
And this time he's looking to pinch a quick single, but he couldn't. And that completes the over. At the end of it, 138 now for 7. So after 33 overs, it's 138 for 7. Jamaica really needs some serious batting here the rest of the way. And the problem they face is that this Barbados attack is such a quality attack. They have strength in numbers. They probably have the most talented bunch of bowlers of any team in the tournament. And because you can still bring back Drakes, you still have Jordan, you still could keep Warwick going. You're bringing back Ruston Chase now. You know, so you basically have all these bases covered. How does Royal deal with Chase? Chase has a slip, so he's obviously going to try to bring him onto that front foot. And stroke nicely down to long on. That's a good shot from the powerfully built right-hander. But the game really has been turned on its head because it was 117. It was 103 for 3. And then it was 117 for 3. Then it was 117 for 4, so 117 for 5, 117 for 6. And then we just had Allen out at 125 for 7.
We always talk about those little points in the game that you want to win. And that run out, really the turning point in the innings. Because that run out
that opened the door.
Bonner,
yep.
It opened the door, exactly. It opened the door and it exposed the lower to middle order, and it exposed Rovman Powell, Fabian Allen, Javor Royal, and the likes. And those wickets in succession, the 2 wickets in that very same over with the run out by young Leacock, that of Captain Rovman Powell and young Parnell. Definitely, that is the over that should Jamaica.
This one has gone on a long way, a very long way indeed. And they just put a portable generator right there, and the batsman almost picked it out. And
well, I was about to say that if Jamaica, I was just about to say that if Jamaica don't cross the line, they'll look back on that over. But then they conversely, these last couple of overs with Chadwick Walton opening up his arms and really going after the bowling, we may very well look back at this period and say that's where Jamaica won the game.
Well, he has 80 to his name now, and so he's 20 away from 100. But more importantly, he can get his team back in business here if he continues to go the way he's going. He's certainly taking a different approach. You could see it in his whole approach. Leacock can't prevent the single.
And this is good cricket by him as you talk about his approach. He's already gotten that 6 in the over, and the required run rate is just under 8 to the over, and he's gotten the 6, and he's already gotten a single at the start of the over. Now he takes another single. It's 8 runs in the over. So that's smart cricket by him, not really looking to get greedy, but being situationally aware that we already have 7 runs in the over. Let's just take a single, tap it down to third. And with that said, the Ruston Chase over comes to an end. 8 runs in the over, and the Jamaica Scorpions have moved on to 146 for 7 from 34 overs. Still 112 runs adrift of Barbados' 258, 113 runs adrift of their target of 259.
And they have work to do. They know they have work to do, but they have their safety valve at the wicket. He's been holding things together so far, and they're going to need him to stick around for a lot longer. Barbados, though, would love to see the back of Chadwick Walton. So Javid Leacock is coming back or is continuing from that southern end. And on the back foot, he probably not sure how the ball is spinning. You could see him trying to go forward first and then rock back onto the back foot, tugging it on the onside. Nice tease and flight there. Just asking Walton to come after him outside the off stump there. Let's have a party out there. Here's another ball driven into the offside, but not in total control. So again, Leacock getting a nice little rip on the ball. Getting deviation off the wicket as well.
We're going to get a chance to see here the temperament of Leacock. Chadwick Walton went after him a bit in his previous over. Took him for 2 huge sixes. And in this comeback over so far, just a bit of a false start here. In his comeback over though, 3 balls and just that a single run so far.
Well, he's pulled back his length a little bit. Although he's flighting the ball nicely, he's pulled back his length. And that's what he's asking the batsman to do. I don't think he expected that ball to come back to him so fast. Again, Royal is a powerful man. So even when he mishits the ball, it's going to come back at you fairly quickly. And I think that's what happened to Leacock there. But he won't mind because he gets a chance to take the prize wicket here of Chadwick Walton. If you could only get him into error, he almost did there. A quick change of mind, or should I say a late change of mind, forced him to play that one defensively when he looked like he was going to sweep. And what probably happened to him there, he wasn't sure where the man at deep backward square was. There is no deep backward square. He's back in the circle.
I think he was slightly deceived in flight as well. Just as this one is, the last couple of deliveries, he's flighted it just that much more. And again, that length, drawing Chadwick Walton forward, probably thinking he could get to the ball, but really never did or never could get to it to play that shot that you speak about. And at the end of 35 overs, 15 overs to go, and 90 deliveries to go, the Jamaica Scorpions are 148 for 7. Still 111 runs adrift of their target.
So this is going to take some getting here. I think purely from a neutral standpoint, it would be interesting to see see if Walton can get 100 and then carry on for a bit, just to make things interesting. And to see which of the Barbados bowlers will be able to take their team home, take them over the line. So Drake's is right in front of us here, but it's going to be Ruston Chase who's going to continue. And there he goes. That's a massive hit. That's a reverse sweep that went for 6. Well, well, well.
Well, we've talked about innovation for the day, and we saw Craig Brathwaite do it earlier, where Craig Brathwaite played a couple of reverse sweeps. But Chadwick Walton, I beg your pardon, Jaffa Royal, really just probably premeditating that's where the gap is. I'm going to do something here to get that gap. And he put all his focus, all his power, all his strength, everything behind the ball. And in fact, cleared that fence, cleared the bleacher and into the car park on that eastern end of the ground. And probably welcome signs for the Jamaica Scorpions here that now both batters seem to be getting on with it. And in this middle period, just something of note that the Barbados Pride have taken 5 wickets within this middle period.
There's a sweep shot that brushes off. It looks like it came off the glove and ballooned over his shoulder. Or is it leg bias? It's leg bias. It probably came off the body and ballooned in the air and went over the keeper's head.
And these middle overs, the Barbados Pride have given themselves that possibility of the bonus point for the second power play by taking 5 wickets in the second power play. Still 5 overs to go in the 4.5 overs to go in the second power play, and also that dot ball percentage.
There he goes. This one is coming. It's coming. It's coming. And not much that Drakes could have done with it. He was keeping his eyes on the ball, but I think he might have just tripped on the rope or something as he was running back here. But the ball was over his head. He never had a chance at it. And he might have just hurt himself here a little bit. But that's 6 more runs there to Chadwick Walton. So we had a 6 for Royal. And now we have a 6 to Walton. That's already 12. Plus the single, the leg by, that's 13 runs in the over already. And they're going to add another one here to make it 14. So Jamaica fighting here, they're digging deep.
And this is smart cricket, as you mentioned a couple overs ago. They've gotten the 2 boundaries in the over, 2 maximums in the over, and now just playing that ball straight back along the ground into the vacant mid-on area and taking up 1.
I'm still amazed that Royal sweep for 6, reverse sweep. That's not
You're going to see it in your dreams tonight.
Yeah, that's not even the orthodox side in making that sweep shots. That's the reverse sweep that he connected on.
It's almost Glenn Maxwell-like. It's almost like he turned himself all around and became a left-handed batter.
What an incredible shot. In fact, this morning I was looking at a little bit of the Australia game, and Warner executed a flick, a little short-arm jab on one knee from a fast bowler, went for 6, hit the roof of the building. And they were talking about the biggest 6 of the tournament. But I say, but if that didn't hit the building, it would have gone another 20 meters.
That reminds me of one. You would remember it yesterday from Johnson Charles, who played well for his 87 odd, 86 odd. As we come to the end of the 36th over, 163 for 7. The Jamaica Scorpions, the pick of the bowlers so far. Javed Leacock, 3 for 19 from his 4 overs. And there was one from Johnson Charles where he went down on one knee, and almost a slog sweep. I can't remember who was bowling at the time, but it actually hit the sign on the KFC VIP booth just to the front of the balcony. And I sat down in the scorer's booth, and I thought to myself, but if the building wasn't there.
Yeah, he is trying that little scoop, a little paddle, trying to manufacture some runs here now. And
it was so effortless. I thought to myself, but if the Caribbean wasn't there, the ball probably would have ended up on the side street. I can't remember the name of that street along the oval. Elizabeth Street. Yep. There you go. But the fight is on, definitely, from the defending champions.
And Barbados know that they have this game, but they have to finish the job. They've done well, but it's not over till it's over, so to speak. They have to finish the job here, and this is the man standing in their way. Walton again thinking of two. They go quickly. Is he going to come back? No, he decides against it, as Reefer is very alert out there in the deep. And the batsmen are going to be content with just the one run. We have action out in the middle. We have action behind us here. All sorts of things happening, no doubt. Here he is again, driving and getting it in Royal. He's going to get a single. So he is doing his part, rotating the strike, getting Walton back on strike as often as he possibly can.
And the gap between runs required and balls remaining just gets that much smaller.
Here he goes again, trying to sweep it. He did make contact, but he also hit it into the pad. And Leacock again. Now what does Roston Chase do? Does he put the man back onto the fence, or does he leave him there short? The way he's swinging, any kind of contact is going to take it past this one. Here he goes again. And really he's going to live and die by that sweep shot, it looks like, as he tries to put Leacock off his mark, so to speak, put him off, throw him off his game. But that is the end of the over. They're going to take a little bit of a break here. It's 166 for 7 after 37 overs. Remember, the victory target is 259 after Barbados made 258 for 6. We'll be back shortly. Let's welcome you back here. So, as we conclude the drinks break, As you can see, it's not the brightest of skies. There are some low clouds hanging around, but nothing threatening at the moment. The sun is down in the west, so what you're seeing is the eastern part of Trinidad. It's heading more towards the central plains, and to our right would be the western side of the ground, and that's where it's nice and bright and sunny, as you could see. So we're hoping that that remains the same, and there is our astute cameraman making sure that you get a full view of what I'm talking about in terms of the weather conditions. But here is Warwickon, and just trying to buy himself some space there. Royal stepping away early o'clock and then trying to see if he could push it. Push it past him. At least see if Warwickon can do the business again. He's flicking at it on this one, ripped past the outside edge, and was taken by Shea Hope. And but the batsman was right there, stationary. Again, beaten outside the off stump. That's good bowling from Warwickon. He's not giving him too much flight to work with. He's just putting it down in front of him and forcing him to have to play or not to play. That's the decision he has to make here. And what he doesn't want to do is to not play, and that's the one that is coming in with the arm. So he constantly is being asked to make a decision. And there is a loud appeal from LBW. Not out, says the umpire. And he might have actually gone way across, gone outside the off stump. And so he survives. He has he goes for a little walk. Barbados thought they had their man there, but it wasn't to be. And now he's driving powerfully. So I would imagine Walton's hand must have been, his heart must have been in his hand there just now when he heard that appeal and saw the shot that was attempted. And now he too can't take advantage, so he will have to wait again while his partner continues his batting at the other end. It's the end of the over. It's 167 for 7. 38 overs completed. 90 to Chadwick Walton. They need 92 runs. They have 72 balls in which to get those runs. Can they get there? The general consensus is that they can get it. The challenge is not to lose too many wickets and try to maintain a positive approach the rest of the way. And nothing doing there. And this is the young man who broke the back of the Jamaican batting. And so they have to treat him with respect. But they also have to figure out a way how to maybe get after him. He had to think for a moment of a single. They already had one run out in the innings. I don't think they want a second one. And Walton, who was involved in that mix-up with Nkrumah Bonner, probably doesn't want to repeat that here today. That will be sacrilegious to have 2 run-outs. This one is in the air, and it's gone a long, long way, and that's 6 runs right onto the fence.
So there's one school of thought. I've heard the West Indies white ball coach, as we see here, well-executed sweep shot from Javor Royal over square leg in front of the scoreboard on the eastern end. He always talks about at this stage, you look at the runs needed, the balls remaining, and the difference, you work it out in boundaries, and then you say run a ball. So at this stage, 86 runs, 69 deliveries, so 17 is the difference. So he would tell you 3 sixes and the rest as a runner ball. So that's one school of thought that Chadwick Walton and Javor Royal may want to take into consideration. And as we've said, ticking the score over whilst also being aggressive and looking for those boundary balls. They've already gotten 6 runs in the over, that sweep shot from Royal. Can they get a single? And
here he goes now. This one hit him plumb in front. Not out, says the umpire. He was trying that reverse sweep again. I'm not quite sure where he ended up, but he was struck plumb. Was it plumb in front? He might have been outside off stump.
I think by the time he got that back leg being the front leg and he planted it, it would have been outside of his leg stump as a left-handed batter in the switch hit, or his off stump as his regulation right-handed batting. 39 overs have been completed, 173 for 7, and a further 86 runs needed from 66 balls. The difference of 20, and Darren Sammy would tell you that's 4 sixes, make 24, and then you get a runner ball, and of course all the bonus points and all the adjustments and little intricacies of this edition of the CG United Super 50 Cup, with the aim of building a specific brand of cricket for the West Indies moving forward as Jamel Warrican continues.
That's a great shot. That one is down behind square. There is a man down there. They're only going to get a single though. I'm sure he would have been hoping for more, but you'll have to get the 1 run. Now here is the real question here. Can Royal stick around for a long time? Because you know he's going to play shots. Can he stick around and really help his team here? They're going to get the quick single. That's another 1 to the scoreboard.
Of course, Jamel Warrican has come back in his second spell really well here. In his first 3 overs, going for just about 25 runs or so. And since then, he's only gone for about 17 runs.
This one is pulled away, but again, there is cover down in the deep. The ball is not going to get over the ropes. And Rifa is out there to limit them to 2 runs.
So after going for just about 8 runs and over in his first 3, he's come back, and his subsequent 5 overs only costing just about 3.5 to the over. So this is a good character shown by this young spinner from Barbados.
Quicker delivery, but on the back foot goes Walton, keeping his eyes on it though, not really trying to do too much. He is on 93, so he must be thinking of 100, and he's not going to get a single there. He was hoping to milk that one, but good fielding again from Brooks.
Evidence of the good effort in the field from the Barbados Pride.
And now they're going to attempt a quick single. He's going to have to hurry, and he just makes it there in time. It was a late start. I don't think he was looking for that one, but he got the call and he responded. And the good thing is that he made it. 178 for 7 now after 40.
So the completion of the second power play, as we see umpire Gustad here signaling to the scorers, and now signaling the end of the second power play. The end of the second power play, comparatively at this same point in their innings, 183 for the loss of 3 were the Barbados Pride. So not far off in terms of runs, just 5 runs behind. Of course, we have to remember that 18 balls at the end of the innings, the last 5 overs, the 18 balls with 40 runs coming from Dominic Drakes may well be the difference in this one. Of course, the Jamaica Scorpions as well, 4 wickets down more than the Pride had at this same stage in their innings.
Leacock, a false start there. I'm not sure if they what was happening, if the captain was adjusting the field or what, but the umpire wasn't happy.
Yeah, Chadwick Walton pulled out of his batting stance at the last minute. Possibly he himself was not ready in his batting stance. We already know.
There is the reverse, and this time it's intercepted nicely there by Ruston Chase. So the man at backward square is right back on the fence, and that is probably why he went for the reverse as opposed to the conventional sweep shot.
And it's arguably the tallest player in the team, Jaheim McAllister.
This one, he's gone, and he's out. Good. Down at long on. Good running catch taken down there by the substitute Smith. And that is the end of a very good innings from Chadwick Walton. He goes for 94.
And yet another wicket for Javed Leacock. Just pitching that one up, inviting Chadwick Walton to go after him. And go after him he did. He cleared that front leg and really gave it his all, but not making the connection. As you can see, his disappointment there with the pump of the fist on the bat as he walks off at Chadwick Walton. But good bowling by Javed Leacock. And the second part of his spell, he's given the ball a little bit more flight, a little bit more air, and probably that's the undoing of Chadwick Walton for a very well played 94. And the soldier, Sergeant Sheldon Cottrell, makes his way out to the middle. Not necessarily known for his batting, but the way Javor Royal has approached his innings thus far, Cottrell might do well to stick around a while with Javor Royal, and there might be some fight in this Jamaica Scorpions team yet.
It'll be more like fireworks than fight, because I don't think he's going to hold back now. He's probably just going to go full blast and try to get as many as he can.
Well, they always say you can go down fighting or you can go down timidly, just standing around watching, but you're going to go down either way. One of my uncles will tell you, I prefer they go down fighting. Show me the shots, play the shots. Don't get out just holding the bat out there, chucking the bat at the ones outside the off stump. Play the shot. Yeah. If you play the shot and you miss and you get out, fine. I'm going to live with that. But definitely it would be good to see the Jamaica Scorpions fight till the end. Of course, they're already 55 runs better than they were in their first game.
And Cottrell is right out in front, head right over the ball in the approved fashion, and keeping it out in front. Now that he's gotten that out of the way, let's see what the second ball will bring, if he flights it at all. And he's on the back foot trying to turn it on the onside.
And skipper Shea Hope here is on the hunt. He's now brought a Ruston Chase to accompany Akeem Jordan in that slip cordon. So there are now 2 slips in place.
There he goes, and there it goes. He could just look up at it. On the roof it goes, or it just bounces in front, and it comes back. So 6 runs to Sheldon Cottrell. As if to say, I've been practicing.
Yeah, very well played shot. In fact, it was an over-pitch delivery, but it still had to be hit, and hit it he did.
But this time he shows more restraint, because that was a nicely flighted delivery and was asking for a repeat of that last shot. I'm sure that's what Ruston Chase is walking by him, telling him, why didn't you go with that one as well? 184 for 8 after 41.
And as solid as you get in defense, almost to say, you can put me to open the batting, I'm good in defense as well. But there's that fight. The required run rate now has gone up to 8.3. Further 75 runs needed from 54 balls. So the difference between balls and runs required still hovering in and around that 20 mark, which basically is still just 3 or 4 big hits away and then a run every ball after that. And Jamel Warrican is going to be finishing out his spell here. And Javor Royal wastes no time, and right inside the 10th that are being put up for the UE graduation. Bouncing on the call button, coming back out to the fence. Javor Royal is letting the Barbados Pride know that, hey, we're not going down wandering here. We're not going down at all. We're still going to fight till the end.
Well, remember, it's a long tournament, and the players are battling for opportunities to stay in the team. And let's see what he does. He goes again, and it goes again. This one goes even higher.
Watch it.
And here it comes. And again, the tree is the big savior.
Well caught by the tree.
Because he was looking to plug it in onto the physical education building here. So back-to-back sixes here. And these are huge sixes.
Yeah, he does pack a punch, does Javor Royal. Over pitching Jamel Warrakan. Just as I was praising him for his second spell, he's been a bit too full. And this time just dropping it a tad shorter. And Royal just on the back foot punches down to Dominic Drakes at a wide long on. And just like that, in the first 3 balls, 13 runs.
Anticlimax.
You would have liked to see him go after that one.
I know, Warrakan bowler, a quicker delivery, a flatter delivery, a typical spin bowler. As they get 2 lashes, they decide, that not today. And they bowl a quicker one.
Well, you put your hand in a fire, you get burned. Are you going to put your hand back in the fire 2 and 3 more times?
He's trying to buy a wicket here, you know.
Having said that, given that it's Javor Royal, even to Sheldon Cottrell, it's now just one slip in place.
And yeah, there's a long off, a man on the cover point boundary or extra cover boundary. And Cottrell flushes this into the gap, and the man out in the deep is coming into play.
Yeah, standing tall on that one. Playing it in the air, but he would probably tell you, I was aiming for the gap and I found the gap.
But here we go again. Let's see if we finish the over on a relish. And good, some finesse now. He runs this one down to third man, and he's going to try and see if he could farm the strike here as well. Thinks you're probably saying this batting thing is easy.
Yeah, that's the other side of batting, the mental side as well, where he now has to consider, we only have 2 wickets in hand and I'm batting with the bowlers here. What do I do?
There is Sheldon Cottrell right out in front, as if to say, if that beats the outside edge, it's going to beat the stumps as well. And it's so said, so done. So just look at the scorecard. Wickets at 1 for 10, 2 for 89, 3 for 103, and there we go. 4 for 117, 5 for 117, 6 for 117, 7 for 125, and then of course 178 for 8 was when Walton finally departed for a well-played 94.
And despite going for 58 in his 10 overs, his first 3 overs, Jamel Warrakan went for 20 plus runs, and his second spell, he came back well, found the length that he really needed to find as a left-arm orthodox. But now Javed Leacock, with 3 overs up his sleeves here, in service for the Barbados Pride, has the chance to get the second 5-wicket haul of the CG United Super 50 Cup.
60 from 48, make that 1 bounce, 2 bounces. They're going to come back for the second run. I don't think it's going to go, it's not even close to being a boundary. Again, Reefer doing good work out in the deep.
Javed Leacock 4 for 34 from his 7 overs so far. And
So
with that
200
brace,
is on the
200
board.
is on the board for the Barbados Pride.
So the countdown is on now. Here he goes with the sweep, the reverse sweep, and he plays it well for 4. Well. He is taking it. He is really going to take this deep here now. He goes to 40.
And in fact, what Javor Royal has done is he is almost but negated that 40 not out from Dominic Drakes at the back end of the Pride's innings. But the job is not done as yet. He is raced on to 40 from just 29 deliveries has Javor Royal. 6 runs already for the over, with the required run rate just hovering in and around the 7 runs to the over.
54 now needed from 46. And he's going to get a single here. He might get a second one if they hurry, but they are taking too long. And in fact, Cottrell wasn't interested at all. Tell you what, though, Royal was happy to come back for that second run there. But I don't think Sheldon Cottrell had too much interest or was too keen on that.
Yeah, there's almost some mix-up in the field between Dominic Drakes and Reefa as well. Of course, Reefa having to let Dominic Drakes know, I am coming to the ball, let me get it.
And that is why he decided against attempting the second run, because he always knew he could stroke it and get a comfortable single to give him the strike anyway. Just a ball later. And no stress.
Yeah, so Sheldon Cottrell showing some dexterity here.
And probably tried to overhit that one and hit it all the way down to long on, but just a single. And that was a full toss. He probably telling himself, boy, I should have really put that away.
It is one of the most unusual deliveries in cricket, because so many times you see batters getting out to full toss balls, and sometimes other times it goes over the boundary. Sheldon Cottrell here just playing straight as straight as he can, bringing us to the close of the 43rd over. Well negotiated by Sheldon Cottrell, and 9 runs coming off of the over, so well up there with the scoring rate, thanks to some wonderful batting from Javo Royal. 208 for 8 at the end of the 43rd over.
When the Royals batted, they were 194 for 3 at that stage. So here is the Jamaicans, their dressing room, no doubt, hoping, keeping their fingers crossed, hoping that even if they come up short, that they could bat the full 50 overs and get as close as to this total as possible. And I get the impression if they get close, they will probably win it. But the problem they have is the lack of wickets. They only have 2 wickets in hand.
Well, I think we've gotten our wish here to see Jair McAllister bowling with the wind at his back, with that northeasterly wind coming just over his left shoulder. Jair McAllister.
Warning, Jair. There is danger.
But I have been really impressed with Jair McAllister, however.
I have too, but I've been more impressed with Royals.
So I'm going to go on the side of the bowler here, and I'm looking for Jair McAllister to really turn up the heat.
Sound the alarm.
And Ruskin is going on the back of the batter to say he's going to take care of Jair McAllister.
Sound the alarm here, because if he swings and connects,
yeah,
I hope the workmen are aware that there is danger.
Yeah, Jair McAllister has been the quickest of the bowlers on show for the day by far, and he's looked really good, a really solid athletic run-up, good through the crease, nice action and nice follow-through, and just as I say that, he takes a tumble, does Jair McAllister, as the ball is punched down backward of square for an easy single.
You've seen a number of bowlers do that lately. Take a tumble. Maybe it just might be the footing. Sometimes the pegs stick in the ground, and you tumble over because when your body is, you're not in full control of your body then. So anything that throws you off will obviously cause you to fall over. Fast bowling is hard work. 50 runs from 41 deliveries. So Cottrell now, let's see what he can do. A little bit of adjustments in the field here now. We have a third man. We have a man at the point boundary. There is an extra cover. Now they bring in another field on the offside, maybe to a short backward point. There's a mid-off as well. There's long on. Drakes is out here at mid-wicket. We have Ruston Chase down at deep square leg. Square leg, and then we have a fine leg wide. And trying to execute a shot there. If anything, when he finished the shot, he looked good. I'm sure a cameraman picking that up, you would swear that ball went for 4 runs.
I think Desmond Haynes might be having a laugh in the tent on the far side from us. Almost Gordon Greenwich like is Sheldon Cottrell.
Like, yeah, when he was trying to flick it on the onside there. The only problem is he didn't make any contact with the ball. In fact, the ball hit him on the pad.
The aforementioned Desmond Haynes having many a partnership with the great Gordon Greenidge, and Gordon Greenidge with that one-legged pull shot backward or square over mid-wicket, wherever you like.
He goes to do it again, and again they can't get the run.
But just taking a look at Jair McAllister here, and a lot to like about this young lad. And really steady in his run-up, and he has a very good build. I would almost say hasten to compare him to an O'Shane Thomas in terms of his body structure. O'Shane might be probably just a little bit bigger than him, but the height and that solid structure. As we take a look at his run-up here, running straight in and a right through over that front leg, a braced front leg, and generating that pace from those big broad shoulders of his. And I think as he grows older and he gets into his craft, he may lengthen his run-up just a tad, and he may work on one or two things that would allow him to actually even get faster than he is now.
Well, it is, and probably when you look at his run-up, he's probably working so hard in his run-up. So once he could smoothen that out, and he's bowled him. He went right across it, and it just clipped the top of that leg stump. And that is the end of Sheldon Cottrell. He wasn't too happy with the quicker stuff.
He played that 4 deliveries. And he played the 3 of those 4 deliveries. He played that one-legged pull shot, made no contact, and on this occasion missing altogether, trying to pull Jair McAllister, who has basically dropped the ball on that what we would call a hard length, and really just a bail trimmer, as we call it, and creating the breakthrough here. And Javor Royal stranded at the non-strikers end for the time being, as Nicholson Gordon, who does have a couple of first-class 50s to his name. So he's no mug with the bat. He will do well to stick around for the remaining 50 runs. As you mentioned, Ruskin, if they do get close, they may probably be able to win it, but with 1 wicket in hand, it's going to be difficult. Yep. But what they will do, the Jamaica Scorpions, they will look back at that period that you just highlighted when they were 117 and lost 4 wickets for just about 7 or 8 runs. They will look back and realize that that is one of their Achilles' heel, batting in the middle and facing spinners, and in particularly the engine room of your batting in Nkrumah Bonner, Fabian Allen, and your skipper Rovman Powell, 3 of the more established and powerful hitters of the ball. They will look back at that period, should they not get these 50 runs, and say, hey, we need to fix that.
And they could also look back at the 40 runs, the run scored at the death that took the score. Now here is they're thinking about a single, but they decide against it, and Gordon is sent back, and that's because the over comes to an end, and the man of business is going to take first strike at the top end here. So Chadwick Walton's 94 stands out. Javon Royal is 43 not out. Jermaine Blackwood also made 30.
And you mentioned, as we came to the close of the over, that 40 that we have mentioned over and over at the back end. The 50 runs are scored in the last 5.
Proven to be the difference right now.
Yeah, you take away, let's say you cut Dominic Drake's innings in half. You take away 20 runs. You now need 30 runs rather than 50. So that's also another aspect that Jamaica will want to look at, their death bowling. Because for the better part, the skipper Rovman Powell, who we've said over and over, it's good to see him back with the ball in hand. For the better part of the latter 10 overs in the innings, he bowled well, but was taken to the cleaners by the man with the ball in his hand, the son of the great Vasper Drakes, young Dominic Cornell Drakes. Cornel Drakes, I beg your pardon.
Dominic, be very aware.
I am backing the bowler. Let it be on the Hansard that I am going with the bowler and Ruskin is going with the batter.
Be very aware. There it goes, and it goes like a tracer bullet. The only problem is he's only going to get 1 run. And he really thought he could have gotten a second run there. In fact, he thought he was beating the man and didn't run immediately. And then by the time he set off for the first run, the chance of a second was gone.
Dominic Drakes was steady, just 13 runs in his initial 3 overs at the start of the innings. And this is another aspect of Dominic's game, his death bowling, that he's shown the propensity around the world when he's played cricket that it is one of his the things that he can do well. And we'll look to see how he goes in this tournament.
And there's a stifled appeal, but not out, more in hope than anything else. And, well, Royal is back on strike.
Well done to Nicholson Gordon, just taking that single.
Single is as big as 10 runs.
It was signal leg by umpire Gustad. So Nicholson Gordon is still to get off the mark. But importantly, that single has brought the man Javor Royal 1 hit away from a first class, a list A one day half century.
Here he goes. He's bowled him. Hit right across it, and that ends the innings. What a splendid performance by the Barbados Royal. They started slowly, and then the batsmen gave them a fighting chance here in the end. And now the bowlers came back and did the job once again. But take nothing away from them. Victory for Barbados by 47 runs. Remember, they were put into bat by Jamaica. They struggled in the power play overs. They only had 36 runs for 1 wicket, and they eventually got to 258, thanks in the main to that splendid 69 from Shamar Brooks and 65 from Hope, and then that breezy 40 not out from Dominic Drakes. And then when Javon Royal threatened to do a Drakes on them at the end, Drakes came back and completed the proceedings here. So he was out for, is it 44? Javon Royal, bowled by Drakes, and Barbados completing victory here by 47 runs. And what a fine display by them.
So the defending champions, the Jamaica Scorpions, are now 2 from 2 losses from their initial 2 matches in this the CG United Super 50 Cup 2023 edition, and they now find themselves in a position where their remaining 5 matches, should they wish to get into the semi-finals and have a chance of defending the title,
They must win.
They almost they can probably not afford to lose more than 1 more, given the tournament is only 7 games per team, 7 matches per team. But definitely they will look back, having lost here the defending champions by 47 runs. They will look back at those 2 periods that I mentioned coming to the end of the innings. That 40 from Dominic Drakes making the difference between them chasing 230 and 260 odd. And then those middle overs where they lost 4 wickets, the run out of Nkrumah Bonner, and then 3 wickets, 2 to a young Leacock, Javed Leacock, who ended with 4 wickets, just 1 wicket short of his first class 5-wicket haul. But they will look back at those 2 periods and they will think to themselves, the Jamaica Scorpions, that hey, we could have easily been on the other side of this. For the Barbados Pride, their first game of the tournament, and Captain Shea Hope will be well pleased by the effort by his team. For the most part, very solid in the field. The batting, the backbone of their batting, their international players, Craig Brathwaite himself, Shea Hope, Shamar Brooks and Dominic Drakes, really the backbone of their batting. And then when they bowled, we saw the likes of young Javed Leacock, as I mentioned, Jair McAllister working up really a good head of steam, and really showing us that this Barbados Pride team is really a team to be reckoned with in this tournament, and possibly raise the Super 50 Cup as they did with the 4-day title earlier in the year.
Well, let me just quickly tell you, they were bowled out for 211 runs, so the margin of victory is 47 runs. And just to give you the bowling figures here, Akeem Jordan, 5 overs, 0 for 19, 1 a maiden. Dominic Drakes coming back with a wicket here, 2 for 14 from 3.3 overs. Jamel Warrican, his 10 overs cost him 58 runs, no wickets. Jaya McAllister, 1 for 12 from his 4. Ruston Chase, 2 for 37 from his 8. Kyle Myers, his 3 overs cost 17. Raymond Reefer, his 3 overs cost just 5 runs. And Javed Leacock, the pick of the bowlers, his 8 overs cost 4 for 43. And one of them maiden. So congratulations to him and congratulations to Barbados. Again, the margin of victory is 47 runs. So they're off and running, starting their tournament with a win. Jamaica 0 for 2 so far in the tournament. Remember, stay with us here on Cricket West Indies and on 360 TV. We'll have more cricket coverage for you from the Queen's Park Oval tomorrow morning from just about 9 o'clock. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much and be safe until tomorrow.